Hey, 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 happy hump day. It's Wednesday, September 6th, 2023, and we're back. Missed you guys yesterday. Today we're looking into the University of Idaho's new document drop. Open discussion. Let's talk about it, folks. What a day it was yesterday. I am excited to be back. Let's do this. Let's get the show on the road, folks. Hey, 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 hey. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Missed you guys. It's been a couple good days. Sorry about yesterday once again. Don't ever, 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 ever. If you have a choice, go with the internet company that I have. I'm telling you right now, they're garbage. Supposedly, from what I was told, they were putting in a new grid to make the service so much better. Right. Okay. Anyway, that's why I wasn't here yesterday. I had no internet from 11:30 a.m. until sometime early in the like 1, 2 o'clock this morning. So it is ridiculous, completely ridiculous. Threw my whole day off. Of course, I missed all of you guys. Didn't get to do this. As I've always said, the highlight of my day. So my day was crap yesterday. So it's wonderful to be back with you guys, and I am grateful to see you all here once again as we look at the University of Idaho's new document drop, and we're going to talk about it with an open discussion as well. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. So let's see who decided to grace us with their presence today. Looks like the Canadian True Crime Buff is in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Tina B, welcome back to you as well. Rondi Potter. Sorry about that. Good to see you. Wisdom Speaks, the lovely Miss Sherry's in the house. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Noni McPoppins, great to see you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Gemini65, welcome back. Great to see you. Michael 007's in the house, guys. Good to see you. Good to have you here, Michael. Thanks for joining us today. Crystal Amber, great to see you. Miss Carolyn Miller, welcome back. Great to have you here. Sherry Ann, great to see you. Knowledge is Power, great to have you in the house. Great to see you. Yvonne Montez, welcome back. Great to have you here. Bernadette Thomas, great to see you. 90 here in PA. It is hot out here too. I promise you it is. Looks like somebody, no change, gifted 5 true crime memberships. Thank you so very much for that. Chains. Looks like we got Daisy Dead was gifted a new membership. Jazz King was gifted a membership. Coffindoffer Sucks was gifted a membership. Melon was gifted, and the Evil CJ Show was gifted one. Thank you so very much for that, No Chains. I do appreciate you so very much. All right, back to what we're doing. No Chains, no mores in the house. Good to see you, of course, obviously, because of what just happened. Gigi Life, welcome back. Great to see you. Good to have you here. DS, good to see you. The Shekan Chica's in the house. Welcome back. Great to have you. Great to see you. Tammy C, thank you for joining us today. Welcome back. Always happy to see you here. The OG, Brandy B's in the house. Good to see you, Brandy. Good. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you. Linzabel, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. The Dinky 1974, brother. Good to see you. So happy to have you here. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Great to see you. One Maiden Nuts in the house, my friend and yours. Mr. Eddie's in the house. Garage. Great to see you, buddy. Good to have you here. Ivan Montez. Let me see. Knowledge is power. Nat Cat, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Sandy Toes. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. Let me see. Who else do we have here? Devil Doll 666. Thank you for joining us. Mojo's in the house. Good to see you, Rising. Good to see you. Josie West, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Tina B, as I said, great to see you. Lynn 69, welcome. Great to have you here. Audrey Cakes, great to see you as well. Carol Ann, welcome back. Always a pleasure. Doodlebug, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let me see. I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Echo 444. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you. Crazy B. Always happy to have you here. Cappuccina 877. Welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Jeanette Swainpole. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your new. Well, I don't know if it's really a new name because I've seen you a few times, but it's great to see you either way. And it's great to see the new names in here as well and faces. Kim Marin, welcome back. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Katie Quarter, is always a pleasure. Good to see you. Robert Belt, my friend. Thank you for joining us today. Always happy to see you. It's the Karma Police in the house, guys. Make sure you're being if you will. Thank you so much, Karma, for joining us. Jazz King, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Bernice Rivera, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Newman 25, well, welcome to the sauce. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Kim Marin, all right. I think I got almost everybody. I'll have to drop to the bottom and check to make sure. Kimberly Barrett, always happy to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you here. We got 159 awesome peeps in here with 65 likes, guys. Please make it match if you can so we can get out in the algorithm with this one. Thank you, Ms. Heather, for linking that. The Amazon wish list is linked in the chat, folks, for anybody that's interested in looking into that. I do thank and appreciate you so very much for that as well. I think I got everybody. Let me check the bottom down here, make sure. Typically Unique, welcome back. Great to see you. Good to have you here. Evie Marie, always a pleasure to see you. CR, welcome back. Always happy to see you. Miss Leslie Densley Watkins, good morning to you, my dear. Good to have you. Good to see you. Let's see. Make sure I'm not getting it. All right. Come on. Yep. Roll it up. Marley Kate, great to see you, dear. Kyla Delilah, welcome back. Aunt Clara, always a pleasure to see you. Linda Miller, welcome, welcome, welcome. D Smalls in the house, guys. Welcome back. Great to see you. Carrie Louise, same for you. Great to have you here. Casey Flynn, welcome back. Great to have you here. Sooner Girl, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Miss you all as well. Marina Girl, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you again. The 360 Life, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Michelle Weddle, thank you for joining us. The lovely Miss Heather in the house, of course. Batshit Crazy, welcome back. Great to see you. Devo Stante, welcome. Good to see you. Linda Daughtry, thank you for joining us today. Great to see you as well. In Stitches, welcome back. Great to have you here. Miss Jenny, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you. Carrie Priscilla, always happy to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Moonlit Baby. And looks like Mr. Robert Belt dropped a $4.99 super sticker. Give me one moment, folks. All right, all right. Let me get this set up and rolling too. So sorry, guys. MCOS, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. Lisa and Cannoli, welcome back. Great to have you here. Okay. All right. 1 second here. Boom. All right, let's get rid of that. Get this rolling. Striker Force, for you. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. And again, Robert, my friend, thank you so much for that, brother. You are appreciated. That was not loud enough. Let's do it again. Ba-boom. There you go, Robert. Thank you for that. Looks like David Clayton. Been a member for 3 months, David, my friend. That is so very much appreciated. Peaches81, good to see you. Let me see. Ali, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. All right. David, thank you for that, brother. It's much appreciated. Great to see that. 3 whole months. That is so very awesome. Welcome back. Laura Laurent, great to see you. And again, David, thank you for that. We appreciate you so very much. And congrats again. As always. Yes. We got H. Polta in the house. Is that a Harry Polta? I don't know. Welcome, H. Potter. Good to see you. Miss Shandy Girl, good to have you here. Vix Logic, welcome back. Jen H, great to see you. Again, thank you, Miss Heather, for that. This channel is 100% crowdfunded, folks, which means that all the bills to keep me running 5-6 days a week come out of donations through the PayPal, Venmo, and the Cash App. There's the links for it for anybody that would like to donate. It is not needed. I'm sorry, let me phrase that the right way. It's not mandatory, but it is appreciated, folks. So very much. And it does definitely help keep me coming out here. I appreciate you so much. I've heard about it. Knowledge is power. I haven't really seen it, looked into it too much. I'll have to check it out. Jennifer S., great to have you back. Great to see you. All right. Lynn 69, always a pleasure. Great to see all of you guys in here. Absolutely. And again, guys, I want to thank you guys. For those of you that really and truly and wholeheartedly support this channel, support myself, you are beyond appreciated. And I need to say this again, once again, anybody that does not truly support the channel or the community here, this just probably isn't the place for you just to come in here to do that. Adelax, great to see you here. Jonathan Falconer, welcome back. Good to see you, buddy. Because it is about real community here, guys, and family. So anybody that does not truly support this community, family, or me themselves, there's really no reason to be here. The rest of you guys, you know who you are. I love and appreciate you so very much, wholeheartedly, with everything in me, folks. You guys are the beautiful people, and I really, really, really do love you all so very much for that. Thank you. Cassie H, good to see you, darling. Ocean Sugar, welcome back. I love that name. I really do. Dinky, my friend, much love to you, brother. Much love. This is what I'm talking about. All of you guys, you really do it. You really do. Like I said, guys, I really missed you yesterday. I had a crappy day because I didn't get to do this. This is the highlight of every one of my days. Didn't get to do it, and my day was garbage. So know that is a fact. It's great to see you, Jonathan. Thank you for joining us today. We got 227 awesome people in here. We have broke the algorithm, folks. That's so awesome, and I thank you all for joining us today. Thank you so much for that, Sooner Girl. I appreciate you so very much for that. What is going on, Matt? AMLO12, thank you for joining us. It's great to see you back in here. Doozy, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Absolutely. D Smalls, I appreciate that so very much. Mandy Joe is the Wonder Mod in here. I guess I just seen somebody. I guess she is somewhere in there. Stevie Irwin, what's up? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome, Deborah. Good to see you. Lynn69, thank you for that. My Welsh. It's Welsh. Yeah. Bonnie Bailey, great to see you, dear. William Tardy, my friend, thank you for joining us. As always, happy to see you guys. Debbie Ann, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Welcome back, Firefly. Great to have you here. Always a pleasure. It's great to see the family here. So many beautiful people in here. I love it. Kim W.I., thank you for joining us. The Canadian cat ladies in the house, great to see you. Thanks for joining us, Vix Logic. As I said, it's great to see you, Miss Potts. Welcome, Miss Annie. Great to have you here. Kimberly KV, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Not that, Nikki. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I'm like 8-ish minutes behind in the video, but that is how you handle things like a pro, boss. Dago, good to see everyone. Been in much. Oh, thank you so much, Nikki. It's great to see you here, darling, and I appreciate you so very much. Groot, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let me see. Strutter614, always happy to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's like the gang is all here. All right, all right, all right. We have over 785 members, folks. Yes, we have a lot of members in here. A lot of meatballs. We need another whole pan of sauce for that, folks. A whole big pan of sauce for that. One moment. Oh, Carol, thank you so much for that. I look forward to them. It is, again, the highlight of every one of my days. I appreciate that so very much. Make sure you guys, let me know that you guys can hear me clearly, if you will, please. And again, like I said, we got some North Carolina Mountain Man. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. I can't believe they haven't either. I sat up here the other night, damn near fell asleep. Everybody thought I did, but I didn't. Stevie. Although it would have been funny if I would have. I was reading into my phone. We were sitting here doing a live with the manhunt. Miss Heather, thank you. Wow, check all that out. Yay. Um, anyway, I had not fallen asleep. But thank you, Carolyn. Ragtop, great to see you. Great to have you here. I was not. You're crazy, Stevie. I was getting close. I really was. I was nodding here and there, but I was not full fledged sleeping. Kelly Land, great to see you. Party of Five, welcome back. But anyway, we were watching this, and this guy, I thought they had him trapped in that one little area there, and I guess I still can't believe they haven't caught him. He's really holding out too. It's crazy. DS, good to see you. Either way, thank you all by the way, for being here with me that night. Nefarious Hijinks, thanks for joining us. Don Couch, welcome back. The chopper is up again. Yes. But like I said, I appreciate you guys hanging with me that night. We were watching for that. I thought they were really going to get him. I thought they had him that night. I was for sure of it. Aunt Clara, great to see you. But I guess not. What do we have here? That's what. Oh yeah. It's another one. There was a it started at 2 a.m. the night before. There was a shootout in Moscow, Idaho. Once again, an older gentleman that I'm not. The name it didn't ring a bell for me, but there's always something going on in Moscow, isn't there? Crazy. Yeah, I think that the other guy, the escaped convict, he's a little dude. Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Um, it's probably very easy to slide through their grips. You know what I mean? So Gloss Boss, welcome back. Good to see you. It sure as hell is, Sandy Toes. You definitely, you couldn't pay me to go to Moscow for anything. Moscow, sorry. Gotta say it correctly. Moscow, Idaho. Dinky says they have an escapee here in the UK. Fifth one since 2017, apparently. Wow. It's got to be scary sometimes. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that so very much. We definitely do put the work in over here when we need to do it. That's a fact. Seahorse, welcome. Good to see you. D daughter, welcome back. Great to have you here. We got 265 peeps in here. We're in the algorithm and we're about to do this, guys. Tara Webb, thanks for joining us. Mrs. Krampus, good to see you as well. Thanks for joining us. Was the Moscow incident at the PD? I thought I saw that somewhere. I don't think so. I might be wrong. I didn't get to look into a whole lot of it because I didn't have internet all day yesterday. Steve Materna, I'm doing okay. Randy Furr, what's up, brother? Good to see you. It's Bernadette Thomas. Thank you so very much for the super sticker. That is very much appreciated. Very much. I appreciate you and that. Thank you so very much for that. Let's see. Jilt Lightsob. Thank you so very much. Thank you for joining us today. Jilt, sorry. All right. And the thing is what that's other escapee. There was another escape in May going on. Lady Speedwell, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Oh, Molly says she thinks she might know the guy involved in yesterday's incident in Moscow. That's crazy. Tammy C, good to see you. Oh, good Lord, Seahorse. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, at least you'll have us to keep you company when you do that. Thank you so much for being here, and you're in my thoughts and prayers for speedy recovery as far as that goes. I hope everything works out well for you in that sense. Thank you so very much, Batshit Crazy. You are appreciated. Kimberly Barrett, thank you for that super sticker as well. You guys are amazing. Thank you, all of you, so very much. Welcome, Gene Anderson. Great to see you. Awesome. So great to have you all here again today. We do very much appreciate you all so very much. And love the support. Love you guys for the support that you give this channel and me, myself personally. You are appreciated. Stevie, thank you for that, buddy. Any new channel members or any channel members at all that would like to jump into the Discord, please email Miss Brandy at mama350@aol.com. Title it Discord link and put your stating your YouTube name as well for the link. You'll get into the Discord with the rest of us. Doozy's been a member here for 2 full months, and Doozy, that's awesome. Thank you for that, dear. We appreciate you. Miss Kelly Land, please do not ever worry about that. Like I said, it is not mandatory that you do that. It is so very appreciated. Just being here, supporting the channel as a person is all that matters to me. That is the most important thing. All that other stuff does is just help to pay the bills so that I can be here. That's all it is. Um, Cheryl Graham, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you so much for that, Sheik. I appreciate that. All right, guys. So let's see what we got going on here. Again, as I said, looks like we have, well, we picked up some other ones on the 31st, okay? And that would be, and I wasn't sure or not if we went over those. I couldn't remember because we do this so often. But we picked up the order vacating the hearing on the defendant's motion. Kim Young, welcome. Good to see you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day at work, Kim, and don't work too hard today. Again, Miss Cassie H, a member for 2 whole months. Again, thank you, Cassie, for that. We appreciate you. Again, congrats and thank you so much, Cassie, for being a part of this family. We appreciate you so very much. What was that? I think I would go into DTs if I didn't have my day. Well, thank you, Kim. I hope that doesn't happen, but I appreciate you, Kimberly, very much. Very, very much. All of you. You have no idea. Um, all right. All right. Like I said, oh, let me see here. I thought we went over these. The order vacating the hearing on defendant's motion and the order media request Lewiston Tribune. I thought we had covered that. And basically, it's just media coverage for the courtroom, which we know is a big struggle now because of Work TV and how that went down. But nothing we can do about it, truthfully. So we just gotta grin and bear it and move on. You know what I mean? So at that point, we got to do what we got to do and just hope to God that we can get good audio coverage. Thank you once again, Miss Kyla. That is so awesome of you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Miss Brandy, for that as well. I appreciate you all so very much. Again, the links, Cash App, PayPal, and the Venmo for anybody that should choose to. Again, guys, it's not mandatory, but it is appreciated. And let's get this thing on the road, folks. And then we got 3 as of September 1st. Looks like the order, media request, ABC media, amended notice of hearing, of course, and the response to state's notice of intent not to cross-examine. So I'm going to start with that one, okay? Because I think it's a bigger deal than the media issue is. And we'll talk about these as well. That's what today is all about, folks. Ron John, what's going on, buddy? Good to have you here. You didn't miss nothing. We just got started. Does that prosecutor play a banjo? I've heard that, Adelax. I have. So, again, this one here, folks, as we know, so many documents we've covered in this case. It's crazy. Nothing yet, Ron, but you smell nice. Good, that's good, Heather. I like that. All right. So, this again is a response to state's notice of intent not to cross-examine the defense witnesses, district court decision, and records to explain the witness contact, which would be in regards to, Gabrielle Varga, and Annie said that prosecutor absolutely plays banjo. Welcome, SRB. Good to see you. And the Reverend Cynthia Hughes, welcome back. Great to have you today. Again, guys, I'm so sorry that I missed all of this yesterday. I appreciate you guys' patience and understanding for that. Latrell Hale, what is going on? And neighbor, good to see you. It is hotter than hell, isn't it? Super hot today. Youngstown, Ohio in the house. All right. So, comes now Brian C. Koberger buying through his attorney of record and hereby responds to, there they are, hereby responds to the state's notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, a district court decision, and records to explain witness contact. Sorry, Miss Cheryl Graham. Yes, we got a few Ohio's in the house here today. Latrell and I are pretty close together. We're basically neighbors. Woman power, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you here. All right. So, the procedural, I can never say this correct. I always mess it up. Sorry. Procedural history. This court conducted a hearing on August 18th of 2023 on Mr. Koberger's third motion to compel. 4 witnesses testified for the defense, and the state reserved the right to cross-examine 2 witnesses. On August 30th of 2023, the state filed notice that it does not intend to reopen the hearing and cross-examine the 2 witnesses. The response to that is referenced in the state's notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, district court decision, and records to explain witness contact. State's notice are a 3rd district court transcript from CR 14-20-07840. Mr. Koberger's defense team has reviewed the exhibit and provides the following response. 1 second, guys. Okay. Let me know, guys, if you're having problems hearing me. Make sure that Michigan's in the house. Good to see ya. Sasha Burge, thank you for joining us today. If I said that wrong, my apologies. Okay, so at first blush, it appears the issue before Judge Whitney in State versus Dalrymple, CR 14-20-07840, was that the state was seeking a protective order relating to a database that produced information leading to Mr. Dalrymple's arrest. However, the decision Judge Whitney announced was on a different issue and was made without the benefit of expert testimony relating to the forensic investigative genetic genealogy process. It is noteworthy that even without the benefit of that testimony, Judge Whitney concluded that the state needed to turn over in discovery everything in its possession relating to genetic genealogy, and the defense was welcome to bring further motion on this issue. This court is asked to decide something different. The information sought by Mr. Koberger through his motion to compel is the same information that the state seeks to protect with its motion for protective order. The SNP profile created on behalf of the state and the genetic genealogy process directly used by the state to identify Mr. Koberger. Mr. Koberger is not asking for a genetic genealogy database. Rather, the analysis and documentation utilized to identify him, which is fair, in my opinion. Mr. Koberger has also asked for the SNP profile, and the state has agreed to provide it. This court is left to decide whether to shield the analysis and documentation developed and used to identify Mr. Koberger, or to order it be provided for his defense. This court makes its decision with the benefit of expert Steve Mercer, which was the first witness that was called on that day of the hearing, explaining the duties of attorneys to examine this evidence and the types of legal decisions that could be made based on this evidence. This court has the benefit of knowing, based on expert testimony, how SNP results are produced using bioinformatics. Further, expert testimony described how genetic genealogy tracing is conducted, and the documents generated by a genetic genealogist showing the analysis and result. Further, this court has the benefit of expert testimony describing how SNP testing can be compared against STR testing for contaminants and mixtures, as well as how the SNP and genealogical data can impact statistics. Lastly, this court has knowledge of the intricacies of prohibited law enforcement access to various DNA databases. The testimony the court received in the hearing, in the hearing relating to this loophole is not something Judge Whitney had the benefit of knowing. It is important for the court to be aware that the same information has now been published on August 18th of 2023 in The Intercept. This article details forensic genetic genealogy and the loopholes utilized to obtain information in contradiction of authorization. Attached as Exhibit A. The Intercept is an online journal that has existed since 2014. Open source information states this is an award-winning news organization dedicated to exposing the powerful and holding them accountable. Interesting. Very interesting. One moment, folks. Sorry about that, everyone. All right. Okay, so exposing the powerful and holding them accountable. So that's, which is interesting to me, very much so. Very, very much so. Rock entrepreneur. There's Mikey. What's up, Mikey? Good to see you. I didn't even see you in here, bro. Thanks for joining us. Joanne, welcome. Good to have you here. Let me see. Pixie, welcome. Great to have you back. Carrie Pastula, Nevada Cops, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Joanne, I look like a new man. What's that all about? I'm just wearing my I cut my hair and shaved, and I have my glasses on. I don't know. Either way, thank you for that. If that's a compliment, of course. Annette McBee, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Make sure I'm not missing Miss Janet Hugerich. Thank you for joining us too. All right. Sorry, Mikey, if I didn't see you, bud. Red, what's going on? Thank you for joining us. The prosecution wouldn't have been provided with such, as there isn't really anything to provide. Perhaps a screenshot of the results. Gotcha. Thank you, Red. All right. Moving forward. Again, the court in State versus Dalrymple also lacked the following documents that establish the relationship between the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, local police departments, and prosecuting entities in the state of Idaho. This court received such documentation attached to the declaration of Ann Taylor in support of third motion to compel. The agreement is attached again herein as Exhibit B. The memorandum shows that Idaho utilizes federal money to work with Othram laboratories to identify suspects in certain cases. This memorandum shows the intricate relationship between agencies for identifying which cases qualify for identification through genetic genealogy. Thank you, Jill. I appreciate that very much. Kells, there you are. I see you, dear. Sorry. Pixie. I see you, Kells. Like I said, some of you guys pop up. The way this thing rolls, I'm so sorry. Did I miss anybody else? I hope not. If I did, it's not done on purpose, I promise. Welcome, everyone. Anybody that's just lurking and not actually in chat, too, by the way. It's B Slims, my dear. Good to see you. Anybody that's not in chat, like I said, that's just out here watching, thank you for that as well. We appreciate you all so very much for watching. You are appreciated, guys. We got 328 beautiful, awesome people in here, and I appreciate that so much. All right. In Mr. Koberger's case, the Latah County prosecutor, the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI worked together to investigate the case and identify a suspect at some point. Genetic genealogy was utilized for identification. That information remains withheld from Mr. Koberger. Mr. Koberger does not even know when this began or when he was supposedly identified. Now, that's not cool, you know. The memorandum contains a requirement that the Federal Department of Justice policies hereinafter, DOJ, must be adhered to, and that agencies must sign a memorandum of agreement to follow such policies. The Department of Justice has a policy regarding forensic genetic genealogy DNA analysis and searching. This policy was attached to Taylor December in support of Taylor DEC. I don't know what these glasses. I need new ones. In support of third motion to compel, and is again attached herein as Exhibit C. That policy requires that the prosecutor and investigating agency collaborate. See page 5 and 6. The policy also requires that investigative agencies only enter and search DNA databases that permit law enforcement to use their services. Now, hold on a minute. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to say something. Their services, see page 6. The policy requires that all forensic genetic genealogy profiles, account information, and data shall be retained by the investigative agency for potential use. I said a while back, as did Miss Dolphin 517 that's in here. I think it's 517. Said, what if they used a database that was not sanctioned by law enforcement? Okay. And I was like, yeah, that would be crazy. But that would explain certain things. It would even explain things with the other possible 3 DNA profiles that they say that they don't have. Okay. So it makes me wonder if that's what the big deal is, if that's where the problem's been. We've been talking about that. Okay. You know, they were trying to get a quick result on this and went through a database that is not sanctioned by law enforcement, which is a problem, which in turn is another reason why they wouldn't admit to, you know, why they won't give it to where it's at, you know, why they won't give it up, basically. Carolyn is saying, what's up, Kelly? Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. If they can't prove that they follow protocol 100%, Taylor can get it thrown out. Very possibly. That is very possible. Dinky says, so basically you don't need to be a criminal or have your details in CODIS anymore. They just gonna search everything like it or not. Kind of seems that way, Dinky, and it's sad, but yeah, that's what it looks like. You know what I mean? Aunt Clara says, that's the only reason I can figure that there's no body cam footage of many interactions with BK, noise complaints yet, but murder nothing. Good point, Aunt Clara. Thank you for that. See, you guys are amazing critical thinkers. Miss Daisy Dead. That does make sense, though, a lot, Aunt Clara. In Stitches, good to see you. And what'd you say? Free. I'm saying, Daisy, like, I feel like, I don't know, guys, but I'm thinking that this is maybe what has happened. You know what I mean? Um, thank you, Heather. Where did it go? I just saw another comment I wanted to throw up there. Yeah, I feel the same exact way, Tina. She says, I totally think that they went into something like ancestry.com and got his actual profile that he supposedly uploaded according to a neighbor. I swear I've had that same exact thought. And I looked at it and I'm like, nah, no, they wouldn't do that. This is law enforcement we're talking about. They're going to do it the way they're supposed to do it the right way. But at this point, guys, what are you going to say? You know? I don't know for a fact, guys, and we don't know for a fact that they've done something like that, but I'm telling you, it really, really, really seems that way at this point. Riley Nicole, welcome. Great to see you. Robert says the girlfriend of DM has claimed that she was not in a frozen shock phase and does not have PTSD over the crime. She hired a lawyer due to the way FBI and other LA were treating her like a suspect. Yes, I have heard that as well. We watched a video on that. Where did it go? When a Parabon and Nanotechnologies does one of these genetic tests, the police usually follow the suspect to obtain discarded DNA. And in BK's case, they arrested him and then took the DNA. Thank you, Mr. Tardy. And Jennifer. Also, I still don't think Othram has enough to officially test and honestly seriously question the match. So do I, because we have been told by experts how much you need. Gabriella explained how much they need to do these tests that they need to do. I find it very hard to believe that they had that much on that sheath to be able to test that. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry, I don't. That doesn't mean it's fact, folks. It just because that's my opinion. I just feel like I don't think they had enough. Budford, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. What did you say, Miss Sherry? I've watched the neighbor interview again. He did not say BK did a DNA, but he studied it. Can be traced through the family. Good point, Miss Sherry. Very good point. And there she is. Miss Annie says Gabriela Vargas testified one of the loopholes for law enforcement is they will upload a profile as though they are the user owner of the profile. Then they can use databases they aren't supposed to use. That's fact. That's fact. Thank you, Annie. This is why we're doing the open discussion today, guys. Once we get through these, bringing you guys up a few at a time, and you're going to voice your opinions, thoughts, and theories on this, and because that's what we do. Miss Kara, welcome. Good to have you here, dear. Thanks for joining us. Because I really do want to hear what you guys have to say. Let's see. They used a DNA profile, not a sample. That's right. That's right. All right. Let's see here. Miss Gigi Live, good to see you. All right, let's finish this one up here, guys. So, let me see where I leave off at there. Paul says requires investigative agencies only enter and search DNA databases. That poor Mitt, law enforcement. Yeah, we read all of that. Okay. So again, that's the point I'm trying to make. Databases that permit law enforcement to use their services. That policy requires that all forensic genetic genealogy profiles, account information, and data shall be retained by the investigative agency for potential use. And I'm telling you, that's where I'm at with this, folks. I may not know what, I may be wrong, but that's just what it seems like to me. I'm sorry. During prosecution and subsequent judicial proceedings, see page 7, there is a relationship between local, state, and federal government to work together. DOJ policy requires attention of analysis and materials for use in judicial proceedings. This knowledge, in addition to the potential for misuse of information, is something that is discoverable and necessary to Mr. Koberger. Idaho Rule of Criminal Procedure 16A reads, The prosecuting attorney's obligations under this paragraph extend to material and information in the possession or control of members of prosecuting attorney staff and of any others who have participated in the investigation or evaluation of the case, who either regularly report or have reported in that case to the office of the prosecuting attorney. The duty of disclosure is an obligation of not just the individual prosecutor assigned to the case, but of all the government agents having a significant role in investing and prosecution the offense. State versus Gardner, 126 Idaho 428 433 CT 8pp.1994. The FBI has been compelled to turn over its CAST report related to cellular data evidence and its investigation related to identification of the car. The investigation related to the car included hundreds of names of individuals owning a white Elantra. The evidence held regarding DNA is no different. No different. The court in Dalrymple incorrectly permitted the state to hide material from the defense by claiming they did not have it. Here we go. That is not how discovery works when the state decides to work with outside agencies to take liberty from someone. This court has thus far shown that the FBI does not exist outside the discovery rules. It should not grant them immunity now. The conclusion, folks. The transcript provided from the Judge Whitney does little to instruct this court about what should be decided. This court has a different question. Mr. Koberger requests materials and analysis, not a database. These materials are required by the Department of Justice to be retained for use in judicial proceedings. This court has the benefit of understanding the process and the materials that were created in this identification of Mr. Koberger by the state and its agents. Mr. Koberger respectfully requests the court order the state to disclose the materials. Mr. Koberger is happy to comply with any limiting order the court deems appropriate. This is dated as of September 1st of 2023, signed by Ann, and there it is. Police are getting DNA data from people who think they opted out. How about that? Forensic genetic genealogists skirted GED match privacy rules by searching users who explicitly opted out of sharing their DNA with law enforcement. Interesting. That was put in as of August 18th of 2023. This is a DNA kit genetic genealogist C.C. Moore used to help a woman find her biological mother on June 8th of 2015. All right, now this is a statement from Miss C.C. Moore. C.C. Moore, an actress and director, not a statement about, and director turned genetic genealogist, stood behind a lectern at New Jersey's Ramapo College in late July. Propelled onto the national stage by the popular PBS show Finding Your Roots. Moore was delivering the keynote address for the inaugural conference of forensic genetic genealogists at Ramapo, one of the only two institutions of higher education in the United States that offer instruction in the field. It was a new era. Moore told the audience a turning point for solving crime, and they were in on the ground floor. We've created this tool that can accomplish so much more. She said, genealogists like Moore hunt for relatives and build family trees just as traditional genealogists do, but with a twist. They work with law enforcement agencies and use commercial DNA databases to search for people who can help them identify unknown human remains or perpetrators who left DNA at a crime scene. The field exploded in 2018 after the arrest of Joseph James DeAngelo as the notorious Golden State Killer, responsible for more than a dozen murders across California. DNA evidence collected from a 1980 double murder was analyzed and uploaded to a commercial database, a hit to A distant relative helped a genetic genealogist build an elaborate family tree that ultimately coalesced coalesced on D'Angelo. Since then, hundreds of cold cases have been solved using the technique. Moore, among the field's biggest evangelists, boasts of having what happened there? Whoa. Having personally helped close more than 200 cases, and I love CC Moore. I think she's great. Of anybody that talks about this, she's like, in my opinion, one of the best. The practice is not without controversy. It involves combing through the genetic information of hundreds of thousands of innocent people in search of a perpetrator, and its practitioners operate without meaningful guardrails, safe for interim guidance published by Department of Justice in 2019. The last 5 years have been like the Wild West, Moore acknowledged, but she was proud to be among the founding members. Let's see here. Making sure I'm not missing anything in here, guys. It's hard when it's just me up here, so. Speaking of which, no chains. Would you be interested in joining me up here today, dear? Are you feeling up to it or not? If not, don't worry about it, darling. I don't want you to. Hey, Sleuthy, what's going on, hon? Thanks for joining us today. I am going to be doing here in a few, opening up the panel for discussion. Vicki Harrison, great to see you. Let me check. Rowdy, what's going on? Okay. All right, Chains. I'll put a link in for you, hon. No problem. And thank you. Like I said, it's easy. It's hard to watch the chat and this and that when I, plus it's also nice to have some. Mrs. Kelly, great to see you as well. Rowdy says, but even aside from the DNA, there's quite a bit more that points to BK. Too much for me to feel comfortable saying that he is innocent. And I respect that 100%. I would love to see those things to make me feel that way, but I would like to see that. I really would. I'd like to be able to have that same feeling. Katie Quarter says, so basically they cheated the system to get the DNA. If you want to go, yeah, basically in a sense, that's how I'm taking it. Miss Kells, welcome. A 3 whole months. I don't have my thing right now. I can't do that. Sorry, guys. Jesse Lynn, welcome back. But thank you so much, Kells, for being a member for 3 months. And congrats. I appreciate you. All right, let me finish up reading over here, and Miss Chains will jump up here with us when she's ready. All right. Let's see here. Let me make sure I left off over here. What's up, Kat K? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so of the Investigative Genetic Genealogy Accreditation Board, which is developing professional standards for practitioners with this incredibly powerful tool that comes immense responsibility. She solemnly told the audience the practice relies on public trust to convince people not only to uphold their private genetic information to commercial databases, but also to allow police to rifle through that information. If you're doing something you wouldn't want blasted on the front page of the New York Times, Moore said, you should probably rethink what you're doing. If we lose public trust, we will lose this tool. Despite those words of caution, Moore is one of several high-profile genetic genealogists who exploited a loophole in the commercial database called GEDmatch. You guys know what that is, I believe. Allowing them to search the DNA of individuals who explicitly opted out of sharing their genetic information with police. I just saw somebody jump in here. Welcome, Kendra. Thanks for joining us. Here she comes. Boom. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How are you, dear?
I'm wonderful. And yourself?
Absolutely wonderful. I'm super happy to be back today.
Great. Hi,
I missed you.
everybody. Hope you're having a blessed and wonderful day.
Jameson, good to see you. Yes, I missed you guys yesterday. It was crazy. Eve Lucky, good to see you. Are you feeling better, by the way?
Uh-huh. I
Good.
cut my hair and I got a hair in my eye. So it hurt for a few
Mm,
days.
that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Not cool. I cut my hair too, if you can tell. See? Yeah.
Too
So,
expensive to go get your hair cut anymore.
oh, I've always cut my own hair since I was 18 years old. Actually, 17, I think. I
And
cut
both
my
my
grand.
girls been to beauty school, so they cut hair too.
I never went. My uncle was a barber, like an old school barber. He taught me a lot. My ex creature, she went to beauty school, and I learned a lot from her, but she never used it. Um,
Oh,
which kind of
you said ex creature.
oh, that's what I call her. Yeah, she wasn't human. She's not human. She's not human. She's some form of like a golem. You know, whatever golem was. That's
Yeah,
kind of where
I,
I.
I
So.
understand.
But anyway, yeah, and I just kind of learned over the years to do it that way. I cut my grandson's hair the other day. I've cut my son's. I cut all my kids' hair at some point. Um,
Yeah,
but I'm not the greatest with scissors. Clippers, yes, I can do anything with, but I'm getting better with scissors. It's only taken me like almost 25 years, but
well, still, that's good. You're saving money.
oh god, yeah, because it's expensive to get your hair done.
Yeah, even for a guy's cut.
Yeah,
What is it, like $18?
it used to be like $6 to go get your hair cut when I was like, I mean, my dad would go to the same barber. $6 we'd go in, $12 we'd go and get a nice haircut, however it was, we're done. Yeah, it's like $25 if you go into like a salon,
Yeah,
uh, famous here or places like that. It's like $25. It's ridiculous just to get this done, which is a zip zip, you're done.
yeah, I
So
agree. It's ridiculous.
it is. So anyway, I just do it real quick. I got the mirror, the clippers, the scissors, and all that. I've gotten pretty good at it over the years. So
That's good. Practice makes perfect, huh?
yep. Welcome, Taylor. Good to see you. So, what do you think of this so far, James?
Mm, huh. Well, to me, it looks like uh, they screwed up big time, and maybe BK
Thanks,
might be
Heather.
walking.
Well, I mean, you remember when I said way back, like that I believe that they arrested him and then they went to try to find the DNA after the fact. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. I
I'm
do.
I'm I'm really starting to feel strongly that that's kind of what really went down, and that they went through an unsanctioned, like 23andMe or something like that. And just because they were in such a hurry, they figured they could get a quicker result. I don't. I just feel like that's very possibly exactly what happened, and I
Mm,
feel the more I see this, the arrest seems completely and totally unwarranted at this point.
ye-
Okay,
yep.
and here's the thing, folks: if this man did this, okay, if he's guilty of this, because I've never said he wasn't, you guys know that. I've said I don't know yet because I can't say yet because I haven't seen enough proof. But I've said if this man is guilty, which he very well could be, and he gets off on this technicality, and we have a murderer walking around the streets, these four kids lost their lives for nothing. There's no justice any which way you look at it. It's ridiculous at this point because they screwed up. I'm so irritated with this.
And I
Welcome.
have to agree.
It's ridiculous. Dan Plemick, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, sir, it is, in my opinion, too, so far. So, and like I said, if Brian did this, which again, in this channel, we have not said yay or nay. We've just, I mean, some people have, but I myself have not said yay or nay. I've said, show me more proof. That's all I've said. But if he did
Yeah.
this, we're gonna set a killer free. And if he didn't do this, then great. But still, it's they for future references. If this can't be done like this, guys, it just can't. We have to do these things the right way. It has to be done the right way. A case like this, especially as high profile as this is, really needs to be done the right way. And this is just not. This is not it. This is not it at all.
Mm-mm. Far from it, too.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Um,
We've covered so many other cases, and
hmm
we've gotten the evidence. We've gotten all the information. Yeah, some things may have been redacted, but that's how it works. But with this one, oh Lord, this is not making any sense.
this one is the one that needs the most justice in it right now, and it's not getting anywhere near, in my opinion, the correct amount, or if any at all, justice. If this happens like this, oh my God, can you imagine? I mean, all of you
Mm-mm.
guys, can you imagine if this goes down like this? What's going to happen? First of all, even if Brian is innocent, welcome Cyber Ninja and War Eagle, Roll Tide Roll. Um,
Mm.
if Brian Koberger's walking on this one by some chance, he's gonna have to hide, folks. He's gonna have to hide because he's gonna have to hide for quite a while because there's so many people that truly wholeheartedly believe that he's guilty right now. They're gonna go after him. I see it happening.
He's gonna have
Um,
to get a facelift,
yeah, he's gonna need a whole new
change his identity, his name, all of
everything.
it.
Everything. It's gonna be sad. Now, if the man is guilty and gets off, that's so much worse. So much worse. Um,
But as it
five.
stands, there isn't enough to convict him.
No, no, not at all. Not in my opinion, at least. This is just crazy. It's
And it
crazy.
doesn't help that mainstream media keeps pushing the narrative.
Oh no, no, no. The smear campaign, all of the
Mm-hmm.
propaganda that's been put out with this is crazy. It is crazy. Um, I just don't know. Yeah, Tammy. There was, for those of you that just jumped in, there was an active shooter situation in Moscow again.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yesterday, night before last,
No,
at
yeah,
2
yeah,
a.m.
too. Yep,
Yesterday at 2 a.m. Sorry.
yep.
Um, and they have the guy in custody, but still, what's going on in this town?
It's kind of weird because you know how I am. I like
Yes,
two backgrounds.
yes.
um, I found out some interesting information about that character,
Oh, did you?
and the two pictures that they had used for his booking are not the same.
Two different people?
Yes, sir.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sadly, yeah.
Interesting.
You know how I do it.
I do. I do. I do. Yeah, that's a good point, Kendra. Imagine being a sacrificial lamb for big money. No DNA or evidence in his car. That spoke everything to me. That is kind of when
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, prosecutors, show me something now. Okay, show me something now that proves to me that this kid is involved in this crime. Other than his name. Okay, good to see you, Kim and Skylar Banks. Thank you for joining us, and Deborah Thompson. So show me something because we have none of the. These are four victims, folks. Four victims,
Mm-hmm.
and I've said this. I've said this before. I know I have. Four victims that were horribly unalived. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
horribly, very messy situation, and there is not one piece of their DNA on anything that this man owns. That makes no sense to me. It doesn't. I mean, am I
No,
wrong? Am I
no,
wrong?
no social media connection either.
It makes zero sense. What's up, Red Riding Hood? Good to see you.
But everything that the mainstream media keeps trying to push, they're all trying to make it out as a false
Of course.
narrative.
Welcome, Jacqueline. Of course. It's all part of the smear campaign. I'm sorry to call it that. KT, what to do, what to do. The prosecution had ran out of places to dig to pin evidence on him. It seems that way,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't it? It sure
Yep.
as hell does.
Yep.
And once again, guys, when I say these things, I know I've been smacked in the face multiple times with my own words. You're a Koberger lover. You're this, you're that. I'm not.
No, we're
I'm
not.
not. I'm not
We're
at all.
about the evidence, the truth, and justice. That's what
That's
we're
right.
about.
And the Constitution, folks. The
Of
Constitution
course.
has been put in place
Constitution.
for a reason, and it has not. At this point, if you look at it, it's not being followed. I'm sorry.
Yep. The rule of law too.
Yes, and debunking MSM, folks. Mainstream media,
Yep.
I just can't.
Junk. Junk.
It's
Junk.
garbage.
Junk. Stop following mainstream media.
You're not going to get anything but garbage from them.
Nope.
Whatever that episode is, that's what I call the news now. Episodes, because it's a series, folks. It's a series with new episodes every day because it's all acted out, in my opinion. It's all scripted.
Don't forget there was a parallel investigation going on prior to this.
At least one, maybe more than one. Okay. What's up, Paula? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Paula Litson. It sure does.
That alone, people should be digging more into that.
If Dago, if this is a single madman, what did the crime? Why is the FBI so involved? That's a great point, Laurel.
Yes, it
Great
is.
point. Why were they involved before the crime?
How many? How many were there?
We don't know for a fact how many, but why were they there to begin with?
Yep. And they were on the college campus.
That's a good point. And yes, Jilt, off subject, it would be cool to have a Cauldron of Meatballs logo for Halloween.
Oh,
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We'll get that worked out. I can't wait for Halloween, by the way. Tammy C says she heard 42 FBI. We had heard that interview with Dave with DTS said that there was 50 plus. You know, we don't know exactly, but there was a lot from what I understand. Amanda Smith, thank you. Heard Dago having spaghetti night with meat sauce. Hey.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Forget about it. Good stuff. Good stuff, Paula. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate you. And by the way, since you're up here, Chains, thank you so much for the memberships, my dear. I appreciate you.
It's always my pleasure, Dago and team.
I love and appreciate the support that you give me personally and this channel. It's beautiful, and so are you for that. I appreciate you so very much.
Again, you're welcome.
Amanda Smith, the Borg. The FBI is an awful idea. That's a good way to put that. Yeah, I can agree. And the PCA says that they consulted with FBI, but the FBI told them not to use this, right or wrong.
Right.
Those were the words out of their mouths. Do not use this. Do not use this. Don't use this. Please don't use this. They said that stuff, okay? But guess what? They still used it. So at this point, why? Why? Makes no sense.
All I know is when you have government agencies and where they're doing cases, everything's usually time-stamped, initials, and witnesses to those when it's important documents. Because I know when I was in retail management, we did that when we were dealing with money.
Yeah.
So absolutely. What's going on here? Where is it?
No idea. Mama J, what's up? Danger Zone, welcome, brother. Good to see you guys. Thank you all for joining us today. Great to have you all in here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I heard it was around 60 FBI agents, like 62, I believe.
I'm going to say anywhere between 40 and 80, and just leave it at that. You pick a number in between there.
There you go.
You know, it's something. David Clayton, great to see you, buddy. And again, congrats for being a member for that long. A lot, let me see here. It says a lot if people dismissed those detailed 4chan posts, but the author may have been right. And at this point, you know, we're supposed to try to read between the lines on all this stuff and find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's false. How hard is that to do when we look at all the stuff that is going on? Everybody's saying, you know, that law enforcement is corrupt in this and they've done this and they've done that, so on and so forth. But, and you know, I don't want to believe that law enforcement is corrupt. I'll say that. I don't want to believe that. What choice do we have? What choice do we have when we see the things like this going on, guys? You know, I just don't know.
There have been many agencies of law enforcement that have had corruption. Okay? It happens.
And that doesn't mean entire
No,
agencies, folks. Understand
no.
that. When that's been talked about, that doesn't mean that we have the FBI, the Latah County Police or Sheriff's Department, local Moscow, local police, and the Idaho State Police. That doesn't mean all of those agencies are corrupt. You can have one person, one officer with one group that can
You're
cause a
Oh,
ripple in
Miss
every.
Molly. Hi, Miss Molly.
Good afternoon, Molly. Thank you for joining us, dear. So yeah, it's rough,
Mm,
folks. It's very rough, and it's very disheartening too, because we want to trust, and we're supposed to be able to trust and feel comfortable with these agencies and law enforcement in a sense. But
How
how
can
can
you? Look at,
how
we
can
have social media now. Look how many of them they show on all these sites.
right,
You know,
right.
these arrests and all the mishandling and roughing up of people. You know, what about the chief getting caught drinking and driving, for instance? You know, it happens. I'm not
I
saying the
mean,
whole agency per
no,
se.
these things happen. People are human. We're human beings, first of all. Um, it, it's, it's, oh my God, I just got stuck. I got stuck.
You're
Somebody
okay.
hit me. I got stuck for a minute there.
Uh,
It's human to err. Okay,
it's
we're
yeah.
human beings. We are allowed to make mistakes. But damn, I mean, with this case, there's been so many of them. It's not even funny. It's ridiculous. So that in turn makes you go, okay, are these mistakes, or is this
It
something
was
that's
by design.
right?
You know, the fact being the PCA, for instance. How many times has it changed? What was the original timeline?
Oh, right, exactly. Hang on one second. I'll be
Uh-huh.
right back with you guys if you don't mind, Chains.
Sure. So, the original timeline. I'm still going with that original timeline. It makes more sense for it to have happened between 3 and 4 a.m. Then you still got to keep in mind who is Enan Harsh. Seriously, who is he in all this? I'm sorry, but you don't rent two apartments within 10-mile radius and driving a iconic Elantra, white one at
All right,
that,
I'm here.
and
Sorry about that.
still on a chef's salary.
So, let me finish reading this out, this bottom part, and then we'll
Sure,
get
go
out here
ahead.
real quick. The loophole which a source demonstrated for the intercept allows genealogists working with police to manipulate search fields within a DNA comparison tool to trick the system. Now, we heard Gabriela Vargas say that the system can be tricked, okay?
Hmm.
Which was interesting to me. Good to see you, Blah, by the way. The state said the other two DNA samples found near KG and MM don't exist anymore. I call
Right.
that reasonable doubt. Let's do the trial, not guilty. I mean,
Hmm.
it's definitely reasonable doubt in my mind, too. Um,
What happened to those
in
DNA?
records of communications reviewed by the Intercept, Moore and two other forensic genetic genealogists discussed the loophole and how to trigger it. In
Hmm.
a separate communication, one of the genealogists described hiding the fact that her organization had made an identification using an opted out profile. See, this is what I'm talking about, you guys. This type of stuff. What's up, Randall and Lori? Good to see you.
Hmm.
Um, the communications are a disturbing example of how genetic genealogists and their law enforcement partners, in their zeal to close criminal cases, skirt privacy rules put in place by DNA database companies to protect their customers. How common these practices are remains unknown, in part because police and prosecutors have fought to keep details of genetic investigations from being turned over to criminal defendants. As commercial DNA databases grow and the use of forensic genetic genealogy as a crime fighting tool expands, experts say the genetic privacy of millions of Americans is in jeopardy, and that is what scares the shit out of me.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about that already once. Okay. Moore did not respond to the Intercept's request for comment. Again, if we can trust these practitioners, we certainly cannot trust law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Good point. To Tiffany Roy, a DNA expert and lawyer, the fact that genetic genealogists have accessed private profiles while simultaneously preaching about ethics is troubling. If we can't trust these practitioners, we certainly cannot trust law enforcement, she said. These investigators have serious consequences. I'm sorry, these investigations have serious consequences. They involve people who have never been suspected of a crime. At the very least, law enforcement actors should have a warrant to conduct a genetic genealogy search, she said. Anything less is a serious violation of privacy. See,
Mm-hmm.
and that needs to change. That
Yep.
needs to change so bad. So that's the part of this that scares the death out of me. It really does. Welcome, Precious Creek. Good to see you. Are you still here, Shane?
There's still several cases.
Maybe not.
You don't hear me?
I
Did you
thought she
lose
was.
me?
She'll be back. Jameson, good to see you.
Did you lose me?
Excuse me. Let me check the chat here. Skylar Banks, good to see you. There's no room for mistakes when it comes to a quadruple unaliving of four innocent, precious kids who are just starting their lives. That's what I'm saying. There should be no mistakes on this. Oh, okay. I got you. Hold on one second. Here's the link in chat chains. No problem, man. There you go. Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all, dear. What it do, KT? That's a good possibility. I think Enon was in their house while they were gone. Very good possibility. Carolyn says Moscow police had Brian 10 miles away for an entire month. They could have, would have, should have pursued that avenue from the very beginning. I agree. I do agree, Carolyn. Welcome back.
Yep. Got kicked out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
There we go. All right, I got you.
Okay.
I can hear you
Yeah.
now.
I think it
Yeah.
dropped me.
Did you? Wait, are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look or click on anything, it'll drop it immediately. It's crazy.
Well, now I wish people would stop trying to communicate with me when I'm on my StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
I need to put
Right,
do
Deborah.
not disturb.
That's the biggest thing right there. Death penalty's on the table. Okay, it's not a joke at
Nope.
all. So, let me see here. At this point, Jack Mine, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's probably true, Molly, more than once.
I was saying while you were off chatting away, the original timeline makes more sense.
It always has. It always has. I agree with that. I'd like to know why they changed it. That's another thing. Like, tell the truth as to why it was changed.
Because they were going off BF and DM's phones.
I don't trust that at all.
Me neither.
I mean, it doesn't matter what I think or feel or any of us, truthfully, at that
These
point.
are our opinions, our
Yes,
thoughts, our theories.
it
Okay.
is. But I just don't trust that being like, why would you go off of that? That just doesn't seem right to me. I don't know.
And the more I keep
So,
looking at BK, he looks like an agent. Seriously.
I mean,
He
anything's possible, hon. I feel that way.
mm-hmm.
Welcome,
He
Iris.
carries himself like that.
Yeah, kind of. In a sense, I can see that. Where did that comment just go? Since Enan went on MSM in December, he has completely changed. Skinny, messy, delusional. Yeah, it's a good point. Welcome, sorceress. Good to see you.
Not saying that he's the one. I'm just saying he's involved in some way.
Definitely got something that makes him
Mm-hmm.
seem interesting in this.
Yep.
Um, good point. Good vibes. Yeah, get your shit together, Moscow, for sure.
How can they? They keep having all these incidents happening.
Right, right. Eddie. All right, guys, I'm going to allow you guys to pop up here with us.
Oh, you're gonna bring my internet boyfriend up,
I would love to
please?
have Eddie jump up here first if he would. Um, there's the link, my friend. I'd love to hear. I hope your battery's still good. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I really would. At
And
this point,
then you got to get Rolo up too for a little while. Remember?
yeah, I owe Rolo. I told him last time.
Mm-hmm.
And good to see you, Rolo. He just popped up just as you said that. So it's the first time I've seen him. It's good to see
Oh,
you all
I must have
here.
been thinking about him, I guess.
Like I said, you all natural healing is great to see you as well. You all hold a part in this community that means
Very
something
valuable. Yes,
very
very
important.
valuable.
Each and every single one of you guys is very important to this community for different reasons. It doesn't matter what
Mm-hmm.
they are. It doesn't matter what the reasons are. Um, they're important, and that's why you're also important to me too. Welcome, buddy. What's going on?
That's good to see you. Hi, everybody.
You as
Hi,
well.
Eddie. How are
Hey, no
you?
chance. I'm doing good.
Uh,
Yourself?
All right. I'm wonderful. Thank you.
we got
Now
our
that you're
couple.
up here.
Yeah, these are our internet couple right here, boyfriend
Yeah.
girlfriend internet. So I love these guys, both of them. They're both amazing.
All right.
And by the way, thank you for the combo the other day on the phone, Eddie. That was great,
Oh, thank you.
as always.
All right, Eddie. Let's hear it.
Dago, it troubles me whenever you say that if a guilty person, Brian Kohlberger, being guilty, gets off on a technicality, because you've heard me talk about this many times. I think that's the way it's supposed to go.
I know.
Script.
I know. I already know by design. I know, my friend. I do.
All these people who have it in their mind, no matter what amount of evidence points to his innocence,
Right.
they have it that he's guilty. So if this gets dismissed, it's going to be framed as a technicality because of Ann Taylor's fancy lawyer tricks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, I don't know, the movie 8 Men Out, when
Oh yeah.
you,
Yeah.
so Bill Thompson is like doing his best job trying to act. He's trying, right? These ball players, they're trying their best, but they just can't quite make the play.
Yeah.
And how dare you, how dare you say that they're not trying? I mean, why would you accuse me of not doing my best? I'm doing my darn best.
That's right.
So the same goes for, I think, the way this has to go. It's unusual that you'd have to say, Ann Taylor is obligated to try to make this thing go to trial to prove his innocence.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if she can.
I don't know. I mean, and she's amazing in my opinion for what she does. She's amazing. Go look up her history, guys. Look at her just look at her history, folks. She's great. She is. Brian Hoffman, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Again, but he's right. And by the way, for those of you that don't get it, Eddie has said a while back multiple times that he feels that this has been put in place by design.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say that I disagree with him in that sense, because of everything that we've seen. It is a very well, and I'm going to contradict myself when I say this. It is a very well but poorly executed scenario, if that makes any sense, folks. That looks as if it was put in place by design because of everything. Thank you, True Crime Nut. So that is my opinion.
It would be just as good or even better than a conviction if it gets dismissed. At this point, you know, they have no evidence.
They couldn't possibly have anything more.
No, they don't. So, you know, when you have inadequate evidence, it's like kind of a game of poker. So when the stakes get too high, you have to fold.
That's right. You got to know when to fold them.
That's right.
So the prosecution, likewise, is going to have to make sure that this doesn't see trial.
Yeah, they would make more sense. At this point, if you think about that, welcome, Anna. Good to see you, dear. If you think about that, it would make more sense for the way this is playing out so that it doesn't see trial. Okay?
Otherwise, that's going to be, that in itself is going to need to be investigated.
Exactly.
A prosecutor bringing a case against a citizen with inadequate evidence.
I agree. I do agree. Maureen Kelly.
Here's another point. Here we have a convicted murderer out on the run, right?
How
many cameras has he been seen on? And he's on foot. We haven't seen one with BK in the car.
They've not one time said, and I can't believe that they have that. You're right. Thank you for bringing that up real quick.
You're welcome.
I will not believe if somebody says, "Oh, they got him in the car." Show it to me then. I want to see that, because I would have thought if you have such a great case that you're going to put the death penalty on the table, that if you have a video of this man in this car, you would have shown it already. And being that they haven't, I feel like they just don't have it, folks. They can't. But again,
we have a convicted murderer out on foot getting caught on camera out in the foresty area of a park, right? But you can't get Brian on camera in the car.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what Miss Cramp is right. I think we would have seen it. We would have seen any video in that sense. And I don't care what anybody says about the 51 terabytes. Okay, I'm telling you guys, that's probably mostly cell phone data. And I may be wrong, but that's my opinion. That I think it's a lot of cell phone data. I don't think there's anything that puts Brian C. Kohberger in that car, in that house, with anything to do with this crime. That's my opinion.
That would have to be a lot of like movies for that, and it takes 9 years to go through all that anyway.
It's a long time.
It could be interview, video.
Yes, a lot of that stuff. Like I said, I just don't feel like it's going to be any of that. And if you two don't mind, I'm going to leave the floor to you two for just a moment. I have to grab my coffee because I do need it. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Don't tear things up, folks.
No, try not to break your internet.
Yo, no, I trust you too.
I won't break your internet.
I trust you too. I'll be right back, guys.
I do want to talk a little bit about, if Brian Kohberger and Brent Kopacka, don't gas, so I'm not going to break his internet. Just wait to judge to hear what I say until after. Is it possible that they could both have involvement in this? So here's my thoughts on that. So if they're together, then what incentivizes them? That's the question. What's the motive?
What do you think?
Have to be financial. So it's not going to work. They cannot be together. I'm not saying that they didn't know each other. A lot of the information about Brent Kopacka's employment has been erased from the internet. There was, at one point, he had like information technology employment at WSU. I think another one reported he was like security guard at WSU or something to that effect.
Don't mean to cut you off, Eddie, but I done the background on him, and he was a car salesman.
Car salesman. Okay. And then we have Darren saying he wasn't employed at all. So,
Right. There's
could
that.
Brian and Brent have been friends? It's possible, but not with anything to do with the Idaho 4 together. Could Brent have? I don't know. He could have. He could have, or he could not have. Who's to say?
Correct.
I don't have an opinion one way or the other on that. Regardless of that, asking the question won't hurt. And no matter what, FBI knows it already, and they're not going to say, so asking the question won't hurt because we'll never know.
That's all odd to me too, to be honest with you.
If multiple people are involved and you end up with just one, such as Brian Koberger, for example, that's not going to work because that actual perpetrator is going to spill it. He's going to talk about the others involved. And if this was financially motivated, that leads you to the people that they're trying to protect. So that ain't going to work.
Well, here's the perfect example of what we're just experienced within the last 24 hours. What happened in Moscow already? That's different than what happened in Pullman with the SWAT.
Well, I haven't been following that too close, but he was taken alive for one, I believe.
Correct. And they used what? Tear gas?
Less than lethal method.
Yeah. There you go. Why did they not do this with Brent? What's going on over there?
Was he like 54 years old?
Correct.
40? Was his phone, did they wash his phone clean?
I don't know, but I've got all the information before they can wipe it all off the internet. I'm quick like that.
And I'm just teasing. I'm sure they didn't. Factory reset. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but what's different about the two? He's military. Of all people, you should have been protected. They shouldn't have done it the way they did. There must be something else going on.
Did you know that, I'm sure most people did see this, but on Branko Pac's obituary photograph, he is not in uniform with the Purple Heart.
No, he's not. Good observation.
Now, he's being memorialized. It's almost like an insult or a disrespect. If he's not, if that's the best photograph that they're going to put to memorialize him without the Purple Heart, what explains that? Oh, I'm sure there's going to be an explanation. Oh, that was just the most recent photograph. He never had the opportunity to get a photograph with the Purple Heart. But
correct.
That would be very unusual because just as much. Go ahead.
Anybody that gets a Purple Heart, they photograph with it, I believe.
Yes, they do.
I've always seen that.
Do.
Yeah, I was just about to say, even as much or more so than the soldier, it would be everybody, his family, his fellow soldiers, his unit, everybody would want to see him with that on his uniform.
Carolyn is saying that was his entrance photo into the military, which I do believe it was as well.
Yes, it is.
My son has. Go ahead.
Yeah, mine does too.
Yeah, I was going to say I have my son has his from when he went in the Army, and it's the same exact photo.
I do have to disagree with that, and I have been looking into this. So
okay, that's fine.
Towards the center of your body, outward, is the precedent of the rank of those medals. They're not just haphazardly in order. There's a specific. So the highest one that he's wearing there is the National Defense Service Medal, and then it appears, and all these photos, by the way, are very grainy. But
you're correct.
And I will say something real quick in defense of this. Eddie doesn't talk about things unless he does homework on it first, folks. So I promise you that what he's saying is true.
That's correct.
Yeah,
He's he's detailed like I am.
He would be like a private without any rank on his sleeve, or a private E2, which would be just like a single chevron. But he's in that photograph shown as a private first class, which he'd probably have over a year of service at that point.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the entrance photo, correct.
But the medals continuing, the middle medal would be the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal.
Yep.
So it shows, and I have, it looks like the 82nd Airborne, 2nd Battalion, 508th.
Eddie, yeah. I don't mean to cut you off, but if you bring up the Payne brothers and their uniforms, there's a perfect example. You see it all. Everything's all on their uniforms.
Yeah, and briefly on the Payne brothers, it looks like Corporal Brett Payne was military police.
Yes, correct.
And his brother was infantry.
Yeah, he was in the same unit, I believe, as Brent.
That's true. They were all in the same
80s,
unit,
but different time.
Different times, right?
Yeah.
It looks like Brett Payne's brother was in the 101st Infantry.
Okay.
See, it was claimed before that they were in the same. Well, again, Eddie does his homework, so I'm not going to argue that. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of people were claiming that. So again, you know how rumor works. Yeah, we got that, Tammy. Thank you for that, hon, so very much. That is appreciated. I don't have my clinger thing, so I can't do that.
This is according to an article, and I can email you that article after.
Yeah, that's fine, buddy.
But it looks like there was 2 deployments to Afghanistan in January 2007. The 2508 deployed to Afghanistan. Also in August 2009.
Wait. How old are they? Afghanistan was earlier, was it not?
Operation Enduring Freedom.
There was a couple.
Afghanistan, and he's in his 50s.
Well, there was Operation Enduring Freedom. There was Operation Desert Storm. There was Operation.
Okay, Desert Storm is the one he went in.
Now that's the one that I was in. I was 17 when a Desert Storm hit, but that was Saudi Arabia, Iraq.
Chica's got the right year. Yes.
We would have to look at the deployments during Brent Kopacka's years of service. He served from 2005 to 2009.
Correct.
So it looks like the 82nd, and not the entire division. They deployed by these.
So he was 82nd. Hold on, I don't mean to cut you off again. I'm sorry. 82nd Airborne was Brent. What was his brother, Payne's brother? What infantry was he in?
It looked like 101st Airborne.
Okay, and the other? Can you tell me, please?
It says Brent proudly served in the U.S. Army from 05 to 09 in the 2nd Battalion, 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 4th Brigade Combat Team, 82nd Airborne Division. Brent was awarded the Purple Heart for his service in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, which was the last one, by volunteering to serve in the United States Army during that time of war. Brent proved himself not to be only a man of great dedication, but also selfless servant of the people of our nation.
Correct.
And
I don't mean to be rude and cut everybody off, but I was trying to make a clarification before we got further into the conversation. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
So the 2nd 508th, which would be the 4th Brigade Combat Team, deployed in January of 2007 to Afghanistan, and also they redeployed, it looks like, in August of 2009.
Thank you, Brandy.
So, if this photograph is a PFC, to me, that would probably depict him around January 2007 deployment.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what rank he attained by the time he ETS'd in 2009. Hopefully,
Okay, let me ask a quick question. Brandy,
higher grade. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, higher rank, right?
Higher rank or grade by the time he got out.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, just to clarify something, Brandy, what year was your husband enlisted, hon? Because Brandy's husband was in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Okay. And I have she just showed me the hat, his that hat that the military hats and stuff like that they have to wear.
She says 2000.
Okay. All right. So there was multiple things going on at certain times. I do remember that. But the Enduring Freedom, I do believe, was the newest situation we were involved in over there in Afghanistan, right or wrong, with what was his name that started all that he is no longer with us, thank the Lord, because he was horrific. Terrorist Bin Laden was that's what that's what started that last one. Am I right or am I wrong?
I believe that's correct.
I believe so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Latrell. And that's a fact, either way.
Is like the catchphrase you're thinking of is the global war on terrorism?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It was not clicking, but again, Saddam was, see, that's where everybody gets confused. Saddam was Desert Storm, as well as, I believe, the one that Brandy's husband was involved in, Iraqi Freedom. I believe that was both at some point. Okay. And again, I could be.
I believe you're right.
I think that's a fact, because I remember Desert Storm. I was 16 going on 17, and my mother freaked out thinking that because it was supposed to be a big one, which it was, that I was going to end up going to that because I was going to enlist in the Marine Corps, and she freaked out on me all over that. Kuwait. Okay, Carolyn, you're right. So, and then I know that went on for a little while, and that was with George Bush. The original George Bush was president at that time. What's up, Southern Logic? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. And then Operation Enduring Freedom was the official name used by, thank you, Molly, by the U.S. government for the war in Afghanistan 01 through 21 and the larger scale global war on terror. Thank you. I knew there was something like that, but thank you, Molly. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. Desert Shield which one was that? Desert Storm there was another one named Desert Shield, wasn't there?
Yes,
well, Desert Shield and Desert Storm were kind of like concurrent, so
they coincided, right? Yeah.
Desert Shield was when the coalition was deploying over there and gathering up and waiting to finally be able to push Saddam's army out of Kuwait, go to war. And once the war began, then the operation was given a new name, which was Desert Storm.
Right. Welcome, Annie Ruler. Good to see you. Thank you, Heather. For those of you guys that have not checked it out yet, please go over and check out our friend Southern Logic. He's got a great channel over there. Seriously, great topics, great content. I check it out all the time. If you wouldn't mind, go over there and show a little bit of love. Subscribe if you haven't. There's a link. Miss Heather dropped it. You won't be disappointed, folks. I love listening to what he has to say.
Miss Potts, have a great day. Thank you for stopping.
Taking off, Annie? You're not going to jump up here with us today?
She has to go to work.
Aw, Annie, I'm so sorry, hon. Well, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much.
So I'll just continue talking about Branco Proctor's medals. So that the center medal would be what looks like the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, and it does fall in between. If you were to rank the order, the hierarchy of these medals, it does fit by appearance and by rank between the two other medals.
Okay.
But it kind of shows him, we are left to kind of speculate that would be his first deployment over in Afghanistan in around 2007. Because it looks like he at this point he is not injured in this photograph.
Right.
So when did that happen? We don't know. Was this photograph taken mid-deployment? Was it in the summertime, for example? Because it was a year-long deployment in Afghanistan.
This could have been a deployment photograph, to be honest with you.
Right.
Because my son took one of those too before he was deployed. They said he had single photos and battalion photos that they took. So yeah, or this could have been a graduation photograph. But if you're saying that there's medals that exist with this, then I don't think so.
The last award decoration is the Army Service Ribbon, and that is not a medal. That's just a ribbon. So,
okay,
medals can be worn as a ribbon or a medal.
Oh yeah,
ribbons can only be worn as ribbons.
Do you have a photograph of these, Eddie, or a place I can get a photograph to show these?
It's off the obituary page that you could just pull up.
Well, he has part of it up there.
And that's the same photograph that you have up there, but the one you're showing now is like cut.
Oh. You want to see the uniform,
they cropped
right?
It. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me back it up. I'll find it. Keep talking. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
I don't want to break your internet, but my question
No, you're fine, bro.
I might, with what I say next, is my question is, how do we prove that he's a Purple Heart recipient?
That's a good point. I mean, other than the fact that it was stated in here, I mean, we know based on that. That's it. I mean, right. They're not going to give us that information.
No, we'll never know. You'll never know.
They won't give us. It's not our business.
Right. You've been told it. You've been told it. So believe
it.
Right. That is right.
And just like the 1919 Chicago baseball team, the Black Sox, throwing the game. Don't dare accuse me of not trying. How dare you do that? Why would you say that? I'm offended. Don't dare say that he doesn't have a Purple Heart.
I see where you're going. Right. Got you. I see where you're going.
Right? That's just how that works.
I don't, somebody just said up here that Kelly Mack, welcome back, by the way, FOIA 4AD 214. I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that, once again, because it's governmental and they're not going to give you just anybody that, I don't think.
You can narrow it down. So what I've done is I've looked at all the casualties, and there are places on the internet you can identify the dates, the soldiers' names, the circumstance. So Darren claims that he was the only person on the Humvee that survived. So you can automatically, when you're scrolling through all these fatalities, first of all, you can just discard anyone that's not in that same unit. So anyone in the Marines or Special Forces, et cetera, just
right.
It's not involving that unit. So then anytime there are multiple casualties due to a vehicle roadside bomb in the 2508, you just, highlight those two soldiers, right? Well, it's not going to tell you who was wounded. So
no, they won't do that.
No, so you're kind of left with a very small list of events that it could have been.
So, hold on a second. Southern Logic, what did you just post?
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, you
Or
have
go
to
ahead.
highlight his comment, please.
I'm trying to find it. Just looked up the list of recipients and his name isn't there. I don't know if it's voluntary list or not, though. Interesting.
Yeah.
See, that's very interesting. It would be. I mean, I would imagine, from what I've been told, I have a few friends that are military, ex-military too. That if you are wounded in the line of duty in that sense, that you automatically receive the Purple Heart. Okay. We don't know. Like I said, whether that, I'm not trying to say that that's not true, that happened. Okay. I would never say something like that. But how do we know? There's no way to find that, like Eddie said. Thank you for that, Southern Logic. I appreciate that. That's very interesting information.
The best way to know it would be identify someone who has served with them and who witnessed, and that's a needle in a haystack.
It is, very much so.
Unless the 82nd Airborne has like a civilian liaison, which can be contacted, right. And then the question would become, do you guys have, recorded your fatalities, by conflict, by the date, by the event, any circumstances, like was it small arms fire, casualty, was it roadside bomb, soldiers' names, dates, etc. What province was the fatality in, and all of this, because then we could get closer. I don't know if you'd ever find the answer, but you might have it narrowed down to an event or two.
Okay, hold on one second. Molly, do me a favor. I don't want you to have to come up here, but click the link as if you're coming up here, okay? Or you can send it to my email, whatever's easiest for you, Molly. Send that link to my email, or come in like you're going to come up on the panel. Come backstage and drop that in the private chat. Whichever one is easiest for you to do. I'll put the link there for you real quick. And then I'll click that link and pull that up. Oh, you already sent it to email. Okay, hold on a minute, guys. Keep going, guys. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Where's it at here? Where's it at? One second, everyone. Oh, there we go.
Purple Heart is for being wounded.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Molly just dropped this one. Thank you, hon, once again, as always. Great stuff, Molly. Always looking for something here. Swear to God, she lives inside a computer. Okay, so this is the National Purple Heart Hall of Honor. Okay. Brentley, Kopaka, hometown state, Illinois, service branch, Army conflict operation enduring freedom to 01 through 14. To view a profile, please click on recipient's name. Okay. Let's try this.
How could he serve 4 years in Iraq? He only served 4 years in the military.
Well, he would have served for 4 years, but
not in Iraq.
4 years in Afghanistan.
Right. My son went over on a tour, and my daughter did too, and it was only a year, I want to say.
Well, so was Brent Kopaka's deployment. The 2nd Battalion, 508th Infantry was deployed for roughly a year each deployment.
So the incident that gave him the Purple Heart was listed as April 12th as of 2007.
April 12th.
Yeah,
he
thank
was
you, Molly.
2 years in, right? 2005,
yeah,
2009.
Right there's the date of incident, April 12th, 2007. Enduring freedom, and he was in the 2nd 508 Parachute Infantry.
Is that him? That's him?
That's him.
Okay,
wow,
so then...
Wow, go back to that picture. Whoa.
It looks like a baby in that picture.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so by what I've found on the internet, he was in the vehicle with Staff Sergeant Casey D.
Say again, bud.
He was in the vehicle with, here's the fatality, Staff Sergeant, and there was two of them, Staff Sergeant Casey D. Combs, COMBS, 28, Auburn, Washington.
Hold on.
Also a Sergeant David A. Stevens.
Stevens?
Spelled Staphens, 28.
Okay,
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Now let me ask, it absolutely does, Molly. It helps dramatically. Now let me ask a question, though, for anybody that is military, because I don't know this, okay? And I don't want to be disrespectful whatsoever. Somebody that has passed away during service, like this situation here, wouldn't they be honorably awarded the Purple Heart as well? Or does that not work that way?
Say that again.
If somebody that was in this, this crew that were in the Humvee, okay, Brent survived. We were told he's the only survivor. He was awarded the Purple Heart. The people, the other military men that lost their lives, would they or would they not be honorably awarded the in that death? Okay, would they or would they not be honorably awarded the Purple Heart?
I believe so. Yeah, Southern logic is right.
He says different.
Wounded or killed.
Yes, that's what he said.
I don't see why not. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that's what I would think too. So if I were to say, if I were to look up on this list, any of these other gentlemen that were in that accident, I would imagine it should pop up, right? Are you trying to come up on the panel, Kells? Is that what you're saying? That link is bad, or the other link? The IED was from the enemy, right? Of course. Yes, they would. Logic says they would. So okay, give me those names, or at least one of those names again, Eddie. Last name, first name, all of that.
Tri-Sergeant SGT.
I have to do last name first.
Okay, STAPHENS, Stevens.
STAPHENS.
STE. I'm sorry.
Oh, STE. Okay, I was gonna say that's weird. STEPHENS. Okay. First name.
David. Middle initial A.
A. Period.
I see what you're looking at. They don't have that.
Right. But it's not giving me, even if I do that, David Stevens. I'm not seeing that on here.
So that's, yeah, they're not gonna. It doesn't mean that people.
Right. No.
Fatalities aren't awarded Purple Hearts, but they're on this, whatever website you're on, they're not doing it that way.
Right. This is the National Purple Heart Hall of Honor. I'm sorry. Let me see something here. Okay, that doesn't give anything there either. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I just thought maybe I could find those gentlemen in there as well. You know what I meant? That's crazy. There's got to be a way to do it, but let me try this and just see what happens.
Is my speaking while you do that?
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I can multitask that way. Nothing. Okay. Yeah, maybe they just don't come up on here.
It's just odd that, so the event happened April 12th, 2007. It's just odd that there's no more recent photograph.
Sergeant David A. Stevens, Molly, was another. I'm guessing he was the battalion sergeant in that crew. Okay. Battalion leader, probably. Enter last name first. That's what I did, Carolyn. Stevens. STEPHENS. And the name doesn't come up on the list. And then I even put the last name in first to see if it would, or afterwards to see if it would change, and nothing comes up that way. Now, when I put in Brent's last name, his name pops up immediately.
Do you know any other names, Eddie? Or does anybody in the chat know?
Okay, let's try a different name and see if maybe
Yeah.
it's different, just to see.
So you're on this National Purple Heart Hall of Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's not work. That's probably not the best way for us to look this up. What I'll do after I hop off a panel is I'll email you what I'm looking at.
Right.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
What's up, all things silver? Good to see you, Devo. Thank you for joining us. If you Google Sergeant David A. Stevens, Tullahoma, Tennessee, it will pop up. Okay, Devo, thank you. It's like I said, it's probably a better way to do it. All right. So anyway, moving forward with this. Telling you what, that's going on his shirt, folks.
I mean, together, I think we'll get there. That's the beauty of the hive mind.
Absolutely. That's what we do. That's what we do.
Well, it begs the question, how come in his obituary he's been memorialized without the Purple Heart photograph?
Well, and again, that photograph itself has to be from, well, obviously the photograph has to be from before he was awarded it. Otherwise, it would be on his
Right.
Dress,
Yes.
Plus,
and
his
he
family picks the photos, right?
Yeah. Well, of course, that was probably the best one that they had. Public Record Center / military. All right, Ron John, thank you. But yeah, I would imagine that they picked the one that probably gave him the best, put him in the best light, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe I can just verbally tell you what I'm looking at, and then maybe you'll be able to pull it up.
Yes, sir.
It is the U.S. war casualties, Afghanistan, by date.
Okay. Let me try this one thing here real quick that Ron John just presented, and then I'll go to that next, Eddie.
Hi, Casey. So beautiful to see you.
Okay, thank you, Kim. KC, what's up, darling? Good to see you. Where'd it go? Here we go. Public records. Am I going to have to pay for this, though? I bet.
Let's say 412.
Oh, it's backwards. Nope, that is not how it's spelled. Okay, let's see.
If you're spelling Stevens, they're just saying like the name. Stevens.
That's
what they put in the chat.
Yeah. How old was Brent? Does anybody remember?
36?
36, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm running a thing here. It's running. I'm going to end up having to pay for this. It's one of these sites, but it's running a check on Kopaka himself first, and it seems to have pulled him military thing, just to see what his military record was. Either way.
I have another interesting thing that I've come across.
Yes, sir.
So kind of a timeline is, we didn't have Brent Kopaka's name until I think the 19th of December. The victim is identified as Brent Lee Kopaka. And that's according to the Whitman County coroner, Annie Pilliers.
Mm-hmm.
On the 20th, Pullman authorities say they do not believe there's any connection to the Idaho quadruple homicide.
That was quick.
Now, how would they know that, though?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Back up and say that again.
Yep.
So the timeline. So on the 15th is, when Brent Kopaka was swatted.
Mm-hmm.
The 19th, he was identified on the 19th by the Whitman County coroner, Annie Pilliers. So at that time on the 19th, no officer name was released yet.
Right.
So on the 20th, the Pullman authorities, whoever that is, and this is a Fox News article. It's the only article I could find. Pullman authorities say they do not believe there's any connection to the Idaho quadruple homicide. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and on the 22nd, WSU Police Sergeant Brett Boyd's name is finally
published.
Yeah.
Published.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's curious because how would they know there's no connection?
Yeah.
How can they say that? It's just interesting. It's just a rhetorical question.
It's very interesting.
Sorry, guys. I'm still here. Somebody sent me a link, and I didn't have my phone, so thank you, Kim.
And then one was Brian pulled over in Indiana.
Well, that was the 15th.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm just trying to find something while you guys are doing your thing.
You're fine.
What froze? Why did you freeze? Stop freezing on me. And now I'm talking to my computer, so again, don't mind me. There we go. Okay. Shakata. 1, 2. Okay. So, with this conversation we're having that got brought up, Eddie, are you putting this back into play as a possibility in your mind, in your opinion, possibly thing with Brent? Is that what the issue is, or?
No, as I stated before, I don't know. Would he have any involvement in this? I don't know. I mean, how can I know? How can you know?
That's right. That's right.
My question is, could him and Brian both have involvement? And my answer is absolutely not.
Okay. I respect that.
And again, the reason being is it just doesn't work. If you're covering for someone, hiding, the real perpetrators, what is the motive if you have more than one person doing this? And that's the problem, because there would have to be some incentive. They just don't collaborate, for kicks, right? So,
yes, sir.
It's money. What else could it be? You tell me.
everything, in my opinion, everything that has anything and everything to do with this case is based on money. It
Right.
always has.
So if you end up with one of the actual people that committed this crime, that's not going to work, because that person is just going to spill it out, when they hold that person's feet to the fire. That's just the way that works.
Yes, sir. Thank you once again, Ms. Kim. WSU Mom Kim, thank you for that. I do appreciate the link. And that took me to this. Okay.
So in other words, the person you're framing for this must be completely disassociated with it entirely in order for the protected ones to remain undetected.
Yes, sir.
This was a conversation, Brent Kopacka plus Brent Koberger. Is it possible? That was a conversation probably towards the latter part of last week in a different live. Brian Hoffman was there. He was, if he gets up on panel today, he can talk about the 911 call, because I think he's got something that was interesting.
I'd love for him. You're welcome to jump up here now, Brian, if you want to jump in here with us. There's plenty of room. As long as you're okay with that, Eddie. I know that you get little.
Oh, my phone will have to be. I'll have to hop off here in a second anyway. But
okay. Well, Brian,
my intention was not to accuse Brent Kopacka.
No.
But as long as we were talking about it, I was just kind of sharing with you, kind of in my lookings, investigating, if you will. Some of the things I've been looking at is, this photograph. It doesn't have a Purple Heart in it.
Right. So, it's very interesting. I agree with you on that. And Southern Logic says, yep, money first and foremost. I agree, my friend. I agree 100%. I think it all boils down to money, period. Like you said, first and foremost. That is the motive behind all of this, in my opinion. In my opinion. And there's nothing anybody could tell me that would make me think any different. So like everybody's been saying, a lot of people have been saying. Again, Kim, thank you for that link, guys. I can go through that, but there he is, David Stevens, 28 years old, 82nd Airborne Fort. He died on the same day.
Yes.
Barry, Afghanistan, struck by an improvised explosive device during combat operations. Also killed was Staff Sergeant Casey Combs. That's the other name you gave. So there they are.
Right. There's your incident. We did it together.
That's right. That's what we do.
I'll hop off, and in the meantime, I'll email you, what I'm looking at here. It is called the Citizen Journalist Review.
Okay.
The U.S. War Casualties in Afghanistan by date.
Gotcha.
That's how I found, these names in the event of the roadside vehicle incident with Sergeant Combs and Sergeant Stevens.
Yes, sir.
Brent Kopacka must have been in that vehicle.
I agree. I'm looking through this. And again, this is a horrible thing. This is what these men and women, they go to fight for all of us to be free in this country, to live the lives that we take for granted sometimes, and forget about how the things that we have that we probably couldn't have. And these men and women that lose their lives over this, they don't get enough respect, in my opinion. And then, Brent's situation, God rest Brent's soul and rest in peace, please. And thank you for going over there to do what he did. It's horrific the way that this had to end. It really is. And I feel that this is where the mental health episode that's coming up comes into play for me, because this affects it all. It's a lot of this stuff too. There's not enough help when it comes to that. So again,
Chick Antique, I disagree. I don't think, no matter what, law enforcement will never say it was Brent Kopacka.
No.
Whether or not Brian Koberger walks.
Very
They've
true.
already committed themselves to that. I mean, they've already
law enforcement. You're right, because they're not going to put that out there with Brent being who he was.
Well, they're going after. Yeah, they're going after Brian. I mean, they're all in on Brian. They can't say, "Oopsies, I guess it was."
Mm-hmm. I agree, my friend. I absolutely agree.
So, whoever's backstage, bring him up.
Absolutely. Come on, Brian. Jump up here, brother. I know it takes you a minute.
Eddie.
Yeah, thank
Eddie,
you guys.
Always. Yes, you are. I told you this on the phone the other night, buddy. I look forward to the times you come up here. More than you know. I know a lot of people do.
Well, we solved a little mystery today, so that feels good.
That's why I'm so proud of this community, because we work very well together, all of us. And quickly too, very quickly. I wish we could have came up with who done it on this case a long time ago, but we tried. Mm-hmm. I can't say it. It's not for lack of trying. Let's put it that way. Hey,
where's
Willie?
Brian Hoffman? Bring him up.
He's coming up.
No, it takes Brian a few minutes to get himself together. Mm-hmm. He's got to move things around and hook things up and all that.
I tell you, the entire chat was just really interested in what he was talking about.
I am too. Yeah. Brian does his homework on that for a fact. I mean, when he gets his mind on something, he starts digging, and then he'll pop up and go, I found it. And he's serious about it. Brian doesn't play around. So that's why I love having you guys come up here and speak on the things that you do. And again, that's why I give this platform, because I don't think there's enough, and I'm not downing any other creators at all, but I don't think there's enough platforms for all of the rest of you guys to speak your opinions and put your thoughts and your theories out there, as there should be. So that's why I do this.
Rolo wants to come up.
Yeah, Rolo's coming up. He'll be coming up here relatively soon. Eddie's jumping down. What's up, Willie?
Yeah, I'll jump down now. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you once again, Eddie. Much appreciated, brother. We love you.
Thank you, Dago.
What's up, Willie?
What's up, y'all?
What are you doing, bud?
Willie?
How you guys been?
Good. How have you been? Been a while.
Good. I just kind of took a break from all this because my daughter started school, so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been in too much.
So, what are your thoughts?
That's absolutely right, Sherry. Hold on one second, guys. That is the reason why I was not comfortable with throwing things out there about Brent until we had any kind of concrete evidence, because these families, again, just like almost the same as the families of the four, okay? You know, they hurt, and hearing negative things about their family members hurts, because they're no longer with them. You know, and that they don't want to remember these people in that sense. And that's why I didn't want people saying that Brent did this, Brent did that. And I still felt like, you know, that this Brent situation is a horrible situation too. And I think it needs to be looked into in a separate sense, because the way that went down is completely wrong to me. Completely wrong.
Yeah.
So completely wrong. And I think it should be looked into. I think that something is not right with that, the way that happened. And people need to look at that. People need to know that happened with Brent Kopacka, because
that's my problem. Is like, you know, I was the first one to hear about the whole his brother not finding any bullet holes and his phone being wiped clean. And like, dude, like when I heard that, like, just I don't know, everything kind of just changed on how I view that whole scenario. And again, I don't know what you guys are going over. I've missed a few document drops. Like, you know, I've kind of been out of the loop, so I don't know what
we just covered it. Yeah, we just covered it. And thank you, Sherry K. She says real quick. Sorry, Willie, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
you're good.
It says, I said that last week and I was put down for saying it, and I'm sorry that happened, Sherry. It should never happen to anybody in here ever. As it went against the narrative that day. You all need to remember, military family listens to your show. Thanks for recognizing the military. Amen to that. And that's a fact. Please, guys, all of you guys, don't ever, I beg you guys to do that. If nothing else, the only thing I said, no chains. I think Willie's even heard me say this as many times as he's been in here, that the only thing I ask of you guys in here is to respect each other. You don't even have to respect me, but respect each other and each other's opinions, theories, feelings, and thoughts on things. That's it.
Yep.
That's all I want. You know, I know you guys have all heard that. So please, please, regardless of what somebody is saying, if it goes against the narrative or whatever it is, please respect people's feelings and their thoughts and their opinions, guys. That's what this platform's all about, to give you guys that option. Okay. Because there's a lot of other places you can go where you will get attacked. Because of your theories and your opinions and your thoughts on things, and that's ridiculous.
Right. They need to
So,
respect you as well, Dago.
well, I know that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying at the worst, at the most, you know, the absolute most. I just want, thank you. I want everybody to respect each other, guys. That's all, so that I can continue doing this. You know what I'm saying? Giving you guys that platform to speak and have a thought and have an opinion and have a feeling on something, that without being cut in half and shut down immediately. That's just not fair. So,
Yeah.
and thank you, Gaia.
That's, I mean, and like my whole, again, I'm not on either side. I listen to what somebody says and I either, you know, believe it or I put it, you know, I make sense of what they say. So like after speaking to, you know, what's his name, after seeing everything, me personally, I don't believe, you know, what happened to him had anything to do with the Idaho Poor, but I do believe that what happened to him and how it was, you know, there was no press conference. There was, you know, all the little weird shit I said earlier. You know, it should be looked into and it should be investigated, and you know, we should be told what the hell happened. I mean, we don't even know what happened, dude.
And that's what pisses me off about this one. I'll tell you right now. This man went, like I just said a little bit ago, he went and got into the military to defend the country. Yeah, okay, and to defend a country for people that don't care. They bring these people back after they've done what they've done. They don't take care of our veterans. They don't. We have veterans sleeping. I've said this before, and it makes me so mad. Sleeping on the sidewalk outside of the White House, the house that the president sits in, the White House. There's veterans sleeping on the sidewalk out there that don't even know where they're at, half of them, because they're not being taken care of the right way. Those people, first and foremost, should be taken care of before any of us. Okay? Because they're defending the country that we live in to keep us alive and free. That makes me so sick and so irritated with everything. It's disgusting. It absolutely is. So I'm sorry. I just had to say that because it's beyond a level of understanding to me that the way this country treats these people.
No, you're right. Especially when we're treating other countries better. Like we, you know, we're sending, you know what I mean?
We just sent how much, and I'm not going political, folks. I'm not, don't get that way, but, or don't think that. I mean, we just sent how much more money over to Ukraine?
I know.
And we still have people that have defended our country against these people. Not Ukraine, but you know what I'm saying, that are still suffering, that have no food, that have no roof over their head, that don't have clothes, that don't have the medications they need. That is what pisses me off. That is what makes me sick about this country. So that's all I'm saying. And again,
no, I mean, you're like I said, without getting political, you're 100% correct. I mean, just like you said, we have homeless veterans that are sleeping on sidewalks, and we're sending billions and billions of dollars for weapons.
Yeah, who gave their lives to go serve our country.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can just sit back and think that's cool, then that's, you know, that's on you. But I can't sit back and just think that that's, I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. But
here's another thing. We're sending money to the Ukraine for a place that we don't live, but we got what just happened in Maui. How much money have they sent to Maui yet?
Good
Not
point.
enough. Not enough. Okay. Maui belongs to the United States. These are our people that are here in this country that are not getting the help that they need. But they're sending it to Ukraine. It pisses me off. I'm just saying.
Yeah. What pisses me off is, like I said, I don't really think this is political, but, you know, we want to be the world's police and send billions of dollars over of aid and arms and stuff because another country invaded another country, which, again, we got so angry at Germany for doing. But yet we've done it how many times in our history? So that, you know, who the hell are we to get, you know, angry at everybody else for, you know, not getting along with each other and getting involved with it when that's how we acquired our land, basically. So we should just shut the hell up.
It's not our business. Stay the hell out of it. Mind our business. How about that one? Try that for something. Try that on for size for a while. Let's see. Let's try something different, folks. Mind our business. Our country's a mess.
How do they live off of $700 a month in Maui?
They don't.
Maui's
That's
expensive.
the problem.
Families stick together like how they do in Greece.
Lord.
Exactly. Yeah. They've been helping each other. That's it. That's all they do. And it's not enough. It's not enough at all.
Horrible.
Not after what those people just went through. We have starving children here, folks. Starving children. No. Yeah. It'll never be okay with me, ever. And don't get me wrong. I don't have anything against Ukrainian people. I don't, okay? But it's not my business. It's not my business.
It's our government. I'm gonna puke.
Like I said, I'm not trying to upset anyone. I'm not trying to go political, but it really does bother me so much. One of our police officers here in the area that I live in, he's Ukrainian. Okay, he came here years and years and years ago. Barely even speaks English, but he's a great guy. He really is. His name's Ivan. He's an amazing police officer. So on and so forth. But when all this stuff went down with Ukraine, his family was stuck. So the community I live in got together, raised money to bring his family here to keep them safe, which they did, thank the Lord. Nothing happened to them. But that's what I'm saying, guys. That type of a thing, I can support that. But what our government does, it's not our business. It never was our business. Okay?
No.
And that's what has turned Russia, in a sense, against us, because we got involved in somebody else's business. What happens every time something goes down in another country is we go, oh, here we are.
Well, that's the issue. Well, that's the issue is, with what the news shows is they'll just show Putin yelling, but they won't show what Putin's yelling about. And when you really look to see what he's yelling about, you're like, oh, okay, well, that makes. I mean, I'd be pissed off too, because he's mad on how.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into politics anymore.
Well, no, I'm not going into nothing. I'm just saying, it's all about propaganda and showing this, not showing that. You rarely see what the Russians are doing to the Ukrainians. All they show is what the Ukrainians are doing to the Russians, because they want us to think that what we're sending over is works.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I'll move away from that. It just really, one thing leads to another, leads to another, leads to another, and we end up on the topic of politics. So I don't want to do that. But it is a problem, and it is an issue, and I know most everybody agrees.
Again, money and power.
Yeah. But again, that main issue is the veterans that went over and fought and got legs and arms, taken off, and now they're homeless. And we don't have the funds to take care of them. It's just beyond comprehension, in my opinion.
Sad. I have had relatives, uncles that have been through that, Vietnam and all that kind of stuff, and they ended up living miserable lives. And not being taken care of, and it upsets me. It does, and I know it does most everybody that has anybody, that a loved one that's been through that. It goes all the way back to way back when, folks. So it's not something new.
That's right.
But anyway, like I said, moving forward with where we were, because we could go on for this forever, and it's never going to solve anything. So
so getting back to like what I was saying earlier. So what? So you're covering the whole Brent thing again, right?
Well, not really. Eddie just brought up a point about him.
His
medal and stuff like that. And come on up, Rolo. But that was it, really. And like I said, I just don't. And he did say he doesn't feel that he had anything to do with this. So,
but that still needs to be investigated.
It does, and I think at some point, I'm going to take that on this channel once again, as I want to look into that situation with Kopaka by itself as a separate entity, as a separate type investigation scenario, because it's wrong. It was wrong the way it was handled, and it does need to be looked at. There's so much to that is it's so backwards and inside out completely.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on, Rolo. There's a couple links in there, buddy. Jump up here. So other than that, what are your thoughts on? I know you said you took some time off, Willie. Have you seen any of the new dogs?
I'm just, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong on some of my statements and what I'm trying to perceive the little bits and pieces I'm watching here. So basically, the defense said, "Hey, listen, if they're not going to hand it over, we don't have enough time to, come up with a valid defense. We're going to have to push this back, blah blah blah." And now they keep asking and asking for the discovery, which sounded like to me the prosecution said doesn't exist. And
it doesn't. Basically, yeah.
And yeah, and we're kind of just, is that like what the main focus is right now? Is like, listen, either there's a discovery or throw it out. Like, I don't know what's the main battle right now. I don't know.
Basically, yeah, that's a good way to put it, Vibes. You can't show what you don't have, and they haven't shown. They're not showing anything that they're supposed to be showing. Okay, and they keep. Other people are saying, "Well, it's not ready yet. They don't have it yet. They don't. It's not. Why? Why?
They don't have it at all.
They don't have
DNA back in 48 hours, but they don't have.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why? Where's it at?
So
and now at this point, Sheik is right. The DOJ saying show proof. So let's do that. Let's show some proof. And I personally think, this is just an opinion of mine, I stated when we watched this, going along with the DNA scenario, that they don't have. I feel like they may have used an unsanctioned database that is not sanctioned by law enforcement to find this DNA for Koberger, and it's not. It wasn't viable. It's not legal. It wasn't something that was supposed to be used. In turn, that's why they're not giving anything or showing anything on it, because they're going to get in trouble if they pop up and go, okay, well, we used 23andMe and this is what we got.
Exactly.
No, that's not what you're supposed to do. So there's the problem, I think, one of them.
And then we're going to see, and that's the thing, I think that they just don't want us to see, literally the public to see, what they did.
I agree.
We're going to see, what they can do. We're going to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Absolutely, sir. That is, yes, sir. Thank you for saying that, because that's what it is. Like, wait, it's dangerous. It's like, what? Why are you doing that? You're not supposed to be doing that. You can't do that. That's not right.
Yeah,
here we are. They do what they want to do. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Whether they work for us, believe that or not. Okay, they work for all law enforcement. Works for us, and they're supposed to follow the rules that they're put in place by the government to allow them to do the enforcement of the laws that they do. At this point, they're not doing it the right way in some senses. Now, don't get me wrong. I want this to be clear. I do not have a disregard for law enforcement. I support and love law enforcement at all levels. That's not corrupt, okay? That's doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's following the laws put in place by the government that law enforcement are set to use to enforce the law. I have friends that are law enforcement. My grandfather, my father, and my grandfather, my biological father, and my uncle were all law enforcement. Supported 100%. I have a blue light bulb on my front porch that I turn on in support of the police. I have the flags. I have this. I have that. I support it all. Again, when it's not corrupt, when they're doing it the right way, I support them 1001%. There's a lot of corrupt stuff going on. There's a lot of shortcuts. There's a lot of bullshit. I understand, and I feel bad for these guys in all senses. I did a video. Somebody made fun of it, of course, but where I was talking about law enforcement's the pay rates that they get, in Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it, and I was only pointing that out because some of it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And the reason being is because I told Rollo to come up already like 3 times. He hasn't jumped up yet.
There's another link yet, apparently.
But the reason why I said that was because
I can hop down if you want.
No. We got plenty of room up here, buddy. I can hold 10 people if I want. I just don't want you guys talking over each other, but you're fine.
Oh, no.
Because they oh shit, what was I saying now?
You were talking about the pay rate. Yeah.
They don't make enough. Law enforcement officials do not make enough money. I'm sorry to say this. So that's why when I noticed that certain officers were making certain wages, I'm like, wow, that's pretty crazy for a patrolman. That's a little off. It seems a little high for that small town, blah, 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 so on and so forth. That's all I was talking about. Mm-hmm. But I feel that most law enforcement officials, the ones that do their jobs the right way and do what they're supposed to be doing, They deserve so much more money because
You're
it's
exactly, and
hard.
you're 100, dude. You're 100% correct.
It's hard. It's very hard. I would never, especially in this day and age. When I was a kid, because of my family, I wanted to be a cop, guys. I did. I wanted to be a police officer. I wanted to work for the FBI. I
Well,
wanted to do all that stuff. Right. But I just, things happen. Go ahead.
Can you highlight Laurel Dan's comment, please?
Thank you, Heather, for that. 1 second. I think I just did this one here. Is it this one here, James?
It talks about the funding for the WSU.
Yeah, hold on.
Criminology. That's a very interesting comment.
Cricket Moon and FBI funded the WSU College of Criminology, where BK was a PhD candidate. Check that college's funding on their website. FBI letter agency funded to the hilt. Really?
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Interesting.
Thank you, Molly, for that.
Absolutely, hon. Average police officer salary in Moscow, Idaho, $61,268 as of July 25th of this year, but the range typically falls between 57 and 66.
Right. Yep.
That's why I never wanted to be law enforcement, because I'm just telling you right now, like,
there's no money.
You put exactly. You put me in a situation where it's like, 250, 300,000 under the table over here, or turn it in. I'm taking it home. So I never want to put myself in a position where I had to make a decision like that, because it's not enough money. Not to pay me 120, 130 a year. All right.
Exactly. It's not.
I'm just being honest.
There should automatically be a hazard pay connected to being a police officer.
I agree.
And there's not. And listen, the guys that I've known being in firefighting and EMS and stuff like that I've talked to, it's not worth it anymore. You know how many police officers, at least in like the city that I grew up in, where I worked at in firefighting and stuff like that, left. They left. They took early retirement. A lot of them, they got out of it. They're doing stupid shit now. That has nothing to do with law enforcement, because they got away from it because it's just not worth it. They've told me. A lot of them said it. I sit at the bar with a couple of these guys and they're like, dude, please don't tell your kids. I got 7 kids, 5 boys. 3 of them wanted to be in law enforcement, and they were like, tell them no, don't do it. It's not worth it. No. So, and they don't take care of these guys either. When they get all banged up and mentally, the PSD kicks in and this and that, and everything, PTSD, I'm sorry. They don't take care of these guys like they're supposed to either. So,
no,
it
they're
ain't.
not taking care of our veterans. Yeah, no,
right,
not at all. Thank you. Don't dive.
The fire department is volunteer mostly in a lot of cities, right?
Exactly. That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, a lot of it is. And then the guys that get paid, no.
Terrible.
Just think of that, though.
$40,000 a year to be a firefighter is a joke.
But just think of that. We'll pay. I'll use a baseball guy for example. Okay, we'll pay a guy, $50-60 million a year to hit a baseball, right? But we won't pay a firefighter to go into a burning building to save a child.
Yeah, put their life on the line, right?
That's amazing. It's amazing.
No, does it? No.
So, like you said, most of them are volunteers because of the funding. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I'd rather have paid firefighters rather than volunteer firefighters, but that's just me.
You are right, my friend. And give me 1 second, guys. I gotta grab something. I'll be right back.
You're good. But Ray, I don't know if you know this, but like soccer, like those soccer players, some of them, $70-80 million a year. Like, it's just spend a lot of money on entertainment and. But so what are your thoughts on this whole Koberger situation? Like I said, I haven't really looked into what has been coming out and what the prosecution and defense have been saying.
Well, of course they're not producing the DNA.
Mm-hmm.
He keeps going the way it's going. It looks like he's gonna walk.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm like I said, it was kind of like a bad. Like I watched that hearing, it was kind of like a bad like sports game when it's like 15-0 and you just turn it off. After he stood up and said like, hey, listen, if they don't have it, then obviously we don't got it, and it was never produced. I was like, oh man, and I just turned it off after I heard that because it was just like I never expected that to come out of somebody's mouth. Like, yeah, not a big deal. We don't got them. Like, how are you going to tell a jury that?
Right.
Yeah.
And now there's not going to be any media.
Now, is that final yet, or is that still up in the air?
Yeah, they're not going to have the media in the courtroom.
What?
Mm-hmm.
When did they vote? When did they determine that 100%?
That was the new document drop.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep, no media.
So that means no cameras?
Yep, all because of who? They couldn't keep the camera off of him.
Oh, yeah. Whoever the hell is zooming in?
Yeah, ridiculous.
Oh, man. Well, what the heck?
Yeah, so we're not going to get to know anything until after the fact.
Now, can they overturn that at some point?
Mm-mm.
Ever?
Nope. Mm-mm. It's done.
What the hell am I talking about this trial for?
Well,
I'm not
you
gonna
have
get to see it.
mainstream media involved, they're going to spin it all around like they have been. No, we just want the truth. We deserve to have the truth, and what's going on right now is not the truth.
All right, so people are saying the judge hasn't ruled yet, and that's what I thought. Thank Jesus.
It was, yes, I just read it this morning.
That's how he did.
It says denied.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, folks. I had to use the bathroom really bad. Sorry about that.
We were just talking about the media in the courtroom. The documents today say that it's not going to be televised or nothing.
Right.
Nope.
Yeah, you have to pull it up. Everybody's saying it's misinformation, Dago. No, it's not. I read it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
It was posted in our Discord by Lynn's.
Oh boy.
You'll have to pull it up so we can talk about it.
This would suck.
Yeah, it was one of the documents that came out a while back.
No, it was yesterday.
Well, it came up a while back too, but
right, yes, it did.
Now, does that mean we would have to view it through like sketched pictures?
We won't be able to, the way they're talking about it is we wouldn't be able to view it at all, but it's going to all be audio.
Audio, but no media.
And it's based on what Court TV had done, because I don't know if when you were watching the hearings, Willie, if you saw it, how they were focusing on Brian and Ann Taylor. That's why, because the judge had specifically said,
I know,
you're not focused on the defendant, blah, blah, blah. Face your cameras forward, so on and so forth, which would have been fine. We don't have to see him to hear what's going on. They couldn't do it. So
if I was Ann Taylor, I would just be like, because I think the defense is the one that doesn't want the, cameras in now. But if I was Ann Taylor, I would just say, hey, put this mask, because she wears a mask. So I'd be like, here, put this mask on, and they can't say nothing about your facial expressions.
Exactly.
Everybody's coming back, oh, he's smirking. He made this expression. He made that expression. Like that's what the judge didn't want.
That's right, and they were focusing on his crotch and his clothes. Like, come on.
Oh, wow.
Grow up. This is so ridiculous. This is what's up, Rolo, by the way. This is another document that came out as of the 1st. This is the request for approval for the judge's proposed order. This was filed on the September 1st, yeah. State versus Koberger. Got all this isn't even a regular document the way it's filled out, you can tell.
I know, look at that. I was looking at that too. I was like, what is that?
It was something I think that was put together real quick, but first 1 p.m. Latah County Judge. I have read Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules permitting cameras in the courtroom and will comply in all respects with the provisions of that rule. And will also make certain that all other persons from my organization participating in video or audio recording or broadcasting or photographing of the court proceedings that have read Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules and will comply in all respects with the provisions of that rule. Now, this is them stating.
So basically, no live streaming, but they can still record it, and we can watch it after.
Yes, that's what
You're
it's
right.
stating.
Thank God.
Now, this is the order itself. Okay, the court having considered, the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to video audio record the above hearing is granted under the following restrictions, in addition to those set forth from Rule 45, the Idaho Court Administrative Rules. Please see the order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. Okay, this is from the court TV staff. Okay, now if we scroll down here, this one says, the court having considered the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to photograph the above hearing is denied. But then it says granted under the following restrictions, in addition to those set forth in 45. Please see the order.
It's a pull. That's what that means.
Right. The audio visual pool or whatever the hell it is. But yeah, it's so confusing. This is so confusing.
It really is, man.
That's contradicting, but it says denied for what?
To photograph, but then it says, this one here says granted for video audio record. Okay. This one says denied for the photograph, but then it says granted underneath it with the specific restrictions.
I know it was all over when he came out in the white dress shirt, and there was some comment about our production lady said that he came out with I don't know, some kind of certain expression on his face. I was like, it's all bad after that. It's over, you know.
I heard the media say something like that.
The first thing they told him not to do, the first thing they did.
He was having a conversation with one of the corrections officers that brought him into the thing. Okay, and they were being polite to each other. So because he smiled and said thank you or something like that, that means that he's, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Basically, he has him in the pocket. That guy hears everything. He's always present when when they overhear your conversation with the lawyer. So he knows he has the inside scoop. So he's like, he knows what's up. So he's giving them a different treatment already. He could tell.
It's all part of the smear campaign, as far as I'm concerned. The propaganda.
Yeah, and he ain't having it. He's already like, and that's what they saw, and they try to twist it right away, as always.
Is that the one you pulled up that was on Discord?
That was one of them. I'm pulling up the other one.
Yesterday.
There isn't any put up from yesterday.
Yeah, Lynn's posted 3 of them.
Those are all from the first.
The only way that we could probably get the cameras back in is we have a public protest, but it has to be massive. Yeah.
This is the other one. God.
And that would probably only get us like a fixed camera with the fix, like a shot, and that's it,
I don't care that much to protest. Maybe a petition.
This is the Lewiston Tribune one that was put up.
Yes, okay. That's one from yesterday.
Well, it was posted as of.
Damn, with that writing,
right?
I know, isn't that terrible?
That's worse. That's worse than that FBI guy that went to Pennsylvania.
So they wrote it with their opposite hand.
This was actually filed August 31st, and it's the state of Idaho versus Brian Kober, because I know you guys can't read that crap.
I
That's
can.
horrible.
State of Idaho, Brian Koberger, CR 2422-2805, Friday, September 1st.
I would have said
1
Freddy Krueger.
p.m.
It's bad writing either way.
Yes, it is.
That's bad.
August Frank is the person that put this one in. Lewiston Tribune, Moscow, Pullman, whatever that says. So that's what this is from. And this one is again. La 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 la. The court, having considered the photograph, denied. It's circled and checked, and then down here. So it's very confusing. I don't know.
Right. And then the name August Frank.
That
I'm
phone
trying
number.
Here's the thing, though. I don't understand this. So if I'm not saying it correctly, I'm trying to get it said correctly. I apologize for that. It's hard to read it because they check double boxes in some senses, and I go back up.
Says fever or regal. What?
So I believe this is
Peter.
Lewiston Tribune. So that would be photograph for the newspaper.
Right.
I'm guessing. Okay, and that one
Pool?
it says denied, but then it says granted.
Right. Hi,
Under
Mama
the
Bear.
following restrictions. What's up, Mama Bear?
I guess we just wait until 9:13, so we stand corrected at the moment, and we're sorry for that. But we'll wait till the 13th to find out what really is going to happen.
Well, you said there's a newer document. I'm gonna go look real quick to see if anything new popped because sometimes
These were the ones that Lynn
Is it a Friday the 13th?
yesterday. That's good, huh?
He's gonna come out with a mask, paper
Ron
bag.
John said that there's two options underneath each type, right?
Mm-hmm.
Read it starting with each paragraph stating with the court. Stating with the court.
It does sound confusing.
Hold on, let me do it again that way then. The court, having considered the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to broadcast the above hearing is, denied. The court, having considered the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to photograph the above hearing is granted.
See, there you go.
Under the following restrictions, in addition to those set forth in Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules. Please see the order governing court. I don't know why I can't say that today. Courthouse and courtroom conduct. All images and audio recordings captured in the courtroom, whether before, during, or after the actual court proceedings by any pool photographer or video and broadcast camera operator, shall be shared with other media organizations as required by Rule 45. Okay.
Yep.
So.
A pool.
I don't mean to be rude, but with the information I got, I don't think none of this is gonna matter. Hopefully.
Well, as it stands, they cannot broadcast.
Manda.
But they can do photograph.
By any chance, Chains?
Yes.
You have that software to do the side-by-side comparisons?
No, that would have been Molly, I believe, was doing the side-by-sides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys still have that image, right? From the ones you guys were using the other day for the Enan's car?
I have to ask Miss Molly.
For Enan's car?
Yeah, the one that you remember on the live last time when I popped up.
Yeah, she might have it.
Up and I was like, oh, that car was the Audi. I didn't even see it. What you guys had said. That was funny. I didn't see nothing prior to that, and then I saw it. I was like, oh, what a dumbass.
I haven't seen him anywhere. Did he get subpoenaed? Or no?
Enan, however you say his name. Anyway, Harsh was subpoenaed by the defense for preliminary hearing, but not since it went to grand since it went to grand jury.
It's not his car though. I ID'd it already.
AG said I missed the first paragraph, and like I said, I want to do this right, guys. I don't want to be misinforming you guys of something.
Well, we're not going to find out really until the 13th. This is just.
Diego, you want to open your email?
Yeah, I can open up my emails, no problem.
The one I sent you?
Like I said, the 13th we'll know for sure. And like that's what James was saying too. So
Yes, you're correct, War Eagle. You're correct on that part. It'll be delayed. But
Right,
we
well,
have to wait till the 13th to find out the actual of what's really going to transpire for the hearing.
Yeah.
Okay? What will be allowed and won't be allowed.
all right.
Just call him Eagle because War Eagle just sounds weird.
No.
It's hard to say.
Eagle.
Yeah,
Roll
it's
Tide
very,
roll.
yeah,
Roll
it's
Tide
very
roll.
hard to, yeah, it's hard to hear.
Yeah.
42-0. 42-0, folks. That's all I can say. No offense,
no
War
way.
Eagle.
You're talking about football.
Of course.
Always.
Yes. I am a huge Bama fan. I think Willie is as well. We've talked about it. And there's a couple other Bama fans. Yeah, he's laughing at us. See?
I see.
Or she
Ha
is.
ha
That's
ha, we're
either way.
laughing back.
It's all good. It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. We got another one. Mrs. Krampus is saying roll Tide, roll too.
That's right.
Hey, we got quite a few Bama fans through here.
I see
There's
it.
Jesse. What's up, buddy? Good to see you.
Jesse.
Oh, hi,
Texas
Jesse.
plus 7.5 is the play this week. I've heard that. Yep. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for listening in, brother. I appreciate you. War Eagle, 42-0. Auburn beats Bama. Get out of the house.
I'll put money down on that.
No. No way, bro. No way.
No way.
There's no way in hell. Times are changing.
I don't trust our
we got
quarterback,
Auburn
but no way.
Tigers in here too. No way. With all due respect, I'm sorry, fellas and ladies, it's not going to happen. Roll Tide, roll. Okay, what am I pulling up again here now? The email. There we go.
Yep, an email.
Hey, I was born in UCLA Medical Center. I got to go for the Bruins. They suck.
Oh,
That's okay.
LA, USC.
It's all good.
Beverly Hills, where Michael Jackson died.
Yeah.
Anything other than Auburn, I don't care. Even though it's
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Yeah, right. I can't do the Auburn. I even have my wife's uncle's an Auburn fan. He lives down in Alabama, and there's a few of them that are Auburn fans down there, and they go back and forth, and it's like, nah. I get it, but nope, can't do it. I'll respect it, but I can't like it.
No.
Try being a Raider fan.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Listen, try being a Cleveland Browns fan. How about that one?
Dude, Marco.
Well, I'm a Rams fan, so.
I'm a Dolphins fan, so we're all hurting here.
Hey, at least you guys have got the refs against you guys.
Well, I've been old school.
All right, so which one did you want me to pull up, Rolo?
For a while.
The email with probably like 30 images or something.
There's some, but not all the sightings of this car circling around. Is that the one?
Yeah. Okay, you could probably start with I don't know, just.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm pulling
the one from the Grubhub.
No, this is a different one. This is about a car, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, go back. I keep watching the TV screen. I gotta watch my phone. Okay, see that car?
Back into a Mustang.
Okay, that's the car that picked up the girls.
Huh? Okay, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. What was his name?
You ever heard of Mach 3 or Mach? What is it? Mach E?
That's a Mustang. Yeah. A Mustang.
Yeah, that's the vehicle. That's the one you guys were trying to ID on the Banfield. That's the one from the gas station.
And it would have a loud motor too. It would go vroom vroom.
It's gonna have a very soupy sound because it's a souped up motor. Yeah.
See, that's a zoom in from the Grubhub.
So this is the one
from the Grub
is the one that was driving around all night long.
Yep, those are the tail lights of it too. That's
a Mustang.
Mustang.
Those are Mustang lights.
It's an SUV. That's an SUV.
What?
Yeah, it's a SUV.
That's an what?
No,
yeah.
a Mustang would not. No.
Keep scrolling the pictures.
Oh, keep scrolling. He says.
So that looks like that's a car, but that
Those are in the beginning. Those were Mustang.
Remember
taillights.
that light's not in the middle. It's on the right side, right? Watch.
See?
What?
Okay, that picture that's the one that's from the gas station.
One of those Mustang SUVs.
That's a
yeah?
Mustang. That's exactly
Okay,
what that is.
that bumper is a custom bumper that he put onto it. That's a certain bumper he that car has. That's the image from the gas station. Okay,
Ah.
these other ones are stock images from the that I kind of pulled up because there's different the bumpers. There's different ones. There's different options for the same years.
All right. Well, somebody just said, because I don't know
On the
anything
grill.
about this vehicle, said that the Mach E is electric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I don't know if it comes in both options or what, but
So
Is
it's
that
not
what the
loud
E
then.
is that what the E stands for? Like Mach E, like
Yeah.
electric?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably also have that feature where there's a sound thing. I don't know, but watch.
Yeah, I can pull it up and see if we can find one. They listen to it because if it's electric, I'm gonna guarantee it's not gonna sound like it. Shouldn't sound like that at least. But
Yeah, it's
Should
really
be
nothing.
quieter.
Yeah, but remember, it wasn't just one car.
right.
Well, there were 3 of them that went by
Okay,
the band
pay
too.
attention to that front grill, that all white one.
What? Back up.
Yeah, I keep looking at my TV screen.
That's okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
that's
all
a
white.
Mustang in front of it.
Okay, watch.
Okay. The next picture it moves to.
Oh no, that one, the ones from the girls. I also added it on because there's this part where there's like a glitch in the matrix, and I believe that they're blurring something out, and I'm starting to think that truck pulled up to pick somebody up because it looks like she's pushing somebody off or something. There's a part where it gets blurry, and it's weird, like if you
This
like
picture here.
something's not, yeah, there's something not right with like with like Kaylee, like if you zoom into her, like she's like
Okay.
she's pushing something off or somebody's like in front of her or something's going on.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, that's the last one in this set, so I have to go back up a little bit. That car is interesting because I've never seen one of these, and it does kind of look.
That
Okay,
shape.
Casey, you have a turbo, electric turbos do this? They make that sound? See, that's what I thought too, because my daughter has that. She has a.
You know the Linda Lane car? That's it too. The same car, bro.
With the sunroof on it?
The one with the sunroof and the one that pulls in and pulls up and then pulls back out and that comes back around. And that car had been circling. You'll see. I have the screenshots right there. Okay, that's the one from that's a screenshot I took from your gas station photo. Remember the day that the flying vehicle?
Yeah, the
I
flying.
mean the no wheels, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because there's certain rims that this car has that they're like spokes, and you could see the disc, and I think that's probably the ones they had. I don't think I took a screenshot of those rims, but it's not those that are on the.
So I have a question. This car and these pictures that are coming up here, and that you're bringing up, are they saying that this car is involved somehow? Like
that's the one that picked up the girls from the grub truck.
That one?
And,
okay.
yeah, and dropped them off.
Okay.
See, I thought the one that on the Linda Lane I thought was the BMW.
No, that's it. That's why I'm showing you that bumper. Trip out on that bumper. That's like a kind of like a. I don't know if it was aftermarket or what. I just saw it on OfferUp because I was like, you know what, it's not the same. And when I was looking on OfferUp, because they have all these things, and I saw it, I'm like, this is a bumper, and it's for that car. And it's the same exact bumper that car has. When the trash can when it pulls up and it reverses and turns around, That's that same bumper it has right there.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying now, and because there's those taillights, guys, and this is a picture at the truck. There's the sweater guy, Hayden Villa, and there's that car
That's just
over
to
there.
prove to you that that's the car that was picking him up. I mean,
How do we know that?
allegedly,
How do you know that that's the car though?
because they walked up to it and you could see them.
See,
It pulls
look
up
at
and
that.
then they walk up
You
to
can
it and
see it.
they
And
walk up. You could see them like walk up to it. But that's why I was tripping out. I was like, and if you read my email that I sent you the other day, I was like, who does rideshare in a Mustang? Because I thought it was a 2-door. And I started looking for Mustangs, like like with the. Remember, I was telling you a certain feature on the front bumper with the grooves, and
Right.
I was like, I was gonna start looking at the Mustangs, like on off road because it shows different years. And then I saw this, and I'm like, what was this? I never even seen this,
Wait.
And when I saw it, I'm like, this is it. This is it. This is the one. This is like this is the one everybody's getting, as this, is that, it's apparently,
Yeah.
I don't know. I never seen these vehicles. That's why it's twisting everybody up. Everybody thinks it's an Elantra,
where's the
it's an
light?
Ionic, it's a this or that. It's the same one as that one.
So this isn't the vehicle that was supposed to pick him up and bring him home. This is some random vehicle.
No, that's it.
No, he's saying this is the video that Eric Gower,
Yeah,
Gower,
Gower,
picked them up
Gower.
and took them home, and they got home at 1:56. This.
And
Oh,
he
okay.
worked with the.
He works
He
at the
works with.
university,
Yes, he
and his
does.
girl works for. She's
And he's
a
in his
court clerk or
40s.
whatever. His
wife works.
wife does
He works
the
for the
Freedom of
clerk of court.
Information Act. She processes all the anything that has to do with freedom of information. Like Lana's request the other day, I believe she requested 2 certain videos, and she was purposely sent to the 2 videos that had nothing to do with the ones she requested, but they still came in handy anyways. But that kind of like that's already like kind of like it's showing some connections,
Okay.
like you get it, like his
Yeah.
wife
No,
is
I
doing that.
understand. I understand completely. Sheik
If his wife
says.
sending the wrong videos to people or saying they're not available, is his name is not being typed
They missed a letter.
typed
They
right,
took a letter out or something, right?
purposely on the paper, so to throw people off. It's Gowers, yes, but it says Grower.
Yeah,
And I'm
I
sure she
saw
sees
that.
it because she sees all the papers.
And JLR said that Eric, I'm sorry, Sheik Antique said that JLR has his vehicle, but that's not the same one that he had.
Right.
Thank you, Heather. Let me see something though.
Yeah,
Hey,
he could
guys.
have anything wrong, but we keep on scrolling to the pictures. Okay, that's that one, right? You could do the side by side comparison. I mean,
What year is this one, Polo? Do you remember?
it's between 21 and 22 or 20 to 23, but it's more like the 20.
It looks new.
I think it's 21 or 22. The 23, it doesn't change much, but it's certain little things, like the front grille and the bumper.
Right. And you can change those things up too, but
yeah.
See, I mean, it does have a resemblance to the other vehicle we were looking at too, which is weird.
Oh, it is. Watch. Keep
vehicle?
going to the pictures.
Chica, what vehicle was he in?
Look at
Do you remember?
yeah. If you guys compare like that, that's why I sent the certain ones like where it's turning a certain way from the screenshots from the dealers or whatever. Because you guys could do that one side by side with the screenshots from the video footage, and you could see like, I mean, what I did is I screenshotted the ones like the one from the footage and the one that is facing the similar way, and then I go to my album, and then I click on one picture, and then I scroll to the side to the other, and kind of like hold it in between, and I could see both of them,
Right.
That car looks a little different.
Yeah, but it's a Mustang. It's the same one, the Mustang.
See, the taillights, Mustang taillights are very, very like easy
distinctive.
You can see those 3 lines. You can see the 3 lines right there. And
And
they
then
have the 3 lines and the thing on the side. It's not just those 3 lines. That's why in the gas station car, the one without the wheels, you can't really see the 3 lines. You could only see the edge part of it, like kind of like from the side, on the side view. Yeah, see, you're not gonna see really the 3 lines right there. But look at the image from the vehicle in that same position,
Mm-hmm.
or even from the tail light. Look, okay, you see the line?
See,
Oh,
here's the thing with this one. This
yeah.
could very well be mistaken for that, or be this could be
Okay,
that.
look at the window. Just look at the back window, the shape of it,
Other
the
than
way it's
that,
no,
you know,
the
if
rear passenger window, the not the
this one here,
yeah. Look at the way it's shaped, how it like
yeah, I see what you
how it
mean.
like kind of squares off, or a 45, whatever, a 90 even.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 45. Zoom into that one, and then check out the other ones. There's one that's like facing the same way.
The Taco
Oh,
Bell
okay. Look.
in
Okay. Look at that.
Moscow was
Look.
not
Go back
open.
to that picture. Look at the front grill.
On this,
Yeah.
it's hard to see it, but
You see, it's all white. It's not a license plate. Like right in between the lights under it, right there. Okay. You see that little black spot in between the 2 lights and the hood. It's like
mm-hmm.
a little in between the 2 headlights. There's a
Yeah,
little black spot.
And you're
That's like
saying
where
what
the horse is
year?
at.
That's a girl.
That's like where the horse is at, and you see how it's all white.
yeah.
Lola, what year are you saying? 21, 22?
Look,
Between a
okay,
20 and a
Car?
you see how it's
23.
all white right there, and go back to that other picture, and you're gonna see that same that front grill all white.
Ugh.
It's a 20 in between 20 to 23,
Well, it couldn't be because it was
but
only
that one's a 21 or
22.
22. That's because I took one of the 21 and one of the 22. Because one has the grill that's white, and one has the regular black grill. But it's because the car with the grill that's all white,
Right. Yeah, mystical.
it didn't have the pictures in the same position that I wanted them, so I had to go to the other one,
Right.
which it was hard to find the pictures like in certain positions,
I
like from
understand
the
23
footages.
come out in 22.
Okay, you see
I
that
believe it's
front grill?
21.
Yeah, it's hard to hold on. I can't get that to the solid grill. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, it's all white. That's what you're seeing on the other one. It's all white. I thought it was kind of they were trying to blur out the license plate, but there ain't no license plate right there. That's why it trip out. How there's no front license plate on the car. These cars don't have the license plate bracket.
Yeah. Right. I can see it. I can see it. Very
Look at the
possible.
headlight. The headlight's the same shape. But the bumper, I think it is a little different on this one. I think the bumper it has on the video footage, it has a bumper from the other car with the black grill. From the other car
Right.
from right here from the stock images.
Yeah,
Because
no,
there's
I
two
see
different
exactly.
bumpers. The front bumpers also. I think so. I mean, it
This
may be just the difference on the edge. You see where it kind of curves off like a bull's horn.
mm-hmm.
I don't know if the one from the dude, if it curves off like that, or if it has just like a black circle at the end, like a
Yeah,
square.
this is a fully electric vehicle, by the way. That's what this right here is, you guys.
They have different options, I believe.
Yeah. This one, I'm just saying this one here
Yeah,
is so that you guys know.
yeah, they have that and the turbo, whatever, all that. But I'm telling you, I'm 99.9% sure that's the same vehicle in all those footages, bro.
Well, whoever owns this has some money because these ain't cheap. I'll be honest with you at all.
Mm-hmm.
The back window, let's see, that's got the sunroof in it or the moonroof, whatever you want to call it as well. The tail lights are so distinctive. It's not even.
Yeah, yeah. There's options for that too. There's the little what do you call it, the wing, all that.
The fin in the back.
Yeah. The wing comes with the. There's a wing that comes with the light brake light in the back of it. But remember how on the screenshot where it shows like the rear brake light, where I told you it's not in the middle, it's like to the right. Look at
Right.
that. Okay, you could see like, it's 'cause I keep looking at the TV. That's why I gotta start. I'm gonna turn my TV off.
Nobody's dummies here. We're all doing critical thinking, by the way.
Yeah, no, nobody. Don't worry
The
about nobody.
screenshot.
We're not being
The
dummies.
screenshot from the house next door, I just sent it because I'm not sure if that's the same vehicle.
Talking about over here.
Straight ahead, like no, straight ahead by the trash can or behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where the arrow's at, because it's blurred out, and it is a vehicle behind the trash can too. I put anything on that. It ain't no shadow and all that because the shadows are different on the from the windows to the street. They're in a different position. But I mean, we'll verify that after. And by the way, there's a guy looking out his window on the left. And there's some guy standing way back there on the side of that house in the backyard. Right there, yeah. Yep. There's 3 guys right there. One's wearing white.
Well, you got some eagle eyes. Did you have magnifying
There's
glass?
3 guys standing back there. Back there, zoom in, and there's 3 guys standing right there. You could see one wearing white. You see them?
See one right there. I see something right there.
Yeah,
in the
right
middle.
there. There's one wearing
Wow.
white right there, and there's 2 more. There's one I don't know one on his left, but there's one on his right for sure.
They're saying
Right there,
zoom
and then,
in.
yeah.
Can you zoom in?
Should be able to.
And look it on the left. Look it on the left where that window's at. Before you zoom in,
And right to the right.
to the left where the little house is at.
Yeah.
The left window where no, more to the front part, like bottom, lower, where the window's at. More to the left, bottom. It looks like there's an AC unit on the window.
We're gonna call you PI Rolo.
Right there where you're at. Go down. Go down. There you go. Down, straight down. Keep going. Cause that's the roof right there of the apartment. Where you have your marker, that's the roof. Keep going down.
You're talking about right there where the AC unit
Right
is?
there, yeah, right there. There's a head right there. There's somebody looking out right there. There's
In
somebody
there?
standing. Yeah, there's somebody standing in the window looking out.
You mean above the AC unit?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
With a
Huh.
I mean, that's tough to see, but it looks like somebody with a hood on, if it is somebody.
Yeah.
I gotta zoom in my phone because
Shelly, you're fine. Welcome in. Hi, by the way.
And what picture is this? What is this representing this time? Is this right before they got home?
this is 1:56, the supposed time they got home.
Yep,
But
same.
supposedly they got home at 1:55.
Well,
The
what's
thing
60,
is,
60 seconds?
they left at 1:46,
Yeah.
and it's a 5-minute drive. I did I did
The
like
route?
if I was at the Grubhub, yeah, I did that. I put my location, the 1122 King, and then I put the Grubhub, and then I reversed it. I did the route 5 minutes.
The
I'm like,
route.
interesting. It was 10 exactly, supposedly. And then there's a story where supposedly he feels bad because he dropped them off at the corner and left
And then
because
he went to
supposedly
Taco Bell.
the area was like a dangerous area.
Right, but he
Yeah,
went to
but
Taco Bell.
here's the thing though. Hold on a minute. Here's
And
the
there's
thing.
another story where he reversed in the driveway and then he let them get off but he didn't see them walk all the way to the door because
But
he took off before that.
Kaylee's sister Olivia said she saw them at 1:56 walk into the house and
Yeah,
then walk back out with Murphy.
yeah,
So
with the dog. Yeah.
she saw them get out of the vehicle in this realm somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
And then go into the house from there. So
yeah. Well, that's what she said.
I don't know how you have the time to do this shit, bro. Just like,
bro, I was sick for. Remember the other day you were watching the thing, and I was like, I'm addicted to this and that.
oh
I
yeah,
went back to my truck, and it started pouring rain on me. I'm like, and I got sick, and that was what, Friday, and
I think
I
so.
really got better Sunday night, so I started hitting it Monday. Really, yesterday.
Well, you're sure not
Carolyn
gonna
says,
make it to Taco Bell in 2 minutes.
Probably not, but
I mean, he has a lot of explaining to do because you know what, that car. I was watching the footage from the whole grub truck time, and that car keeps circling and circling way before that.
Huh.
He circles. It's like he's just doing circles. There's another image with the screenshot of the Linda Lane. I believe it's like at 1 something or no, at 12 something, and it's the same car.
Yeah, and then Olivia stated that they knew him. They knew that driver very well.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, that's the reason why he went unchecked or whatever, uninvestigated, because I believe it was the dad that said he was a family friend.
This is our supposed driver right here on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know what? I think he was in the grub truck video too.
I don't remember ever seeing him until here, but
he's not the one with the guys with the axes, whatever, right?
He's that guy right there, yeah. The one in the suit. That's Eric.
Yeah, okay. Because you know the guys with the axe throwing guys, whatever?
This one right here is Eric Gower.
Okay, you know how the guys with the axe throwing guys and the knife throwing guys, whatever, the two guys, they get there with another guy. I'm not sure if he's the third one. I'm not sure, but
and this
I mean,
is
really, honestly, like I hadn't really even like tripped out on who he was, like from his face. Like it's hard to find. It's probably the first time I'm seeing him up close. I thought it was a light skinned guy, because that's all you see. But everything I was finding, it was like the guy on the right.
Mm-hmm.
It was, like a straight blonde guy. What I was seeing.
Nope, it's this guy right here.
Okay, you see, there's a lot of funny stuff going on, when you look him up.
And there he is again, and this girl is the one that works at the clerk of courts, I believe.
Okay. Well, I mean, think
again,
about it. Like imagine a scandal. This worker guy is, happens to be involved, and then his wife is a courthouse employee also.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody like
some shady stuff
surrounding this case. Most of the boys, either their mom works there, their dad, or their mom's a paralegal, or this or that, or something to do with the university or law.
Noni was asking who pays him as a private driver. From what I understand, he works for the school.
Yeah, he does. He's a school. He's a employee from the school doing I don't know what. He has different positions.
It's a volunteer. It's volunteer.
But you're right.
Yeah. What I wanted to ask the public is there any way we could find out who accesses the data at 6:32?
I want to
Is there
clarify
like a key, recording and all that? Because somebody from the inside of the university had to go and put the system down on the according to the Wayback Machine, because it was shut off at 6:32.
And that's something I need to clarify, that it was stated in another video somebody put out when I had stated supposedly that I said that. Well, I did say it, but the meaning behind it when I said that the town of Moscow was inbred, that's what it means. Raw Latina had said something, and I said yes. That I agreed with her comment. It's inbred, as in it's like
the blood, the thick of they try to keep the family.
They're all like regurgitated through the community. You know what I mean?
That's what it means. Yeah.
intermixed, intertwined. That's what it was meaning.
Intertwined.
Not inbred, as in that sense. But either
A
way, everybody,
close knit circle. Yeah, they do it in Mexico too.
right? They just
They're
keep doing it. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what that was meaning. But that's whatever.
their
Just
web
Look,
their
I've been to a
web is
couple's town,
big.
and everybody in that town is either Guzman, Loera, or Beltran.
Right.
mhm.
There's like only 3 last names in that whole town, or surrounding towns.
Can I clarify something?
Yeah.
He's a volunteer driver for the alcohol ride share for the college.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, I understand he gets paid as an employee, but
Yeah.
he volunteers to take whomever is under the influence home safely.
Yeah,
Is what
and
I'm
he
trying
also
to
said
say.
that he also said supposedly when he took them home that he saw the vehicle, and then in another interview he said he never noticed anybody following them
You're
or any.
correct.
I don't know if it's him saying that, or if it's the media, but they're twisting his words around big time,
Oh,
or he is, because there's a
Yes.
lot of different, his stories,
I
like you talk about Enon, shit, this guy's really
right.
like something else, like
Miss Sherry said.
first he didn't see anybody following them, anybody suspicious, nothing, and he didn't find out they were dead till 6 days later. But he's a family friend.
Somebody asked me to freeze this photo, so hold on. Let me put it back for you guys. Miss Sherry said that he has been. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure
Interviewed.
he got cleared quick. I mean, they didn't even want to give his name.
A lot of them got cleared quick. He
Too
works
quick.
for the university, yes, as an
And
employee,
his
but
wife works for the court.
for this ride share to get them home, it's volunteering.
Yeah,
Does
and
that make sense?
he also like lived right behind where Kaylee used to work at
Right,
the
I heard
coffee store.
that. I heard
Dutch
he lived.
Brothers.
And he's from Coeur d'Alene too. Coeur d'Alene or
Oh,
whatever, Coeur
really?
d'Alene.
Heard that
Okay,
he lived.
someone in chat saying that he does get paid by the university. He's not volunteer,
I
so I don't know.
mean, it doesn't matter if he does or not. I mean, he was there.
You
He
could
was the
probably
last
get
person that saw them, and his
right.
story keeps changing. And then he said he says he didn't see nobody following him or anything suspicious, and found out about that they were dead 6 days later. And then 6 days later, he communicated to law enforcement that he's the one that dropped them off. And then there's another story where he says that he saw the vehicle, and then he apparently he located it 200 feet from where he lived or something like that, 1,500 feet from his house,
Right.
and he
Uh-huh.
recognized the car and he wrote down the plates and turned it into the law enforcement.
Right.
I mean,
But he
they,
also
I mean,
gave
but when you but
his
when you
DNA.
drop them off, when you drop the girls off, I mean, if you did see that car, it had Pennsylvania plates. I don't know how you recognized it when you saw it again with Washington plates.
His Washington plates weren't done until December 5th, but
Yeah,
he gave
he
DNA
saw it on the
too.
10th or something, the 7th or 9th after the 5th.
What? What?
Yeah, he turned it
Oh.
in after that.
Hmm.
It was
All right.
Dago had I sent Dago the thing,
Hold on.
the
Hold on a second,
Molly
Rolo.
Molly took this photo. She just sent me this photo via email,
Thank you,
and
Molly.
she blew it up and did her little thing that she does with it. That's pretty clear, Molly. Damn.
But Rolo, you got to remember he did give his DNA, so keep that in mind too, hun.
Oh,
yeah.
Molly put the arrow in the window here. I got you. There it is. Thank you, Molly. I will say that.
I mean, but his DNA is not in the
CODIS?
yeah.
Huh.
Maybe
I don't
that's the
know.
reason
Like
why
I
he got
said,
lost.
yeah, I don't know, man. I think that if it was, I have to agree. I mean, he was interviewed and gave his DNA, and I can't. I think
Yeah,
they'd have been.
but
I think they'd have
remember the
been
DNA got lost after that. After they didn't come out on CODIS, why would think about it? Why would they want to lose it?
I don't know. I
Maybe
don't know.
his was going to be one of them.
Yeah.
And remember, okay, I
Thank
was
you,
going
Molly.
back to remember when I told you that I was told that a white truck had pulled up to the driveway when Bethany ran out. I kind of misinterpret it with the big white truck because of that white truck right there. But really, I was looking back at my thing, and I was just told a white truck had pulled in, and then the noises were heard and all that, the scuffle, and what's her name peeked out, saw what was going on, and ran out. But she saw 3 individuals.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. Let me see something here. I'm looking at something.
Imagine he's the DoorDash guy too. It's all bad after that.
How
I
do
don't
we
know.
have
I
the
just
wrong
I
Eric?
mean, if he's doing the ride share thing, why wouldn't he do the other one?
Java says we have the wrong Eric.
Oh, I know everybody's gonna say that, but look at the other
what do you
footage.
mean?
Look at
Isn't
the Linda Lane, the screenshots on
are
the
you
day
saying
one.
that?
Look at the
Hold on.
screenshots from the Linda Lane. I have a screenshot of that car circling around right there too.
Right, I know. Hold on a minute. What do you mean by the wrong Eric? The one that I pulled up, Java, or the one that he's talking about? Because the one I pulled up, Eric is an older gentleman, Java says. Okay, because the one I pulled up was Moscow, Idaho, blah, 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 blah. That's the only one I could find.
This guy, I believe, is 43.
That's what I thought. He was in his 40s.
Yeah,
Yeah, and this kid didn't look like that. So let me try something
yeah.
here real quick.
That's why I told you. I think it's the light skinned guy, the blonde guy.
Well, no, that.
Eric Donald Gower. That's his name.
Let me try it a different way then.
ER. I could still remember it. ERIC Donald GOWER. Not grower like it says on the paperwork.
No. I brought it up as Gower, but the only one that comes up, it lives
You're
in
not gonna
Moscow.
see much. Yeah, okay. Type in Moscow or type in Idaho or type in Pullman or type in Washington or type in Idaho 4 and you'll start coming through and different things and you're not really if you Google it in one way, you're not gonna see much. You gotta Google all those
Correct.
different ways.
Hold on, Rolo. Correct, Chica. He has a YouTube channel.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well then, let me see something. Well, why is a 43-year-old guy volunteering
He's 40. He's in his 40s.
Yeah, he just turned 43. And
Not in his 50s. He's in his 40s.
and word is that he was a sugar daddy.
And
Is that him right there?
JLR had the right one, actually.
Apparently,
Is this him right here?
there's different ones. There's this guy. There's a chef guy. There's I don't know. There's
Does anybody know if this is him?
I don't think so. I don't. The he's a if you go on social media, he works with like some kind of retrieval. I mean the some kind of like with the kids or something. Some kind of when they go into like camps or whatever. I don't know what it's called. I've never done that.
Can you, Dago, can you see if JLR has it on his feed and see if you can look in the back if you want to see if it matches that one right there that you had up on the screen.
I believe on social media there's a picture with him and a bunch of other people like kids and like a group picture.
But we
Some
know that
church
he
stuff or
does
something
work
like that.
at the university.
No, it's like some church stuff or something.
Does anybody know which video he had this guy in?
I thought it had to do with private driver.
All right, hold on.
And his name.
My bad. I'm still getting over this cold.
Oh, here we go. Okay. That is the same guy that I pulled
Jonathan Lee Rich's
The one with the
investigation.
blondish hair, right?
No, the one that JLR has is the guy that I pulled up. Hold on a minute, I'll show you.
Well,
With the dark hair.
the one that I had was the blonde
The
haired
blonde
guy.
one. I think he's the blonde guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I
At
had.
least that picture that he
43.
showed on his thumbnail was the guy with the guy I
Yeah, I'm
pulled up.
telling you, there's a lot of misinformation about this guy.
Yep.
Let me find him. Is he gonna
There's a
show
lot
up?
of things that are not right, Dago. But the only thing I
Wow.
do know that's right is that same vehicle was circling from the corner bar through the 1122 through Linda Lane and back around and in a circle. The whole from like 12 to like 4 something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me show you something.
Oh, and that's the same vehicle that passes through the Banfield video, the one that you guys were saying it was the Ionic. That's the same one. Go to that video that where you guys have it and put that the side by side of that
Right. It won't
and
let
you're
me
gonna
show
see
you.
it matches up exactly.
All right, look. See him? Damn it. As soon as you touch it, look at the guy with the blue shirt on. That's the guy that I pulled up the first time when I pulled up Eric Gower.
Yep.
There's
Yeah,
the car.
but that's Eric Grower.
Well, no, listen, the one I pulled up, I typed in Eric Gower on Facebook. That's who
Uh-huh.
that's who this is right here.
Yeah,
That's
you're gonna see Eric Gower, Grower, Growler, but I don't think it's the same one because he
either. Well, no, right? I can agree. I can
That's the
understand
one.
anything.
That guy right there's the one that I have in the blue shirt with JLR.
That's the first one that I brought up
That's
to you
the
guys
one
here
I
on
have.
Facebook.
that's
Yeah,
the
that's
blonde
him.
one.
Nope,
And
he's
then
got
there's
brown
the
and
blonde.
black hair.
But
Okay, well,
he's the one that works at the university, the one that's in with JLR's video.
And that's the one that I pulled up on Facebook when I just showed you that with the hay picture. That's him.
There he looks
Right
older
there.
though.
I mean, he could be older, but in the other pictures he doesn't look too old.
yeah, he's 43. He's 43, and there's on social media he has he does this thing with the students too. I don't know what it's called.
He's in his 30s. I mean, that guy looks like he could be in his 30s, his early 30s.
Java says they know that person apparently.
That's not Remy. Then okay. See? So then there's two of them that live in Moscow because this guy that's in the blue shirt lives in Moscow as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
Yeah,
Tim.
there's more than two. There's a
Java saying
grower, a gower, and a growler.
So Java, I mean, you know who he is. Where can I find a picture of who he is, Java? Do you have any idea? He works at UOL, and his wife works at the courthouse. Former UOL students. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
That's the blonde
found.
one. I believe that's the blonde one. That's the blonde one. There's pictures of both of them. He's the one that booked a vacation days after the deaths, and then didn't go and sold the tickets off to a friend.
Gotcha.
He booked an expensive vacation. I don't know, to somewhere like some islands.
Who's Remy? Why do they keep saying that?
Remy, because that's his nickname, Remy. Eric Gower's nickname is Remy.
Eric D. Gower. Eric Donald.
Let me see something here.
He was from Coeur d'Alene. He also lived in I believe in Vegas or somewhere in Nevada. Yeah. He lived in Nevada before. I don't think it comes up as Pullman. It comes out somewhere else in Washington.
Oh shit!
But I know if you Google the name and you go on images, it'll show like social medias, or probably if you go on click on the Facebook or something, it'll have a picture where he's like with the group of people, like younger people probably, and he's right there like somewhere in the middle. He's like some kind of counselor or use something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's what I
Picture of
found.
something, but
That it
this
was.
is
That's the one.
That,
The blonde,
that,
the light skin guy.
okay, so
that's
this
the one I
picture
found.
here is not him, correct? Hold on, as soon as it'll load. Oh my god, that's not him, right?
I don't know.
Mm. Mm-mm.
It's beat up from the feet up now. If
Because
you
this guy was 34, was accused of essaying a 13-year-old girl in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Monroe County.
Whoa.
That's a little weird. Little weird.
you know what? You know what's weird? I think this guy does kind of also lean back over
what
there
I'm
too.
talking
I'm not sure.
No, 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 no.
You know what I was? That's very weird. Very weird.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, that's a really
You know
weird.
what I'm
Hey,
saying?
did they find that guy yet
Oh.
that escaped?
Nope. I told him he was gonna run
No,
through
they haven't
the tunnel.
That's the
I told him he's
same.
gonna go through the
Listen,
drain.
it's only 20 minutes away from where I'm at. I'm out to go look
I
for
was
him.
just gonna say that city sounds familiar.
It's in Chester County. I'll go right
Yeah.
over there.
That's where it's.
Hey,
Yeah.
when they were having that group chat, the SWAT, whatever, I was commenting. These guys are
Oh.
wasting their time. They're right there. Instead, they're not gonna find him as soon as the sun goes down. It's a wrap. He's gone. He's probably crawling under them through those drainage tunnels. Because I saw there was like ditches. I was like, oh, they have drains over there. He's using them for sure.
That's where they had him at the other night when I was running it live. They had him in a drain pipe. They were pushing him, and then I don't know where he went. But
okay, yeah, I think I had already got off. I saw that the next morning that you had went on live, but I was commenting on the other channel, and I was telling everybody he's gonna go through the drains. You know.
Yep, that's what he did.
And it's not even hard to
All right, so the one that
they had sight of him?
I had him up. Dean says I had him up already. Is that the secondary guy that I pulled up then, Dean? Is that the one you were saying?
No. Thank you, Noni, for that information.
What did we get here? What did we get? I appreciate your guys' input and all your interaction with this today, too, by the way. It's been a great show so far. I appreciate you all so very much. Molly, all your input, too, has been super helpful. I wish Brian would have jumped up here, too. I wanted to hear what Brian had to say. I heard he had some good information. I've been waiting on him all show, Brian.
Yeah, come on,
what the hell,
Brian.
I'm up here. Come on, dude.
Yeah, get up. And Java says, no, you haven't had him up yet. At all.
Okay, then. Did Java say where I can pull him up at so that I can figure out who he is? Because
Java, can you help us out?
saying yes. Dean says that it's the one with the dark hair. Java says no.
No, it's not. I'm telling you. Go on the Google the name, and then I think it has like the Facebook, the social media, the different ones, and you'll see the pictures from the profiles, and you're gonna see a profile picture with like a group, and I believe that's him.
Okay.
Group of people.
She says she's gonna make a call because she knows him personally.
Brian will come up and he's the link.
There we go.
All right, Java.
I dropped the link like 13 times for you, buddy. There's the link, Brian. Okay, so
and she states the wife is not on social media either, so neither one are on social media.
Well, they deleted them. Probably. She was pregnant or something. She had just got pregnant from the, or she was almost due, I believe, when that happened. Something like that.
I don't know. I don't think
article.
Yeah.
See, it was stated in the article.
Rochelle saying I have been posting.
Because supposedly that's the reason why they canceled the trip, because she was almost due, but he didn't have a problem ordering the trip.
That's what I remember too.
Okay, so hold on a minute. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Rochelle, are you saying that the one that I put up first with the dark hair and the blue shirt, that was him? Is that what you're saying?
No.
I mean, 5'9" and is 61, or is 59? She is 61.
No, the one we're talking about, he's 43.
The guy, here's the thing, though, guys. When I pulled up, listen, I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let me show you
Yeah,
this.
there's a
Okay.
bunch of them. I'm telling you.
And listen, I
This guy
read an
right here.
article, just like Rolo read the article, that they were younger, that she was going to have a baby.
Yeah, he ordered the tickets like a few days after the on the livings, and
Right.
probably like a month or two after, he just decided to sell the tickets off
All right, hold
That's what
on.
I
to
remember.
a friend.
This one right here, Eric Gower, lives in Moscow, Idaho. He works for the outreach coordinator at the Bridge, Idaho,
right.
Upward Bound.
Yeah, I think that's him. Yeah, Eric Z. Grauer.
Miss Riviera said the baby was born in October.
So wait, does that mean that what's his name put the wrong guy's face on
Something.
his?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Here we go. Yet again.
Okay, I think that is the one.
Everybody's saying that's
Is
him,
he?
that is him, that's him, that's him, that's him, except for one person, Java's saying no, that he's 61 or 50, 59 years old or something.
I mean,
I remember the article
Katie Gower
stating that she was going to have a baby. I remember that.
lives in Moscow, is from Kamaya, or Molly always corrects me when I say this, I can never say it right. Kamia, Idaho, or something like that.
Eric D.
And he has a girl and everything. Everything checks out.
Yeah, Katie. So if I go, let me see something.
We're just trying to find the right person. We
Yeah.
don't
That's all
want
I was trying to figure out. That's all I
because
was
it's
trying to
been
figure out.
really hard to find. He's been giving, I guess, anonymous interviews.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind talking to him.
And apparently he's the one that turned Kohlberger in. He's the one that led. He's the one. He's the tipster.
That's what it said in the article
really?
too. I
Yeah,
remember
he's a
that
tipster.
in the
Yeah,
article.
that he
Early
found the
on.
car a few feet away from where he lives.
Mm-hmm.
But how did he? And he turned in. It was like
Guy
one
looks
of
like
like
he could
13
be
or
in his early
14.
30s.
Yeah, he lived like within 1,000 feet or something from
Yeah,
Kohlberger.
yeah. And his wife was still, is still scared to walk the dog.
Right. Yep. That was in the article too.
It took her 6 months to even leave the house. Okay, there's a dog. Yeah.
That's her and the dog. And
That
this
she
woman
didn't come out of her
every
house. She
video
didn't want
with
to come
him.
out for like 6 months.
Well,
Like he had to talk her into. 6 months after his arrest, she still didn't come out.
Mm-hmm.
And she barely started coming out now, but she only walks like real quick to the corner, and that he has to be watching her.
Yeah, I get it.
Probably after the guy, the alleged guy is in custody.
Hi guys, is this Michael's game?
Gower
Yes, it
is the
is.
private driver. Yeah.
Well, thank God. Hi y'all. It's only
Hi,
taken
Michael.
9 hours and 72 minutes. I don't want to jump in and interrupt right away, but then I'll hear and then I'll tell you what I want to tell you.
That one is from 2019. Okay,
we're just trying to figure out this person. We want to have the right person.
Welcome, Brian. It's good to see you, buddy.
Likewise, so y'all.
Let me see here. These posts were 2019. You're right.
Hey, has anybody ever been on the call and the operator interrupts you when somebody like tells the operator to interrupt the call and because it's a busy signal? Brian sounded like he was the operator guy. Like, there's a caller trying to get in contact with the certain number.
Oh God.
You guys remember that?
Yes, I remember those days.
I need to make an emergency break in the line. I had to do
that. Yeah.
And it was never anyone to give you
Mr.
money.
Hoffman busted in like he was the operator guy.
Okay. Hold on a minute, guys.
Really cordial.
1 second. There's
Okay,
my
so I'm
phone.
a little lost because I was trying to reboot. Is this picture here the guy you most of you think is him, and which one is he?
He is. Hold on. This one
The
right
thing
here.
is, Brian, it's hard to pinpoint who is it. The guy, who's
this guy looks
the one that owns that vehicle.
Okay, that guy right there, though, that for me, that is the only picture I've seen of who was the driver. I don't know what that means, but
All
that's
right.
the picture I saw.
That's what we've all. Okay, Java, you can contact me if you'd like to. That number there, 234-703-4047. And you can do it either privately or you can do it while we're live. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. You can wait till after the show and contact me, and then I can, we can go from there. Whatever you want to do, I've always given you anybody that option if you want to.
Okay, look, I'm not even what I was saying is, whoever owns that vehicle, that's what we got to look into, because that vehicle is everywhere throughout that whole period.
You're talking about the Mustang.
Yeah, G3 or whatever.
Okay.
GE, whatever.
Okay, so wait,
Mach
is
E
that
or
the
Mach
black
E or
one or
something,
the
Mach
blue
E?
car? Are you talking about the black car, or is this another car? Rolo.
The white one.
Oh, brother. I wasn't even
The
close.
Elantra, the one, it's all the same vehicle. It's
I thought you were talking about the dry. Okay.
It's a Mustang, but I mean, apparently that the driver from that vehicle was a rideshare driver.
Take care, Carol. Thanks for joining us, hon.
But I thought that was a black car all along from day one. No?
No.
Rideshare.
Oh, that I didn't know. Because when I saw the rideshare vehicle pull up, you could see it in the reflection of the window by the grub truck, but you can't tell like exactly what it is. You can just kind of see the shape of it in that reflection.
I could tell the tail lights right away.
That was me.
Okay,
but
so
I
wait,
didn't
so
see the tail
all
lights.
along, did you guys think it was anything other than black? All I heard was black all along.
I didn't.
Okay.
I heard
No,
blue.
well, I saw white in the
Oh.
reflection.
Can I say something?
Please do.
So who is lying here? Java says we still have the wrong person.
Okay. And like I said, we're still, this is work in progress as always.
Right.
Java said that they're going
exactly.
to contact me either during now or later on, one way or another. You can contact me whenever you feel comfortable to.
I mean,
Hi, Willie and Chains.
Hi. How are you, Brian?
Yo,
Okay.
Java
Hi,
says
Willie.
Good.
what's up, man?
Okay. Is it anyway?
I don't know.
Let's move past that for a minute until I get.
Yeah. Yeah.
When
we
that
just
car pulls up, what you could like play the video slow before it parks, and you could see it's a white car.
Yeah.
And that car, during that whole grub truck video, you could see it passing a few times back and forth.
James, did you hear white for the pickup guy?
Hey, Lily, Twizzle,
Yeah.
what's up?
We just want to get the truth. Is all.
Oh, right, but
So-
I'm saying, did you hear? And Willie, have you all heard white?
I haven't before until now.
White.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. No, I'm sorry because I was off trying to reboot to try to come up. So, but have any of you? You're saying white, right, Rolo?
I mean,
For
that's
the
what I
pickup.
see. Apparently, when the car, the vehicle, the girls walk up to
Right.
is well, the one I see park is white. Yeah.
And that is the guy that took them home. Is in a white car.
Mhm.
That's what he's
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And that same car is the one that is one of the ones that for the Banfield video that supposedly is the Ionic. It's that same car.
Yeah.
The car, the X3 whatever, is the same car. The one from the Linda Lane where the trash can that pulls up and turns around, busts a U. That's that same car right there. If you go
With
on the
the
Linda Lane
sunroof.
footage, it circles around from like 12 something. It circles around a few times.
Okay. Java says he drives a red Blazer. Older.
And then it was somebody else just said that it had. I think it was Rochelle said that they believe that you had to have. Okay, Java, that's perfect. Thank you very much. That you had to have some type of an SUV to qualify to be the driver, to have, I guess, enough room.
And that's a little SUV. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
like I said,
The Mach E or whatever is an SUV. That vehicle is an SUV.
right.
Yeah, I thought he had an
Um,
SUV as well, but I thought it was darker.
Java does not want to come on panel. Is going to contact me after the show, and then we'll go from there, depending on what Java is comfortable with and wants to do. So,
You have to respect that.
Yeah,
we'll watch it not
I'm
from
just
the.
trying to find out who the driver of that vehicle is because he's all over the.
It's a white truck.
Just
Okay.
circling and circling the whole time, and he's causing a lot of the footage. And
Yeah, I
all
get it.
videos, really, all the footages, all the videos, the body cams, whatever. That same vehicle is seen in all of them, and not just once.
So in the Banfield, you still feel that the
That's
black
it.
truck belongs to who, and the other vehicle belongs to who?
The black truck.
Mhm.
I'm not even sure, but I know it's a heavy duty one. But
Mhm.
I mean, I've been told it's Quinn K.
Quentin, Quinn,
Yeah,
Kelly.
We've talked about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
No worries, guys, and let's.
But I thought he drove a Jeep. Also,
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
I did. Know
And then when I questioned that, I was messaged by one of his friends that he drives the old beat up black truck, and then on the post on the Instagram post, he shows like a Toyota one or whatever in the car wash, the one with the camper.
Mhm. The
You
point that
know,
I'm making is that
yeah,
there was a lot of traffic still going on when we
yeah,
were told that it was quiet and
oh yeah.
people weren't out.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we've seen it to the contrary. That's
Yeah.
not the case.
No.
On that little black car, the one that supposedly picked up the fast walkers. That's what I call them. The ones in the background. I
Mhm.
sent Dago a picture of that car. I think it's at Jack D's house. Is the middle one. Not on this email. On another one from I believe it's on Friday or something.
Okay, somebody. I did this once already, but I'll show this real quick so that she'll be comfortable with the situation. Real
Oh,
quick
you know
here.
what? The guy from the yeah, the guy from the Linda Lane from the Banfield. Remember the one I was telling you, Dago, about the weird shape of the shoulder?
Mhm.
Oh
Mhm.
Okay,
yeah.
I
Mhm.
believe this guy is at the grub truck. Um, around a few minutes before the Banfield thing,
Where's Brian at?
and he's wearing different colored pants and shoes.
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm just trying to
Okay.
settle back in because I had to reboot everything. I'm just trying to get with you all.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's fine. This is a Mazda 6, by the way. Nosy had asked about this. I looked this up a long time ago when I was trying to match that car when I came up with the BMW. There's this version of it, and what's up, Phantasmic? Um,
Mhm.
this is a 6, a Mazda 6. I'm sorry, but this is. There's also a hatchback version of this too that looks kind of. It does actually resemble that a little bit. Um,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the
that other
vehicles
car.
I point out, they all have that tail light with the three stripes though.
Right.
And I mean, I sent you the images on the
Do we
email.
have? Hold
There's
on.
30 images, and there's like 4 different ones showing you the tail lights on each one of them.
Right. 1 second here. 1 second. 1 second.
But Dago, listen, I gotta jump down and make
All
some
right,
dinner here
Brian.
for the little
While
one.
we're doing that,
Thank you,
All
Willie. It was
all
nice
right,
Yeah, I
Willie.
having you
appreciate
Brian.
Thank you
on.
guys for
Good
bringing me
to
over.
see
appreciate talking to y'all, and I hope
Willie,
everybody has a good day. What's up,
Willie,
buddy?
before you go, can I ask you a question? When
Sure,
you
man.
said that your child is now back in school, to
Mhm.
me, it hit me like that would mean more time for you. Because when I said something to you, like I haven't seen you in a while, and you said, "Yeah, my child's back in school," I would think like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
well,
disappeared."
yeah. Well, the problem is I'm lost.
you know, when she goes live at 11:45 p.m., I got to get to my daughter to bed early now and stuff. So
Oh.
if I
Okay.
pass out early and I got to be up earlier, so.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm thinking, God,
Yeah.
it would seem to me with the kid at school, it would be easier. But you're right, because
No.
we were doing late night stuff. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, no. Once school time comes around, I gotta start a whole new routine and stuff.
You
So
gotta be a good boy.
that's right.
Daddy
Just
duty,
wonder why.
daddy duty.
That's right.
Oh.
All right, guys. You guys have a good day.
You too, Willie.
Likewise, bro.
All right.
You
See you
too.
guys. God bless you.
Bye.
Enjoy your meal.
Lord, that was loud. We're picking up
Mhm.
some kind of background.
Hey,
Hold
wait,
Yeah,
are
it
you
was.
talking about me?
No.
No,
Is
no,
it
no,
my
no,
mic?
no. It's coming
Oh.
through. It's coming
Good.
back through Rollo. Rollo, it's rolling back over through Rollo for some reason.
I don't know
Hold on.
how all you private detectives can always figure out where the culprit is.
2011
The bubble,
Prius wants to
bubble
be
blinks.
asking to bring up a Prius.
I know. I thought.
It's not a Prius. It's a Ford. The one with.
Hold on, bud.
There are so many vehicles that have almost identical body shape.
I looked that up too. It wasn't that one either.
It's
But
amazing.
that's okay. Actually, we looked up a bunch of cars to try to match it with that, and overlaid them. And the one that matched and got it was, at least in my opinion, that was the closest. Was that 1 second, the BMW? I can't remember what the numbers and letters were behind it, but 1 second. It overlaid and matched up because it has that kind of has that Porsche look to it. As far as I'm talking about the car that was in the dumpster video and all that stuff. That's the one that I was that we were talking about, and the Prius was pretty close. Yes, I'll be honest. The 11 Prius. I mean, it could be. It's just a basic little roller skate looking type car.
I drove one. I won't
I
drive
hate
another.
these cars. I don't know how anybody drives these cars. I couldn't do it. It's just, I don't know. I don't like them. It is very close. Okay, don't get me wrong. And it's close in the one video to the one vehicle, but the vehicle that was in the dumpster, this is a Prius, guys. It could match up in some senses too with the other vehicle, but the one that in the dumpster doesn't match to that to me.
They go look at the tail light, the stripes, and you know what's another thing? The window, the shape of it, the front grille, and if you could also, it has that thing where you charge it or whatever on the fender, that kind of like the gas cap thing, the gas. Right. It has it on on the front fender on the left. You can see it in all the cars.
There you go, Chic.
He has
I don't know.
Prius. Eric drives a Prius.
Get down with that one.
Did you hear me?
Eric drives a Prius. Okay. Interesting. And I can't find that interview, Chic. News Nation said that Remy lived 1,200 feet from 1122. He lived 12 miles from 1122.
And then we're not talking about the same guy, right?
With that, or they made a big mistake with that. One of the two.
Well, yeah, I think he lives in Pullman.
There's so many articles on him too.
But you can't find him in Pullman.
Yeah, he lived in Pullman. That's what they said.
He said 1,500 feet from Kohlberger's door.
All right, hold on a minute.
You know what? That car could be the one that, like, at least the 405 one or whatever.
Yeah, right. All right,
and the other one. But I mean, I know the one in the other image that you showed me is a Mustang for sure. The gas station one.
Well, the one that has whatever photos
Not the
show
one without the wheel, the other one.
Okay. Well, the one that shows the photos with the taillights, that's a Mustang. I don't care what anybody says. Those taillights belong to a Mustang either way.
Yeah, it's a Mach E, whatever. The you know, little Mustang SUV, whatever it is. That's some new stuff, I guess. You know.
Right. Second. Okay.
If you go to the email, go to all the different ones, and see if you could find the one where, like, from the Linda Lane, the vehicle that kind of like that circled around, and see when it pulls out. I have a screenshot of the
one that I think is right
at 12 something.
Okay. It says, oh my gosh, hold on a minute. Hold on, Rolo. I'm gonna have to mute you when I talk, just until. Oh, it's already muted. Okay, we're good. A post in regards to where'd it go? Cabby. Oh, okay. 1 second. I have to share this the right way for you guys. Somebody has to see this too, and then I want to hear what Brian's got to say as well. 1 second, folks. Thank you for being patient, Mr. Brian. I appreciate you, buddy. As always. Load in, load up.
They were excited. Yes, I remember that.
That's my thought too, Pups a lot. I'm trying to, buddy. I'm trying my best. Okay, let's do this now. Make sure you guys can hear this when it goes. Maybe.
Maddie, one second. Turn the volume up on this phone here. All right, can you hear me, Maddie?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you live at 1122 Queen Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, hey, the reason that we're here is that we received a noise complaint of loud music, partying. Okay. Once we approached the house, people started running away. They left a bunch of alcohol behind. We're not even coming for alcohol. We're coming for the noise complaint. And then we sat here for approximately 10 minutes trying to knock on the door. No one would come to the door until these two gentlemen came down and actually answered the door. So
This is the worst crap. I don't care about a snake. Cabby, who drove Slane, Idaho students home, said they were excited to go home and eat pasta. Taxi driver who took University of Idaho students, Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan home on the night of the Grizzly murders, said the girls were super excited about going home to chow down on mac and cheese as he opened up about how the unsolved slayings have weighed on him this week on condition of anonymity and not. Oh my God. Yeah. Anonymity. The cabbie said he was likely one of the last people to see Goncalves and Mogan, both 21, alive before they were unalived, along with their roommate Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, both 20, on November 13th. It's weighed on me, the driver told the news site. I replayed that night a million times over and over to think if there was some sign or some detail that something was amiss, but there was nothing, he continued. It's not lost on me that my job was to get these girls home safe, but that didn't really help me this time. Nearly 6 weeks after the 4 students were found unalived inside the rental home they shared on King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Police have yet to identify a suspect. Blah blah blah. We know all that. I'm trying to find the rest of Eric's. This is all old. Police investigators, amateur online sleuths alike have endlessly pored over the doomed students' final movements before the killings with the surveillance video show. Okay, yeah, we don't need to see all that either. That's old too. Okay, here we go. The cabbie said the two friends sat in the back and chatted, but never mentioned anyone named Adam, who was invoked in a surveillance video earlier in the night featuring one of the girls. They were normal, just like any other night. They weren't upset about anything or talking about anyone, the taxi driver noted. There was no nervousness about them. They weren't afraid of anybody. There was nobody following them or following us. The driver recalled that he let Gonçalves and Mogan out of the car on the street outside their home, so right out here in front of the house, rather than in the driveway, and left for them to enter the residence. The unnamed driver said that when he learned the identities of the unalived college students, he went straight to the police and handed over his digital data and a time-stamped receipt from the Taco Bell where he headed after dropping the students off at home. Reflecting on the multi-agency investigation, which so far has very little to show for it, the driver said that many people in the Moscow community have lost faith in the police and feel like they are not doing enough to catch the unaliver. These kids deserve justice, and they're not getting it, he said. Local cops who are being assisted by dozens of FBI agents and Idaho state troopers said that they are working through nearly 12,000 tips and are also looking for the white. Yeah, we know that. Okay.
2011, 2013.
That's it. Yeah, well, there it is. And yes, I don't know why that snake was on there. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and they do
anyway.
eat each other when they're hungry.
It's a fact. So, Mr. Brian Hoffman.
Hi,
Mr. Dago and Miss No Chains and everybody else.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
Okay, so here's what happened. This is like a week ago. It just started gnawing at me. So then I started to play around. Dago, I sent you an email. Can you, without my name on it, can you pull that up, though? Because it just helps because there's some dates in this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so what happened was I'm starting to just get bugged, okay? But Maddie's stepmom has really been ignored. But the truth is she is absolutely huge. So I started playing around. And what I discovered was, it was incredible. It's unreal, sad. And I am not blaming, shaming, judging. I am not doing that. This is public facing information. But as usual, mass media blew off real facts. But the truth is what actually happened, you guys, was like Maddie's mom. And you know all this in a basic way, but it's way different, okay? But Maddie's mom caught really bad charges just like Cara. And in Idaho, guess what, y'all? It is a 3 strikes and you are out if you are in the vitamin sales industry charges, which translates to, as I'm playing around and learning, in Idaho, 3 vitamin charges, that can be life. Life. So then it's like, okay, I'm going along. Obviously, that's kind of important. Like if it was me, I obviously have some serious issues to make here. Okay, because I am facing life. So what is the only way out of vitamin charges? Is you talk. That's the only way. So then I learn that sure enough, Maddie's mom did in fact plea her way out of her most serious vitamin charge. What on earth does that mean, guys, other than you start talking? This is in September, okay? And then in the same month, 2 weeks later, the same dance stuff starts going on with Cora. The same dance. She was able to move some stuff around. What do? You talk. So then what I learned, which is interesting, is that usually they do like the sentencing, like all of the, like in one like hearing, but for both of these women, they split up the sentencing part. Okay. And then I'm thinking, that makes total sense. Okay, Dago, I'm going to make you the vitamin guy. Okay. Hey, look, and I'm going to be the
All right.
law. Okay. Hey, look, dude, you want me to drop your most serious felony? Oops, your most serious charge. You talk. Okay? You talk, and give me a month. I'll check out your story.
I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Because what they did was they pushed back sentencing for both of them like another month. But wait, okay, wait, I got to see the screen. But look what started happening, you guys, on the email. Look, okay, wait, I can't see where you are. Scroll down a little, Dago. Watch what starts to happen in October with vitamin bust activity. They are rocking. They are busting people left and right in October, big busts. And another thing that was actually fascinating to me was as I'm getting all the headlines and reading all the busts, what was amazing is the big vitamin salesman, CEO people they are finding. And guess what? They're in their 40s. Okay. And for some reason, to me, I thought they would be young. And then it's like, hey, that kind of makes sense. But if you look at the busts that were going on after both women pled out their worst offense, activity started. People started getting arrested. Big people, a lot of people, 16 people at one house, 28 at another. The dollar amounts of the stuff that were being seized is incredible. So then I'm thinking, God, let's do this. I've got Xana and Maddie in the same house living together. And all of a sudden, Xana wants her lock changed. Okay. Think about what is really going on here. So for the top people, I better damn well send out a message. You people better quit talking. What is the best way to do that other than to do the 13th? Then I discover that on November 7th, that is when Maddie's mom agreement sentencing plea thing is finalized.
Stepmom. Can you say
Yeah.
stepmom? Thank you.
November 7th. Then Kara is 4 days after the 13th. Let's just, come on, guys. Let's just be really honest here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, come on. The bottom line is we all know when you are in that league and at that level and with that amount of stuff, you talk or you will in Idaho spend the rest of your existence behind bars. The fact that both of them pled, both they talked. Now during all this, little Emma and Dee pop in. So come on, you guys, we can no longer be saying, we just can't. We cannot be saying that 1122 is absolutely vitamin, big time stuff. That is what this is. And what is the most, Chains, I ask you, what would be the most important way to send any mother a lesson? Hurt their kid. Hurt their child.
Unaliving.
Yeah.
And you know, Brian, it falls into place. It does. The blocks fall into the right spots. I do agree with you.
It does. And what was huge to me in terms of me playing around with it was we all knew a lot about Kara. But then I kept getting haunted and saying, no, I got to move Maddie's stepmom more forward in my trying to figure out what this is about.
Right.
And that was even more stunning in that I did not realize, for some reason, I had the image that Maddie's stepmom stuff was much lighter. It was not. It just as bad as Kara. But in 2000, Maddie's dad spent a quarter of a year locked up for this stuff. So this is small town. I don't know, you guys. I don't, sell vitamins, but I mean, let's just be real. So apparently, like all these people
I love it.
are probably like interrelated, connecting. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
you're all getting the
it,
same distributor. I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
it's being brought up too, Brian, about who went to the house to change the locks on the doors.
It was supposed to be the dad.
It was supposedly Jeff, Xana's father. So that
Mhm.
kind of fits in there too a little bit. It does make sense.
Yeah.
Why would you do that unless you're worried about your child possibly having to deal with some issues, possibly,
And
Yeah.
then let's go. So it's happening. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Days are going by. I'm ruminating. And then let's just totally throw in, what did you tell Adam? Now everything fits. The girls are having a lot of issues. All the people in the house darn well know what's going on with Maddie's mom, stepmom, and they know. They live together.
Right.
They're involved in this world. There is buzz on the streets, you guys. Okay, come on. We all know. Hey, did you hear Joe and B lost 700,000 vitamins last night? That's going to affect supply, demand, pricing, everything. So it's like a business. Well, it is a business. Hello. Okay,
Yeah.
but the bottom line is there's buzz going on in Moscow. A lot of buzz way before November 13th. People knew, people were talking, stuff was happening, supply was dwindling, feds are everywhere, busts are happening. Okay, prices are soaring.
Let me throw something else in, Brian.
To trust stuff.
Let me throw something into what you're saying, Brian, because we also had a comment from Jeff, Xana's father, stating that he called to see how Xana was, and she called him to let him know that they were home by midnight watching a movie. Why would they be checking on her like that either, too?
And they were having pizza.
Yeah, that could be another thing too. That like is everything okay, hon? What's going on? Where you at? What's going on? So that does fit in there too a little bit. So
and then also Dago and Change. Let's think about it. We all of us are in the house. We live in the house. We all know. We know bad things are happening. We know danger is coming. We sure aren't telling our dad that we are really playing around with machine guns because we are expected to get shaken down in 2 hours. Sure. You know what I mean? Yep. So we're home doing pizza makes sense. So the whole thing is like just spinning around, coming together, and it's like it's sad. I mean, come on, at the end of the day, but the two kids. Oh well.
Let me throw something real quick, Brian. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's kind of important too. Rochelle made a huge point. Let's see that comment was made that happened, right? But whoa, why are they eating pizza at midnight? Why did they order DoorDash?
Right, exactly.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, now I have to scroll. I just scrolled down to chat because I was stuck up on the other. I wasn't reading the chat. But to me, it's like everything comes, it all fits, sadly. And I think
parallel investigation going on in the background.
Yep. And Steve G, I think by that point in this disaster, when he said, when the what did you tell Maddie broke? And his answer was, oh, it just looked like two little happy girls walking home. Give me a break, dude.
That conversation was more than that. I agree with you. It was way more than that.
Oh, come on. That was so far.
You could hear it in her voice. You could hear it in her voice.
Absolutely.
When she said, Maddie, what did you say to Adam? Like, absolutely. Oh my God. Yes, you can hear it in her voice. I told Adam everything. That sounds alone by itself.
Awful. Really scary. And it totally fit in from day one with me and Hoodie. Because from day one, Hoodie hit me as nothing but sweet. His knees were flexible. He was laid back. He was cold. He was hungry. Okay, but he was protectively there. But then when the what did you tell Adam comes out and they're all walking side by side and swinging, think about it. You're a heterosexual, buzzed, cold, tired dude. You're really now scared because you were in the bar and you overheard Maddie and Adam. You are petrified that two girls and friends you care about might get really hurt. You're going to try to stay close, okay? But
and mind you, I still can't get past it. I told you guys from the beginning that for some reason I can't get that out of my mind that conversation is the key to what the hell happened that night, in my opinion.
Absolutely, hands down. And
Kaylee was mad texting the whole time on her phone, all the way there, while she was standing there, and then as they were leaving, getting ready to leave, she was still texting insanely to somebody. Then they try to call Jack. How many times that night? So,
come on, all of us really, which of us here that are here right now are seriously just pride-wise going to be calling someone to come over for a little zipper action 14 times? That means you were petrified, you were scared to death. You all knew
she wanted protection.
They were scared to death. That also totally correlates with Kaylee's Steve at the funerals, totally overt emotional response when he saw Jack D that close. That emotional response says everything. Whoa, my baby tried to ask you for help.
Why didn't you protect my daughter?
You didn't even come over. They were not calling up and saying, hello, honey. I mean, they were calling up and saying either someone has done, I have trouble with being good. You know, Ethan and Xana have passed. Okay, you need to get over here. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't run out of the house if I walked in and Ethan and Xana were not alive in the house.
Yeah.
Okay, what would I do? I would call Jack and hysterically. So I need you to come over. Okay.
Jack wasn't in the area.
No, and what's so funny to me, because you guys know I don't do a cell phone, but like so many of you all are like, they didn't answer. I mean, do you guys keep your cell phones on 24/7?
Hold on, Brian. Do you know that they were not dating? They were already broke up.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Jack and Kaylee and Jake was broke up with Maddie.
Yeah, they were split up at that time too.
Neither one of them were dating each other.
And the other thing that was like spooky was, if you really think about it, Kaylee and Maddie are super close. But let's switch it in light of all this. The truth is, Kaylee was fleeing the area.
Right.
Okay. She moved out and she ran away.
Right.
I think she knew, and I think Steve knew, and she was saying, here's the bottom line. We've been doing this. Everything is spinning out of control. It's getting very dangerous, and I am leaving and coming home. Okay. And Kaylee, all this play about, she graduated early and da-da-da. Why would she graduate ahead of her dearest friend, Maddie? She was smart. She ran and got away from there. Okay. Because they knew.
Brian, there was something going on in that house for sure.
Absolutely. Bad stuff.
Yes, there were things. There was animosity going on. Apparently, by digging more, Kaylee and Maddie were not as close as you guys want to believe, or
I totally agree with you.
Told to us.
Yep.
Because I've gone back to pictures and dates, and there was a big separation of time between those two.
Things changed. I was told that as well by a few people that were very So
respectfully,
I don't know why.
Can we just call it bitch fighting and include Xana in on it? Yeah, there was a lot of crap. Now, you guys, and I want to make sure I'm saying that I don't know this for truth, okay? But Chains, you're organized. Would you be able to go back? Shoot, where did I write it? On Venmo. Oh, what was it? Oh, I'm not going to remember.
She had 19 bank accounts, or 19 accounts. Okay, that's Venmo, Tinder, and other social media, and they're linked to gentlemen's names that were redacted. It is in the warrant.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
These girls were OFFO. Period. That Dropbox thing, little grandpa here, I had to go look up Dropbox for it. Spent hours learning what it's for. It's for OnlyFans. I mean, come on.
Mhm.
I learned that. Okay, but Chains, what I want to ask you, I guess it depends on whether now if it's turned off, but I want to qualify this and say I do not know this, but 2 years ago, apparently, there was allegedly, let's do it this way, and then I'm thinking, Change, you know how to do Venmo, don't you? Yeah, of course she does. Can you go back and look at Bethany's? Because what I saw, and again, could be BS, was, and I have to be careful how I word it, but was on a Bethany. Okay, wait, on a Bethany Venmo 2 years ago, she posted Pepsi-Cola's rival is waiting in the dumpster for you and gave a street name. Hello.
I remember seeing that also.
I saw that too.
My God. And then that makes me think.
I saw another one where she was in a picture and somebody had sent her $3,500.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's wrong with you, Chase?
There's a lot of
You haven't had $3,500 pizzas. Hold on, I just ordered one. I'll be there in a minute.
Some really, really good pepperoni. Really good pepperoni.
And heavy cheese. Okay, we're talking some cheese.
Extra cheese, right?
Okay, I don't want any of this light crap. What else changed? Do you know in terms of that? You did see kind of Venmo.
We have done our extensive digging. Okay. And we have found all kinds of stuff you guys may not even know about, but it's very alarming to say the least.
It's really alarming.
Yeah. But anyway,
then again, what would make, couldn't you be more creative?
They wanted money. They wanted to have the finer things in life, so to speak.
No, I'm saying don't say Pepsi's biggest competitor on a Venmo.
That was dumb. That was dumb.
Right. Yes, you're correct.
Right. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you were really high or whatever. But I mean, I think I would find a better way to talk to you, Change, and to tell you that your material is at a dumpster, like without saying what you're picking up. You know, I mean, I was like, God, that's like really
well, that's kind of ironic considering with the video we saw of the guy walking up to the dumpster as well, looking at it and walking away. So who knows at that point?
Do any of you know the name of that street? Because it was some 5-letter word. It was in the Venmo, you guys. It was in the Venmo. She gave the location of the dumpster in parentheses. It was like Panera Street or something. I'm like, good Lord.
Not very
so
smart.
then, though, that does add a whole bunch of other stuff in with our Beth. Okay, it does. And then there was one more that I saw that just said 4 letters, one word.
Bowling alley.
I'm sorry, what changed?
Bowling alley.
The bowling alley, right.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, wait. That one I don't know about. Share with us.
Ay. We all have critical thinking.
There's a whole bunch of us that have been
there. There is so much here that tells us something else had gone down. Okay, and it doesn't involve BK on that level. It does involve him on a different level.
Right.
Okay. But if we start going into all this, then people are going to get all riled up, and I'd rather not do that right now, Brian. I don't want to get people all upset.
None of this is not like a character judgment of anybody. Okay, addiction's real. Okay,
it is.
They got in a little deeper than they even knew or thought. They lost control of everything.
Listen. There's a lot of different cryptic things that $20 to black out. Okay.
Yeah, they all have meaning.
Money for the juice. I mean, it says what it says. Okay,
But
we got another one. Shut up, leader. I mean, there's things like that you can basically tell what they were for. Sadly.
Very
And
sadly.
we know what was going on, whether it's denied or not. We're not stupid people.
they were involved in
yes,
other extracurricular activities.
and it made
Well, how
me.
come we're the only people on YouTube that are allowed to have an intelligent conversation?
Well,
I mean,
we're not.
some of this is YouTube.
Nobody else wants to believe in it, Brian. Nobody
That's
else wants
right.
to think that it's something that could have happened.
It's long enough.
There's another one for the goods. I mean, come on. You know, it just.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, this is another one. It's crazy. Riley Hilden paid Bethany Funk for crack cocaine behind the Rally's dumpster. I mean, not saying.
Dago, that's it. Dago, that's the one.
Yep, that's it.
My God.
Okay, I mean, they're blatantly putting it in here for Coke, ice cream. That could be for ice cream, but you know what I'm saying.
Dago, he's so cute.
But
I mean, it is what it is. But
if you go look up these names and reference them to what they really belong with, you'll see it.
Cake by the ocean. Figure that out. You know, I mean,
guys,
just saying,
I get in the first 2 months. We're like 9 months into this. All those YouTube channels that are continuously doing this. We don't have any
Coffee's
facts.
another one. I'm sorry. Coffee's
I'm
another
sorry,
reference.
James. We just don't have facts. How dare you? What is wrong with you people? We are 9 months into this. So the reality of the situation is this is what is going on. This is why those 4 kids lost their lives. And it is time for the rest of you to quit doing, well, we just don't have the facts. Well, put your brain in gear.
That's what we're trying to all do. We're trying to brainstorm.
I know you guys are. I'm just saying, like these channels, and I'm not going to name names.
Oh, please don't talk about.
No, I won't. But
that.
oh my God.
No, I don't mean you. I'm talking about the chat. We're not going to go into.
If you guys don't want to believe it, if you can't see it, it's right there in black and white.
Absolutely. It is. And that's your stuff, not ours, not Chains, not Dago, not I. That's not us being disrespectful. That's not us not honoring the kids. That is us facing the music, the music.
We cannot sit silent.
They didn't deserve what happened to them, regardless of what the reasoning was.
You're absolutely correct, Dago. They did not.
Not at all.
And they didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, it was fun. They had money. They were partying.
And I think that these girls, I'm not saying girls, we'll just say Bethany, for instance, because we've seen proof of certain things. I think that they were naive, or she was naive to think that it was something that could have been caught or could cause a problem, because they're told, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just do your thing. Boom, 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 boom. Here we are. Okay. And there it is. So it's very sad. It's very sad.
It is. It really is. It's
a shame. It should never have happened.
It's college. Okay. Lots of things go on when you're in college. Okay.
Right.
You guys have to wake up to the reality. All right. I will tell you, my daughter finally confessed to me that she did escorting because she wanted the extra money to do things.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Gonna be honest, it happens.
No, good for you, Chains. It's not a judgment.
You know, I
love
my daughter.
My oldest daughter.
My daughter. I didn't know
daughter
that.
Was selling pictures through OnlyFans, and she's a model. To make money, she was selling pictures. Okay.
It shows what a good mom, Chains, is.
These kids.
The fact that the daughter shared that fact with her mom.
Right.
That's effective parenting.
Because we were talking about
parenting.
this.
Yes. Good for you, Chains.
Brian, we were talking about this case because she didn't know anything about it. And I gave her a little bit of a synopsis on it. And she's like, Mom, I have to tell you something. And I'm like, oh, my Lord. She told me.
Uh-oh.
Yep. And she told me.
it's nobody's fault either, because listen, these kids, they need money. Okay, they want money, and they do what they have to do to get this money. And it's not because of us. It's not because of them. It's because of technology, and technology has given the option to do these things. Okay. And they've made it so easily accessible for these kids to do this. And then the let me see, the rug business, okay, has become very, very pertinent nowadays, especially a lot more than it was when we were in school. And a lot more dangerous than it was when we were in school.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Miss Lily. I appreciate you so very much for that. So at that point, we know, I think we all kind of know what Brian has been trying to say for about 6 months now. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel.
And a lot of us have been looking at it in the same. We've been looking down the same path. Okay, but the problem with this whole thing is we have all been digging and digging and digging and digging and looking and digging to try to find some kind of concrete proof on this. And we all know how bad it is, how sad it is, how ignorant it is, how disgusting that this happened is, but we cannot find the proof to prove to prove this. I mean, we're looking at it in front of our faces, but there's nothing.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing physical that any one person can present and go, here it is. Now please fix this. We can't. None of us can.
No, and you know what my wish would be, and we are all people. We all everything is whatever. I adore Lana. Hey, Lana doesn't particularly care for me. That's fine. I wish Lana would go take a look at the cops' lifestyles, their checking accounts. What kind of cars are you dicks buying? Okay. Right. I really would rather focus on let's get these dicks arrested, because there are a bunch of local cops in on this.
Brian, I've already looked into backgrounds.
And there are a bunch of them in on it.
We looked into the
kinds.
Wages, and certain wages that are way higher than what they probably should be.
Absolutely.
And,
hello.
we looked into stuff like that.
These girls were trying to uphold
Danger Zone. Listen, here's another side to this too. Thank you for that super chat, CR. Thank you so very much. I don't have my thing to do that with. Danger Zone has a great point. Okay, and he's stating, shouldn't the conclusion be drawn that the LE possibly or etc. are afraid to end up like the victims, and maybe it should always because there are some bad folks involved, possibly.
Oh, wait a minute. Wow, I never thought of that. And they have families too.
It's definitely bigger. It definitely involves some big players and money.
And that's why it's not really talked so much about, Brian, in a lot of senses. So
wow, you guys, I never thought of that.
Brian is right. I can definitely agree to that. And I try to kind of, speaking the truth, I will say, is not victim shaming, but I still have a bit of, and it's nothing against what you're saying, Brian, because a lot of us we think the same way you do. It's this community is full of critical thinkers. There's nothing in the world that can deny that. Okay. But I kind of try to, whether I know or what I think, I just don't like to say it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to say it. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, Brian. I just wanted to.
No. Wow. Isn't that terrible? I never even thought.
Right.
About that the cops are scared too. Of course they're scared. These people. Wow. Whereas I don't
mean to cut you off, Brian. Hold on. Remember what it stated in the paperwork. Do you all remember what it stated in the paperwork? This poses imminent danger to the public and law enforcement. And it's been stated twice now.
And Kelly Mack just made a comment that really reflects something too, in my opinion, saying, do you think that the law enforcement picked BK knowing that he would beat the charge and leave it unsolved? And
Great
based on what Eddie
possible.
has been saying about this being put together by design,
Whoa.
oh my God, does that make some
Mm-hmm.
sense? Okay.
Well,
That's
that is actually like far more depressing because you guys have to understand I'm old and I'm gay. And I have experienced raging homophobia through law enforcement for decades when I was in my 20s and 30s. So I'm not a law enforcement person at all. But then when you just said that change, it's like, oh my God, these cops are the same position as other people. They can't even do it. They have to lie because their kids could get killed.
They very well could be. You are absolutely
Oh, I
right.
never thought of that, you guys.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's something that's been on the back burner, a thought for quite a while, but that's why it's kind of like,
Wow. And that explains why the FBI, and this includes Kylie, like why my thing with Kylie was they were so there. I'm the FBI, you're going to bust in and they're going to arrest all these corrupt trucky people. And then nothing happened. Wow. Wow.
mm-hmm.
That is scary as hell, which means there's nothing that can be done. How do we do something about this? If I'm above you and I try to do something, the bad person could still kill me as easily as they could you. So, like, now we are really in this like cycle of what the fuck?
And that's the bad part with this whole thing. And I've come to that conclusion a while ago that honestly, there really probably isn't anything we can do about this. Okay.
Wow.
Other than try to keep our kids away.
Hi, danger. I love my danger.
It is. You're right. Danger zone. It's a very tough spot. And
no, and I never even looked at it that way till you guys just said that because I have my own issues with cops.
Sure.
Okay, so to me, they're and yeah, it's very understandable. You got to realize how old I am. Okay, it was horrible back then. They were doing very bad things to gay people, to African Americans.
Right.
You guys think you know now. You have no idea what was going on 45 years ago.
No, I've heard the story.
So,
I don't recall that Jack Showalter's uncle was Attorney General.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where that information comes from.
That was brought up a while back.
But I never found that to be linked. Also, no, I don't cut off anybody. I just had something I needed to say, and I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to be rude.
it's fine. I cut off people all the time on here. No. You know that too. So does Dago. Oh, change, Dago. We all step over each other from time to time.
I do it all the time too because if I don't say it, you guys know I forget.
Excuse me, the old razzle dazzle. You can go ahead and keep your opinion to yourself. Thank you very much.
So then you guys
just coming in here to start problems.
All right, let's not do this kind of stuff, Razzle, or anybody else. Okay, I understand how some people feel. You guys don't always understand the reason why that happens, as I just stated.
It's a troll. It's a troll, Dago.
That's why I said just
how is that fun? Like, what am I gonna do today? You know what? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do, you guys? I'm gonna go on this Dago guy's channel and get a bunch of people all pissed off at me and deal with all this negative energy toward me. Oh, sounds like fun. Let me go. Like, I don't get this trolling shit. What are you people doing? Like, I get negative attention is attention, kind of because of what I do for a living. But believe me, for me to sit here and think, let me go up on some channel and cause a bunch of junk and have a bunch of people yell at me, scream at me, jizzle me, and then I get rejected and kicked out. Well, that sounds like a delightful afternoon. You want to join me? It's just ridiculous. What is this trolling stuff?
It just people bored. That's what it is, really.
It's just narcissistic behavior. I'm
that's
sorry.
all.
I'm just gonna say it.
No big deal.
So
that's why
the reality is
I'm laughing.
The
Yeah,
reality,
you could
though,
never
is.
be a troll, Brian. Never. You're too.
No.
Oh no, I would never. No,
No.
I'm
Never.
way too honest. Oh God, no, I would never be a troll.
It would be
You're-
horrible.
That's funny, Dago. Not on your mind. I couldn't even if I tried.
No, sir. You're too real to be a
Authentic.
troll.
Yeah. So are you guys. It's like, holy shit, you're out of your mind. And I mean, the
Right,
thought
right.
would never like cross my mind. What do I want to do today? I want to go get yelled at, rejected, hated, and tossed. Sounds
Eddie,
like an
come on.
afternoon of fun.
Yeah, Eddie, you can, sir. Absolutely. There's a.
Oh, is Eddie gonna come up?
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you
I
for the
love my
clarification.
Eddie.
Cynthia,
I
thank
love
you for
my
the
Eddie.
clarification.
What did she say there? Again, guys, and that's why I said the ADHD thing with me. That's why I do it. Because I forget thoughts all the time. You guys have seen me do it. If I don't say it when I gotta say it, it's gone. It just
Yeah, that's how I am too.
thinking so much at one time. So, especially when we're doing this kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, especially when we're on this, you have to get it out.
Yeah, sadly, that's why it's hard, and I try to keep as few people up here as possible at one time because then people do it. We all do it, so it is what it is. What's up, Eddie?
Change. You really do agree, and I've seen a bunch of Venmos like that where you're flat out saying the vitamins are here.
Yes, sir.
God.
I've seen a lot of
I
other
was in
stuff,
private
too.
school and I knew how to get my drugs safer than that. Oops, I'm sorry, Jago. Give me a break. Use the right word.
You're all right.
Hi, Eddie. Are you
Hey,
here?
Brian.
I have to scroll up.
No, you're good.
Eddie, are you here? Wait, I got to scroll up. Is Eddie here? I love Eddie.
He's up there. He just said hi to you, bud.
Yeah,
I'm here. Wait, I don't see you, Eddie.
He's right there underneath. He's over underneath me, Brian, right next to you in the red triangle.
Oh, okay. Hi, Eddie. I love my Eddie.
Oh, thank you.
What is your accent, Eddie? I think your accent is so neat. What is it?
Minnesota.
Oh. Minnesota.
Minnesota.
This is a cold
Dago.
country.
Yes, sir.
Just to complete our thoughts on what we were talking about earlier, I did send you an email.
Yes.
I don't know if you found it yet.
Let me. Whoop. Hold on. I'm trying to keep up, guys.
I know Minnesota. That does sound like Minnesota. Yeah, that's okay.
Minnesota.
I'm catching on
Fargo.
So just to refresh everybody's memory, what we were talking about earlier was Brent Kopacka and the incident where he got injured and got the Purple Heart. So I emailed Dago. It wasn't quite what I was looking to email you because for whatever reason, it was a hopeless case trying to find that on my iPhone. I have it on my personal computer, but I can't manage, no matter what I do, to get that thing I was trying to send you on my iPhone. And I don't know how to email with my personal computer, so I'm kind of stuck. But what I emailed
What's the title on
was,
the email, bud?
What's that?
The title on the email?
Oh, it's I think the Washington Examiner article has to do with Casey Combs and David Stevens.
Derp. Hold on a minute. I just did
so my email address. I'm sure you get a lot of emails. It starts with the letter T.
Okay. That'll help. Hold on a minute. 1 second here.
But I figured we would kind of finalize our thoughts on this today rather than waiting until who knows what day in the future and then bringing it back up because it would kind of be confusing. But what this will do is
till whenever.
It's
a cliffhanger for NBC News.
Well,
what's the second letter, Eddie? Sorry.
Oh, R. R is in Romeo.
R. Gotcha.
So what this will do is it'll show us the explosion, the IED that killed two of Brent Kopacka's fellow soldiers. And where he got wounded. And it's just an article, and it doesn't mention anyone who was wounded, so it's not conclusive. But even my skepticism only goes so far. I think for me, I'm satisfied that I'll put this one to bed and say and concede the point that he did get a Purple Heart.
I can't find the email, bud.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
Not yet. Oh, we got more. Okay, that's done. It's already done. No worries. Welcome, Draw. Good to see you, dear.
Well,
yeah,
it takes it more than okay. Well, then we will be unable to do it.
Tell you what you can do. If you want to send me a text message, you have my number. Send me a text message and tell me the full name, and I'll pull it up that way. That way, nobody has to hear it. My email is like 13, 14, 1,500 emails, like literally for the past 2 weeks. So,
well, I'm on my iPhone right now.
oh, okay.
If I start pushing on buttons, I don't know if I'm going to drop out of StreamYard.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you wanted, you can't even do it in the private chat. I don't think because it'll drop you. Well, shoot. Is it gonna go? Is it under a name that I know from you, Eddie?
Well, yeah, I have emailed you in the past.
Okay. I knew you had, and I couldn't.
But I don't think you would recognize the email address.
That's the thing. If it's different, then.
Well, does your email, is it like chronological? I mean, it happened just at like 2:00 today.
That's the thing is I don't think so. And you emailed it before to mayora74@gmail.com. And I'm looking back.
Okay. Well, maybe you didn't.
For the ones I've gotten during the show, and I don't see it. I don't know. Sometimes it takes a minute for him for a little while to get in here. Sometimes, but I would have had it by now, depending on when you did it. So,
hi, Eddie. Do me a favor and just give me a 1-sentence summary of what we're trying to find out about Kopaka.
Okay, so on the 12th of April, 2007 is when his company's Humvee was blown up by a IED.
Okay.
And he would have got the Purple Heart. And until today, we didn't know the date or any of the circumstances of his Purple Heart. But you can, by process of elimination, because only so many fatalities, occur during a deployment, right? It's not like this is an everyday thing. So by process of elimination, it is absolutely, there is only one vehicle that the 2nd Battalion, 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment lost on the 12th of April. So this is the event.
that was the cause and the unfortunate event that happened, the incident that gave Brent Kopaka the Purple Heart.
Okay, I know nothing about military. So is this? Are you saying like? Is this good or that sounds awful?
It proves that the Purple Heart was given to him, that the incident occurred, so on and so forth. So yes, it's good in that way. It's a horrible incident. His entire party that he was with rolled over an IED or was attacked by an IED. They lost their lives, all but Brent. And so in turn,
okay. So then So then the basic question earlier was this like accurate information?
Yes, that the information given was accurate at that point. Then yes.
So Dago, there's another way to get around this. If maybe it's quicker, if you just type in, SSG, that's Sierra Golf, that's Staff Sergeant, right?
Okay.
SSG Casey, middle initial is Delta. Last name is Combs, COMBS, like it sounds.
Oh wait,
80
you want me to do
seconds.
that in Google?
Yeah, and then what you're gonna get, and then after his last name, just go 82nd Airborne. Then what you're gonna get is a whole list of articles, and you can select whichever you want. I think the first one that comes up on my PC is the Army Times, the Military Times.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what article you pull up, it'll talk about what happened.
Gotcha.
Eddie, you seem knowledgeable about this. May I ask you, do you think that there's anything very peculiar about him living in a college kid apartment complex as it relates to vitamins, looking, selling, whatever? Why is he allowed in that coffee house apartment? Isn't that a student thing?
No, it wouldn't be a student thing. But
Oh,
we don't even know if that was his address. There's a lot of mystery. I'm not so, that doesn't hang me up, so to speak, as far as like he's living with college students. He may or may not have been. And it's not, exclusively just for college students. He's welcome.
Have a great day, Kelly.
He's welcome to live there. But does he actually live there? That's to me where
he was working for the university. He was working for the university as well, based on what we were told, so they could house some of their staff in these apartments as well,
But I think that was debunked.
That's what we were told, but it's not showing in his background.
Saying the working for the university thing, I think that was like a rule out, but who knows?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
Do any of you find anything odd just about the wording in the obit where I am thinking somebody very high up gently forced his family to write the obit that way? Because that's a lie.
It is a lie.
He did not die from a wound 14 years ago.
You're right.
He died from a bullet from a Washington State University cop. So
the
what
reason
I'm
why
saying,
it is a manipulation of the truth.
Right. Thank you. They're perfect. But what I'm saying is, was the family gently, very seriously encouraged?
With money?
It feels like someone told them, like, just like I learned just now from you all, that like, whoa, the cops could be afraid too. Like all of a sudden I'm spinning and thinking maybe they were told, let me tell you something, you word it this way.
Here's the reason why that was written that way. Okay. It was how can I even put this to sound? Anyway, this is what it was written for. That the reasoning why they were using that is because that is what caused his PTSD, which in turn is what provoked the incident to happen, which in turn is where he became deceased, and it goes back to the incident that caused the PTSD. I'm sorry.
You guys, you just have to understand from my vocation, PTSD, just like addiction, it's nothing to be ashamed of. So for me, it is just relentlessly horrible. It is the reason why America wakes up every other day with mass shootings until this nation grasps mental illness, what it is.
That's right.
It does not mean you're running around talking to clouds. There are millions of layers of issues, but it seems like we are the only nation, and Google, you are behind YouTube. You are doing this. We should be able to all be having very intelligent conversation about self-harm. We should be able to be overtly talking about the consequences of PTSD. I mean, and it's like, everything here in America is in Europe. It's different. Come on. They're not waking up to people running over each other. Like, what is wrong with us? It's like, some of it is because of what I did for a living, I'm sure, but like, my God, word it honest, respect it, which makes me think that, just like I learned a couple hours ago, that maybe they're scared too, Did someone force them to write that this way? That's not what happened. He did not die from something that happened 8,000 miles away years ago. That's not how he died. He died from a WSU cop. Now, obviously, you can't word it that way, you guys. I'm fair there.
Yeah.
But don't make it like, oh, this is why you guys are going to wake up to your kids getting dead. Hey, forever and ever and ever. Because we can't deal with mental illness here.
That's a big reason why I'm having the mental illness show that I'm having, because, well, multiples I'll be having. It needs to be recognized, talked about, dealt with, and taken head on so that people can understand how to deal with it. We need to put the resources out there for people to deal with, to reach out to when they feel like they have nothing to do, nowhere to go. They have to be able to have a resource to reach out to. I'm just saying.
Yes,
It's a regular
problem.
thing. It's a huge thing. Huge
Wake
problem.
up, people. It's 2023, okay? It's time. And Google, YouTube, you are keeping this going on and on with that unloved word and all that shit. Give me a break. Grow up. Take off your diapers. Use the words. Talk about it. Process it. Give me a break. And then we wonder why. My goodness. Why do we have so many mass shootings every day?
It has to be talked
I'm sorry, Eddie. I sidetracked you. I'm just a little fired up.
No, I was enjoying it. Say it. I'm glad you said it. You're saying
I am actually, to be quite honest with you all, Chains, and it was you the way you worded it, but like, holy crap.
It
Cops
has to be
may be in the same place as the kids. Maybe that's why they have to do this. That's really scary.
I don't know if you
where
know this
do you go if you're a cop and you have to keep doing this because you don't want your kid killed?
Brian.
Yeah.
Man, that's bad.
Brian, I have a question. Is the phrase that covers what you're saying here political correctness by chance?
Okay, wait, which phrase are you talking about?
Well, the thing that just sidetracked you about we're afraid to say what, we're calling things other than what they really are, sheltering our kids from,
Oh, yeah.
Is that it? Political correctness?
Yeah, I agree. I think it
is. No, that's an interesting question, Eddie, okay, because I'm not looking at it as political correctness. I'm looking at it as like corporate America from 20 years ago when Google and YouTube got together. But what I'm saying is the only way we can fix the sink is if we know the sink is leaking. So obviously, if we're not allowed to talk about the leaking sink, then evidently the sink is going to continue to leak. So it's kind of like at some point, grow up.
Yeah, well.
I think, okay.
Did I answer your question, Eddie, or did I miss it?
I know you didn't. He's asking you if the reason why everybody's doing what they're doing about going around the mulberry bush with this stuff is because of political correctness, and I believe that it is. That's what I think it is.
Oh,
because nowadays we have to be politically correct when we say and do certain things. So it is.
That's a good question, Eddie.
For example, unalive versus kill or murder.
Dead or yes. Yeah, you're right. Those things we have to be politically correct nowadays, especially for places like YouTube, because if we're not, bing, 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 you can't play it. They don't want them to hear it. They don't want it to be said. They don't want people to, it's a family channel. It's a family platform. They can't hear these things. They can't see these things. And I agree with Brian and I agree with Eddie. I do agree that yes, it is because of politically correctness. Boom. But at the same time, Brian's right. Wake up, grow up. And explain these things to our kids and people that are afraid to hear these things because it's real, folks. It's real. This is what life is all about. So I agree with both those pieces of conversation.
Okay, so Dago, on the creator side, help me understand how this works. Like we could go on wherever and someone's out shoot. I get so scared of what I'm allowed to say. And someone's out shooting everybody live. Okay.
Yeah.
that YouTube apparently has flagged some of the words I have used. Okay.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There. Yeah. And you guys see it live. So how exactly does this technologically work when we've got, I can't remember his name, whatever, some dude running around murdering people live? How come, Dago, you're getting flagged that I use the word beep, but some dude is driving around the city shooting people? And
Because
what the fuck?
here's what happens. Okay, some people don't care if they get flagged, and then their channel goes down. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's
Now
fair.
other people, because I want to continue coming back out here.
Okay, that's fair.
I want to keep being able to do this. If I get flagged too many times, then forget it. My channel disappears because of that.
Okay. All right. No, that helped a lot because that makes sense. If I'm going to kill
Yes.
myself in an hour, I don't give a shit whether you keep my Facebook up. Good answer.
right.
Thank you. Explain
There
a
you
lot.
go. Absolutely.
I love my Dago.
and I love you just as much, my friend. I absolutely do, and I appreciate you very much too. But yeah, that's the other thing. And there are other creators, of course. There's a lot of us out here that try to get our channels monetized, that have our channels monetized, and when that happens, and you get those flags, that takes the monetization away as well, which just definitely distracts a lot of people, and they get upset about that because they do work very hard, and they love that kind of stuff. So. That's another. I do, Dinky. I do have another one. It's called the Paranormal Experience with Dago, which I have not got to do one thing on yet. So, but I'm going to eventually. But anyway, that's how that works, Brian. That's why people are so worried about certain words you say, and different things. I have a whole slew of words in my YouTube that have been blocked that I put in myself to block. And that way, when they're said, they're not said per se. And then, that's why people freak out. Oh my God, you can't say that because I'm going to get a flag or whatever. And then boom. So,
this was so funny. This was like 2 years ago on Brittany. I said the word S. She was so cute with her accent and everything. She went ballistic. I have no clue, you guys. She's like, "Oh my God, you can't say that!" I'm spinning. I have no idea what I just did. I love her, but it was just like, wow.
And here's the thing: YouTube, when they came out, they started talking about, they advertised themselves, a place where you can speak your mind and express yourself freely, and you can show your artistic abilities freely and do this freely and that and boom, boom, boom. And I have to say, bullshit, because it's never been that way. Early in the beginning, early in the very beginning of YouTube, yes, they did not cut out so much stuff. Forget it now. It's over with. They've cut everything. You can't even sneeze the wrong way in here, and they're like, yeah, we're not taking that one down. This and then that's going down that way because of that. So yeah.
I'm sorry, Eddie. I feel like I changed your conversation. I just asked you a question.
No, it was an interesting conversation.
No, I pulled that up for Eddie. What he talked about, I showed it to everybody up there. So it does prove, and yes, that incident very sadly happened. It does show, and that's the reasoning behind Brent Kopaka and his Purple Heart. And again, it's very sad that those other soldiers lost their lives. And it's very sad that Brent lost his life in the end of all this after surviving that as well. Like I said, to me, that's another complete series of shows because I don't like the way that was handled, and it was handled completely the wrong way in my opinion, and it does need to be looked at. That's all I can say. But not with Idaho. I keep saying I don't think it's connected to Idaho. I think it's got its own entity, and it needs to be dealt with on its own personally. And I would love to look into that one because I really think the truth needs to be shown on that. Out of respect for what he has done for us as a country, he deserves that much respect, in my opinion. So,
okay, hey, and you all know I have from day one with Brent, not okay. I followed that. Like that
Right.
morning, I hunted and hunted. And let's just be honest, at the time it happened, my God, there was a hell of a lot of global TV in the area. I'm
Yeah.
thinking while I'm hunting and looking to try to figure out what this was, how come no one is reporting on it? Sweden is there, Norway is there, CNN is there for Idaho, blah, blah, blah. There's media everywhere. Not one word.
Well, I'll be
Okay,
honest
that's
with
a
you.
problem. SWAT is very, very, very broadcast news friendly. They're exciting. They're riveting. Their trucks are cool. Their costumes are fun. They're smart. They usually have success. Okay, why am I not finding out one damn thing?
Well,
And that went on for days.
Yes, and that's because that's why it's still an open case, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and I feel that a
because it's
lot of them,
bullshit.
I think the mistakes were made in that case. I will say this much: I think that because Idaho was still relatively new,
Yeah.
and they didn't have a suspect in custody, and they approached that situation wrong because they were thinking that they were still looking for the suspect. That in their mind, he very well was the suspect, and that's why they approached it the way they did, and it was completely the wrong way. And now we're sitting here with this outcome, and it's horrible. So,
I disagree with you respectfully on that one, Dago. I think it was absolutely
handled.
Oh yeah, no, I can't tell. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh no, I disagree with you. I think it was absolutely totally planned, and there was an absolute total complete reason, whatever side of the fence we go on, that he had to be gone. And it was, in my opinion, and this word isn't illegal, in my word, I call that murder. And I think he was murdered, and I think there are reasons why. And I think it's connected to corrupt police. And I think that the day I learned, because they released all this SWAT shit for the first 3 days, and the day it came out that it was a Washington State University cop that ended this man's life, that was horrid for me. And then
he was SWAT trained.
No, he was not SWAT
No,
trained.
not the police officer.
No, he's not SWAT trained.
The guy that shot Kopacka was SWAT. He was listed as a SWAT officer as well. He joined SWAT.
No, he's not a SWAT.
He said he was a WSU.
Right,
Yeah,
but he was also part of the SWAT.
Brian,
no, I did all this. You guys, I did all this. No, he's not. It's bullshit. They do regional SWAT crap. And what that is your chief comes in on Monday morning and says, boys and girls, who wants to play SWAT this month? 3 of you raise your hand, and he picks you. And he hands you a 10-page typewritten thing. Enclosed in that is a multiple choice question. And if you pass, you get a certification of completion. These are not SWAT people. These are not evaluated people. These are cops that want to play SWAT. Maybe I didn't do it with you guys.
No, you did. I remember. I'll find it. There was an article I read that stated that he was. That's where I got my info from. Was an article I read based on
No. He's called a regional SWAT team member. Hi, Dago. I'm winking at you right now. Yeah. Don't be too scared. It is bullshit. It is you take a 10-question multiple choice question, and now you're SWAT. It is not SWAT. It's not SWAT. It's not SWAT. SWAT doesn't kill people in empty apartment buildings.
They're not.
And you know what else, you guys? I haven't been able to share this with you. I think it was Daily Mail picture, but it blew my mind. This was like 2 days later. And there is this picture on Daily Mail of this rifle machine gun thing on one of those low tripods, okay, like the little ones. And there is this machine gun in the parking lot of his apartment complex, sitting there abandoned. And I am thinking, seriously, is a SWAT officer going to leave a machine gun unguarded
On the
in the
ground.
parking lot?
Yep, on the ground.
Yeah, did you see it change? Because I can't find it again. Oh, it blew me away, change. I was like, give me a break. This was before I learned all about it.
And then they factory reset his phone. He didn't have any
Yeah.
belongings in there.
Yeah, bad stuff.
No
And their
bullet
little SWAT
holes.
truck they drove was from like 1970s. It holds
It was a
three.
prop. That was a prop.
Yes, it's incredible. None of them were SWAT trained. The people that are investigating this, same exact thing. Who wants to be a officer involved shooting investigator? Okay, Bob, Chains, there you go. You got the job. Read 10 pages, take this quiz, and you're it.
I have a picture of the SWAT vehicle in the daytime.
Yes, it's a joke.
In the daytime, not nighttime.
Yes, it's a joke. It's a joke. Hey, Chains, if it's okay, can I send Diego my email and you send me yours? I would love to show you all the stuff about the fake SWAT team, about it's incredible. It's incredible.
Absolutely.
Eloise, PERCEPPTTTTG.
I
It was
remember,
created on the 16th.
Right, hold on. I remember Bomb Mom talking about it.
It's a joke. It's not a real investigation. And every time, yes, that's them. That's them. And that's a total joke. Okay. And what it is like 3 or 4 police departments say, hey, boys.
Yeah.
Let's pretend like we're SWAT. Okay. Bob, Joe, Billy, Sam, do you from New York come together? We'll be SWAT. They're not SWAT. But the most fascinating thing that I would love to do with Chains is the investigative unit. That is the same thing, my dear. It was made on December 16th. It is a joke. It is a bunch of street cops who are pretending. Okay, here's how we'll do this. Dago, will you do me a favor? I will send you, because Chains will like it. I will send you the link to these whack jobs, and then will you forward it to Chains? Because Chains sounds kind of hesitant to email us together.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I would love for
whatever you guys are comfortable
Chains,
with.
I would love you to see this bullshit.
We go in Discord. We go in Discord a lot in the evenings and stuff, and I can just show it to her that way too. So,
but I can't get guys. I have trouble getting online. Okay, I can't do Discord. Give Grandpa a break here. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
no worries.
Dago can pass it on to me. Is what he's saying.
You will be blown away, my dear. It is absolutely incredible, and the only reason why that exists is to state every week they put out a thing that says, for this shooting with Brett, this investigation is under investigation. So they effectively, all their role is to block FOIA. And they've been doing it, and they do it. There's like 3 or 4 other areas out there. Same crap. All their job is to 1 time per week change the date on a template that says this is still pending under investigation, and then no FOIA. We are a year out.
Yeah, we're tried.
A year out.
Oh, we know. Believe me, we've looked into it.
What are you investigating?
Why is the investigation still open? The officer was back to work in January, so on and so forth. I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all, which is why I'm going to do a completely separate show on nothing but that, because I don't like it. I don't like the end result with it, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So,
nope.
But I have to say this, guys, because my wife just gave me that look. I've been.
Oh, he's in trouble.
I gotta go.
It's a long time. It was a great show, though. It was a great show.
Yeah.
Really, really, really good show. I'm very, very, very
Yep.
happy with how everything went. Brian, I always love having you up
Diego
here.
has been told he better listen to the lady if he doesn't want the rest of his evening ruined.
Brian.
Right.
Brian.
Gotta keep the boss happy. That's for sure.
That's right.
Yep.
You
I
better
will say
damn
this.
well get your ass off here, Dago, or believe me,
No, I didn't even realize.
You are in for some like TV dinners.
Oh no, never. I cook a lot anyway because she's always working. So yeah, I make my own food, so it is what it is.
Thank you for an awesome show today, by the way. Thank you for having me up.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for joining me, Brian. It's always a pleasure to have you up here. I love listening to what you have to say, as always.
You all were awesome.
Y'all have a nice night.
You too.
Chains, I love you to death.
I'll see you guys later on.
Brian.
For sure. Thank you, Noni.
Everybody,
Brian,
be good.
You too, buddy. Have a great night, Brian. Chains, you as well. I know, Brian. I have to. Here we go. There we go. All right, guys. Awesome. I want to thank everybody that was up here today. I appreciate all your guys' input. Thank you for listening to me as we went over the documents and we talked about that as well. It's always a pleasure to be able to have all of you guys in here listening to me and anybody else that wants to come in here and use this platform to voice their opinions, their thoughts, their theories. Thank you, Heather, for that. Excuse me. Molly, thank you for your input on this as well. All of the emails, as always, are so very helpful, very much appreciated, as are you. Heather, Brandy, Miss Sherry, all the other moderators that are in here, you guys are amazing, as always, because you do amazing things. I absolutely love you guys to death and couldn't do this without any of you. That's a fact. And everybody else in here, I want to thank you all so very much. Thank you, Ms. Heather. Again, yes, anybody that donated to the PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, if you did, thank you from my heart. That is what keeps me up here and coming to you guys every single solitary day. And I appreciate that so very much. That does help keep the bills paid, folks. You more than you know. So thank you for that as well. Anybody that may have done anything with the Amazon wish list that's pinned in the chat, thank you for that as well. That is what keeps the equipment fresh and keeps everything running the right way, folks. So thank you for that as well. I absolutely appreciate everything that you guys do to support this channel and myself. And anybody that is attached to this channel, I love you guys. I really do. From the deepest part of the bottom of my heart, I love you all so very much. I appreciate you all so very much. And I'm telling you right now, guys, once again, this is the highlight of every single one of my days. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I may see you later. You never know. And don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other. And I will see you on the other side. Bye-bye.